Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Ah, it hurts so much. Lin Zheng was shouting heartbreakingly, with a painful look on his face. His face was pale and his expression was distorted, as if suffering some inhuman torture. He opened his eyes suddenly and found that those terrifying and ferocious faces were gone. And the demonic roar in his ears had also disappeared. What's going on 1 moment ago? Lin Zheng was being dismembered alive by his neighbors and eating them. He saw with his own eyes that his neighbor, an old woman, cut off one of his legs with a saw and ran away with a smile on her back. Just for fun, her grandson used a fork to poke one of Lin Zheng's eyes out. The waves of severe pain kept sweeping through Lin Zheng's nerves, causing him to roar loudly until he coughed up blood from the corner of his mouth and no longer had any strength left in his body. I can only watch helplessly as they take away my body piece by piece. That kind of despair, that kind of fear, that kind of helplessness. Looking back now, Lin Zheng was covered in cold sweat. Lin Zheng looked around and it was very familiar. This was his house, but it was just what it looked like before the end of the world. Everything was so familiar and warm. Lin Zheng couldn't help but burst into tears. He glanced at the calendar on the wall, July 15, 2222. This is a month before the end of the world. I am reborn. Lin Zheng said extremely excitedly. If God allows him to live another life, then he will take crazy revenge. Lin Zheng's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Extremely fierce ding. Awakening of the infinite copy system. Any substance can be copied infinitely. And it also comes with unlimited system space. Gift package for newbies, SSS level physique. A bottle of mist. Hearing this voice, Lin Zheng was overjoyed. Not only was he reborn, he also obtained the system. In the last days, materials are the most important thing. How many people kill each other for a bowl of rice or a piece of meat? Lin Zheng is a living example in order to save money. He stocked dozens of boxes of instant noodles. After being informed by his neighbors, the neighbors used tricks to trick Lin Zheng into opening the door. Not only did they rob him of all his instant noodles, but he himself was also they divide and eat. Now that there is an infinite copying system, as long as you have a sample of materials, you can copy materials infinitely, which means that you will no longer be short of materials in the end of the world. The system also comes with an infinite space. The copied substances can be placed in the infinite space without worrying about being discovered or not having enough space. In this life, no matter what methods they use, Lin Zheng will never open the door and will launch crazy revenge on them. As for SSS level physique and mist, the system also transmitted the development of the doomsday in the previous life to Lin Zheng. So Lin Zheng knew the direction of the doomsday in advance, which was equivalent to a spoiler. The cause of the end of the world is the invasion of the blue star by a mysterious gas. People call this gas fog. Mist is a double-edged sword. After absorbing the mist, some people can break through the body's limiters and gain super strength. These people are called new humans, and some people, because they cannot adapt to the fog, will turn into zombies with no emotion. These zombies specialize in feeding on living people. Some special zombies can also become stronger by absorbing mist. There are also some people who have no reaction to the fog and are called old humans. Lin Zheng in the previous life was the old human being. In this life, the system directly gave him an SSS level talent, which not only meant that he could absorb mist and break through the shackles of his body to become stronger, but also that among new humans was also a unique genius. The talent levels of new humans are divided into C level, B level, A level, S level, SS level, SSS level. Strength levels are divided into first level, second level. Third level, fourth level, not only that. The system also rewards him with a bottle of mist, which means he has countless bottles of mist and can practice in advance. Lin Zheng took out the mist, copied it once, and it turned into 2 bottles, and then copied it again, and it turned into 4 bottles. By analogy, a total of 20 copies were made at this time. The system space was already densely packed with bottles filled with mist. Lin Zheng calculated that there were 524,288 bottles. He took out a dozen bottles and drank them all in turn. Instantly, I felt that every cell in my body was evolving and becoming stronger. After a while, a burst of white smoke appeared from the top of my head. My cheeks turned red, and impurities visible to the naked eye quickly accumulated on the surface of my skin. Lin Zheng knew that absorbing more than a dozen bottles of mist at one time was already the limit of his body. Now he had to stabilize himself before he could absorb the next time. Haste makes waste no matter what you do. You must lay a good foundation. If a tall building rises from the ground, if the foundation is not stable even if you go fast, you will not be able to go far. Ding dong. Suddenly the doorbell rang. Lin Zheng was stunned for a moment and backed away suddenly. However, he immediately realized that it was not the end of the world yet. So there was no need to be so nervous. He came to the door, held the door handle, and turned it violently. Click. The door handle was actually twisted off by him. Lin Zheng stared blankly at the deformed door handle in his hand, extremely shocked. After just absorbing a dozen bottles of mist, my strength is already ridiculously strong. I am worthy of having an SSS-level talent. Lin Zheng couldn't wait to see how terrifyingly powerful he would become after absorbing hundreds of thousands of square meters of fog in the system space. At the same time, the door also opened. He was pushed open violently, fortunately. Lin Zheng reacted quickly and pressed against the ground door to prevent the door from hitting his face. What appeared in front of Lin Zheng was an angry old woman. It was his neighbor, Mrs. Ma, and his grandson Zhao Zioqing. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet. It was Mrs. Ma who lied to Lin Zheng that she and her grandson were being hunted by zombies and begged him to open the door and let them in. Lin Zheng felt soft for a moment and opened the door. Unexpectedly, a group of people rushed in and pushed him to the ground. Then what happened next? Sometimes people are scarier than ghosts. What? Lin Zheng said angrily he couldn't kill them yet. If he was caught by the police and sentenced to death, wouldn't everything be over when Mrs. Ma saw Lin Zheng's attitude? She immediately became angry. She put her hands on her hips, pointed at Lin Zheng's nose and cursed, "Lin Zheng, what kind of attitude do you have? And what kind of face do you want to show to me? If you fart, let it go, Lin Zheng. Didn't your parents teach you to respect the elderly? What are you talking about? There are things that are born from mothers but not raised by mothers. I ask Yaoi, are you yelling in the room? Disturbing my grandson's study, do you know? Also, why is your home network disconnected? My grandson is taking online classes. If you don't go to Huaking University, you be responsible." Mrs. Ma pointed at Lin Zheng's nose and said angrily. Lin Zheng looked back and saw that the internet connection at home had indeed been unplugged. He must have accidentally dropped it when he was struggling just now. But this has something to do with them. This old lady likes to take advantage of things. She can fly in the supermarket to grab eggs. She can take a bus and scream at the sky and the earth. I also like to move potted plants on the roadside to my home. While they were talking, Mrs. Ma's grandson Zhao Zioqing had sneaked into the room, picked up a piece of chocolate on the table, and was about to open it and eat it. That was a luxury snack that Lin Zheng only ate once every few months. How could he possibly be cheap to that kid? When Lin Zheng saw this, he grabbed the chocolate with quick eyesight and quick hands. Zhao Zioqing gave up immediately and sat down on the ground, crying, Grandma, there is a bad guy stealing my chocolate. Come and beat him to death." Seeing her grandson crying, Mrs. Ma also walked into the room and cursed at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng, you are still not a human being, is still a child. looking at Mrs. Ma who walked into the room. Lin Zheng grinned. Since you have come in, let me first let you pay back some interest. With that said, Lin Zheng pulled the table and blocked the door. Then he slowly walked towards Mrs. Ma and grabbed her collar. Mrs. Ma was so frightened that she trembled. Then she reacted and said angrily, Lin Zheng, what are you going to do? You want to beat my old woman? Lin Zheng nodded and smiled. Ga. You guessed it right, snap. Without any warning, Lin Zheng suddenly slapped Mrs. Ma on the face and said while hitting her, old woman, you said I am noisy. You usually dance in the square downstairs in the middle of the night. Isn't the speaker noisy? I'm doing it to exercise and prolong life, which is good for us elderly people. Can't you young people just tolerate it? Whether you are sick or whether you die has nothing to do with me. Lin Zheng approached Mrs. Ma and said, I installed the network cable myself, and I can cut it off whenever I want. Do you really care? Lin Zheng glanced at Zhao Xiaoqing, who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and said, your grandson, that idiot, even got admitted to Huiqing University, and even roasted sweet potatoes couldn't be compared to him. You, Mrs. Ma gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Lin Zheng. What are you? Lin Zheng slapped her wildly several times, beating her into a pig's head. Zhao Xiaoqing was still clapping his hands and applauding. What a fool, say it again. Lin Zheng pointed at Mrs. Ma's nose and said Mrs. Ma was so frightened that she waved her hands repeatedly. I don't dare anymore, I don't dare anymore. Lin Zheng then let her go. After all, he couldn't kill her yet, so he would torture her slowly first and let her pay off the interest first. After letting her go, Lin Zheng lifted up Zhao Xiaoqing again. Zhao Xiaoqing, who weighed 60 to 70 pounds, felt light and airy in his hand, as if he only weighed a few pounds. Is this what it feels like after strengthening? When Zhao Xiaoqing saw that he was being lifted up, he clenched his fist and was about to hit Lin Zheng. Now Lin Zheng was not used to it, so he slapped half of his face until it was swollen, and he also lost a few teeth. Feeling the burning pain on his face, he immediately burst into tears when Mrs. Ma saw her grandson being beaten. She ignored the pain on her face and rushed forward with teeth and claws. Lin Zheng saw the right moment and kicked her in the stomach, knocking her to the ground. Lin Zheng looked at Zhao Xiaoqing, who was crying, and felt something was wrong. Then he gave him another slap on the other side of his face, and then said with satisfaction, I finally feel comfortable and symmetrical now. Then he pointed at Zhao Xiaoqing's nose and said, little arm boy, if you dare to touch my things again, I will cut off your P***. Hearing this, Zhao Xiaoqing quickly covered his P, closed his mouth, hand kept shaking his head. Only then did Lin Zheng let him go. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zheng found a photo from his mobile phone, which was the scene of old Mrs. Ma and old man Li entering the hotel. Lin Zheng originally wanted to use this to threaten old Mrs. Ma not to dance in the square at night, but before he could, the end of the world, it just happened. It's not too late to come in handy now. Lin Zheng placed the photo in front of Mrs. Ma and said, if you dare to call the police, I will scroll the photo back and forth in our community group and send it. Old Mrs. Ma covered her face and said, Lin Zheng, you beat us too like this and told me not to call the police. You really think we are easy to bully? What does your photo mean? I was just with old man Li. Before she finished speaking, Lin Zheng slid the photo to the next one. It was a photo of XXOO, extremely clear, with two yellow strips of dried meat entangled together. Mrs. Ma's expression changed instantly. Lin Zheng smiled and said, hey, you are so fashionable to have an affair at such an old age. Zhao Xiaoqing was curious and was about to look at Lin Zheng's mobile phone while leaning against the pig's head. Mrs. Ma quickly picked him up and said, Lin Zheng pulled the table in front of the door and said, get out of here. After leaving the house, Mrs. Ma looked back with resentful eyes and said, Lin Zheng, just wait for me when my son comes back. I will ask him to kill you immediately. After Mrs. Ma left, Lin Zheng began to think about what to do next. The most important thing is, of course, to stock up on supplies. However, Lin Zheng now has a copying system. He only needs one piece of each item, and he can go to a large supermarket to make the same copy. But that would be too slow and there might be leaks. So the most important thing is money. As long as you have money, you can do anything easily. At that time, you only need to call a large supermarket and say that you want all the goods in their supermarket. Although you only need one piece, it is still a large price. The supermarket will definitely be happy, and the goods may be delivered within a few hours. Where to get money? Lin Zheng is just a small employee with no big skills. It is really difficult to get a large amount of funds in a short time. Suddenly an advertisement popped up on the computer screen. It roughly reads, if you have difficulty borrowing money, please ask Kayan Xiaoman. For cash flow, please ask Kayan Xiaoman. Kayan Xiaoman will be your personal bank manager. Suddenly a bold idea emerged, Luwangdai. Various online loan platforms across the internet Luwangdai. Regardless of whether they are serious or not, whether they are against the law or not, just catch them and jerk them off until they can no longer jerk them off. There are also borrowed shells, flower shells and WeChat shells on mobile phones. Borrow them all on the contrary next month the end will come. If you borrow it, you will earn it. And you don't have to pay it back at all. Turn on the 0 yuan borrowing mode. Lin Zheng opened the pop-up advertisement and someone immediately contacted him. Hello sir, do you want to borrow money? Our platform is formal and legal and has been registered with the Public Security Bureau. You can borrow money with confidence, I believe you ghost. However, Lin Zheng still replied seriously, I want to borrow money. The maximum amount I can borrow is that I need money urgently. Regardless of the interest rate, as soon as he heard this, the person on the phone became extremely excited. It seemed like it was a big order. The other person quickly said, Sir, on our platform you can borrow up to 300 yuan with your personal ID card. And the monthly interest is only 15%, which is really low. You have to pay back 45,000 yuan in interest every month. How can you have the nerve to say that the interest rate is very low? How can you say so? I said no matter the interest. How much can you borrow at most? Lin Zheng asked again. The person on the other side was silent for a while and said, Sir, you can indeed borrow more up to 500,000. With a monthly interest of 20%, what do you think? The operator asked cautiously, fearing that he would scare this big customer away. After all, if you borrow 500,000 yuan, the monthly interest would be 100,000 yuan. Ordinary people have no ability to repay, however, since they dare to open an online loan company. As long as you don't repay the money, they have many ways to make you repay the money. If you really have no money, then you are just money in their eyes. Okay, just borrow 500,000. Okay, sir, I'll handle it for you right away. The operator's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. He loaned out a large amount of 500,000 yuan, with a monthly interest of 20%, and he would get a commission of 10,000 yuan. He almost laughed from ear to ear, not to mention. These online loan companies are very efficient. After Lin Zheng filled out various contracts, 500,000 yuan was credited to his card in less than 5 minutes. Looking at the reminder text message, Lin Zheng smiled slightly, nice. Change the platform and continue masturbating. After working all mornings, Lin Zheng visited more than 50 lending platforms in total. The last time he looked at his account, he actually had more than 5 million if it were before. He would never be able to make money in his lifetime. Now that he has money, it is time to stock up on some daily necessities. In order to prevent his behavior from attracting the attention of others, Lin Zheng rented a shabby warehouse in the suburbs for 2,000 yuan a month. Then Lin Zheng called Walmart, the largest supermarket in the city. Hello Walmart, how can I help you? A sweet female voice came from the other end of the phone. Lin Zheng said slowly, I want to buy everything in your supermarket. But I only need one piece of each item, how much will it cost? The girl was obviously startled by Lin Zheng's words and said hurriedly, Sir, please wait a moment. I will go find the manager to talk to you. After a while, a male voice sounded on the other end of the phone. Sir, I want to confirm you want all the goods in our supermarket, but only one of each item, right? Although the manager's voice sounded calm, Lin Zheng could still feel his excitement. Yes. The other end of the phone took a breath and then said, Sir, I checked our purchasing system. It costs more than 4 million to buy one piece of each kind. If you are sure, you can pay a deposit of 1 million first. We have finished counting the goods and can deliver them to you in the afternoon. Okay, no problems. You will deliver the goods to the big warehouse at No. 300 Fanghua Road in the western suburbs this afternoon. Okay, sir, in this way, the basic daily necessities are solved. But most of the money in hand is spent in an instant. This money is really free of cost. It seems that he still has to find ways to make more money. In addition to these basic living necessities, Lin Zheng also wants to go to some high-end places and replicate some luxury goods. However, some high-end places are not just like shopping in a supermarket. You can enter if you want instead. You need to have a certain status or wealth to enter. Before that, Lin Zheng wanted to go to his system space to see how to place these materials. If everything is piled up in it when you want something, you may not be able to find it. Brush. With a flash of white light, Lin Zheng arrived inside the system space. There is nothingness here, boundless. A bit like suspended in the vast universe. The only noticeable thing is a red line. This red line seems to be infinitely long, with both ends disappearing into the void. Lin Zheng asked in confusion, System, what is this red line? A system. The area to the right of the red line has a time flow rate of 0. The area to the left of time can speed up the time flow. It can speed up the time flow 100 times at the fastest. The host can adjust it by itself. Lin Zheng was surprised. Before, he was still thinking about how to solve the problem of food spoilage. Now that's it. Just place the food in the area to the right of the red line. The area to the left of the red line speeds up the flow of time. What's the use? By the way, you can get some soil in. And then keep copying and you can get a large piece of land. Then you can grow some vegetables, fruits, etc. On this land after the end of the world. Fresh vegetables and fruits will be more precious than gold and diamonds now. Ordinary people can't eat it at all. It is said that rich people can only eat it once every few days. And you can't buy it in the general market at all. You basically have to go to the black market to buy it. This idea is simply disgusting. The fresh fruits and vegetables grown will not only be eaten by oneself, but also can be used to blackmail those rich people. You can even plant some flowers and grass, after all. The space here is infinite, so you don't have to worry about insufficient land. Even in the end of the world, we still need to be a little leisurely. When we have nothing to do, we can go into the system to see the beautiful flowers and plants, and breathe in the fresh air. What a beautiful thing it would be. You can't just find soil, you have to find some good soil. Then there are various crop seeds and flower and grass seeds. Lin Zheng was thinking of a good place. A flower market and a crop seed wholesale market soon. Lin Zheng took a taxi and arrived at a large flower market. As soon as he walked in, he saw all kinds of exotic flowers and plants, which made Lin Zheng dizzy, recognized on such as roses, carnations, lilies, tulips, peonies, winter jasmine, chrysanthemum, speech blossom, sedge. There are also people who don't know it. Generally speaking, the majority of people don't know it. Lin Zheng walked around every house he passed, pretending to be choosing carefully. But in fact, he was secretly copying these flowers and plants. As long as Lin Zheng comes into contact with the items, he can directly copy them. Lin Zheng can choose the place of copying, of course. Lin Zheng directly copied these flowers and plants into the system space. And it is placed in the right area, which can keep these flowers and plants in their most vivid state. The soil in these flower pots is also the best soil. In this way, the soil problem is also solved. Immediately afterwards, Lin Zheng went to another crop seed wholesale market. Following the same method, Lin Zheng copied the seeds of different crops to the system space one after another. I originally thought I couldn't distinguish these seeds. At this point, Lin Zheng realized that his worries were completely unnecessary. Each seed is packed in a plastic bag, and the plastic bag is marked with the name and pattern of the seed. This trip without spending a dime. We harvested such a large amount of supplies, simply nice. Now Lin Zheng can't wait to sow these seeds. Take a look at the magical function of accelerating the flow of space and time in the system. While passing by a high-end supermarket, Lin Zheng suddenly remembered that there is one more important thing when growing crops. And that is water. Lin Zheng entered this high-end supermarket, went straight to the mineral water area, put his hands on the shelves, and started walking back and forth. These different brands of mineral water were copied into the system space one by one. Suddenly, a beautifully packaged mineral water bottle attracted Lin Zheng's attention. It was priced at 2,750 yuan and was called Kona Salt Brine. Okay, I decided to use this Kona Salt Brine for farming. After returning home, Lin Zheng couldn't wait to come to the system space. Now the time flow rate in the left area is normal. Lin Zheng poured out a pile of soil from a flower pot, and then kept copying it after copying more than 20 times. We got a large piece of land, almost a square with a length of 1,000 meters. Then he copied tens of thousands of bottles of Kona Salt Brine and put them aside for later use. Then a square area with a side length of 20 meters was drawn out in the center of the land, and ridges were built around it to prevent water from flowing out. Lin Zhengxian planned to do an experiment. Directly pour 1,000 bottles of Kona Salt Brine into this experimental field, and it instantly becomes a paddy field where rice can be grown. However, planting rice does not mean throwing the seeds directly into the field. The seedlings must be grown first, and then the seedlings can be inserted into the paddy field one by one, which is known as rice transplanting. Lin Zheng first took a pack of rice seeds, soaked them in water for a while, then sprinkled the seeds in a relatively dry place, and then directly increased the time flow rate 100 times. Generally, it takes 3-7 days for rice seeds to germinate. Now after the time flow is accelerated 100 times, it only takes tens of minutes. The rice seedlings are sprouting out at a speed visible to the naked eye. During this period, Lin Zheng was not idle either. He placed some copied flowers and plants in the right area. At the same time, he absorbed a few bottles of mist and strengthened his body again. Seeing the rice seedlings sprouting, Lin Zheng moved them to the paddy fields. After everything was done, Lin Zheng wiped the sweat from his head. It was not easy. He suddenly remembered an ancient poem. Who knows that every grain of food on the plate is hard work? Okay. Rice usually takes more than 100 days to mature. You can come and see what these rices look like tomorrow. After leaving the system space, Lin Zheng was still thinking about how to make money. Suddenly there was a roar outside the window, which caught Lin Zheng's attention. He walked to the window and saw a red sports car hitting the street. It looked like a rich man was going to look for flowers again. Suddenly a money-making idea appeared in Lin Zheng's mind. He could go to a 4S store, copy those luxury cars, and then sell them at a low price. There must be many people rushing to get them. As soon as he said it, Lin Zheng went out to take a taxi again and came to a 4S store. For some reason when Lin Zheng just walked in, he always felt that something was wrong in the clerk's eyes, as if he disliked him. Oh hey farmer, what are you doing here? Don't make our land dirty, go. The female clerk guarding the door stepped forward and pushed Lin Zheng out of the door. Lin Zheng looked down and realized that he had gone out in a hurry and had not changed his shoes and pants. They were covered with mud from rice planting. He looked like a farmer. No wonder the clerk drove himself away. What a B***ch who follows the crowd and hates the poor and loves the rich. Just when Lin was about to change stores, another young female clerk hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Lin Zheng and said, "Hello, are you here to look at the cars?" Lin Zheng nodded yes. The female clerk took out 2 shoe covers and gave them to Lin Zheng and said, "How about you put on some shoe covers and I'll take you in to take a look." Looking at the girl's sincere eyes, Lin Zheng hesitated for a while. He was here anyway. So it didn't matter if he went in and took a look. Lin Zheng took the girl's shoe covers, put them on, and walked into the store. The clerk from before grabbed the girl and said, "Li Zioru. He is a stinky farmer, why did you bring him in? You see he is covered in mud and dirty. If the car gets dirty by then, you will being responsible has nothing to do with me." "I know," after Li Zioru replied. She quickly caught up with Lin Zheng. The clerk looked at Li Zioru's back and cursed in a low voice. "You are the only one who knows how to be a good person. You are such a B***ch. Li Zioru came to Lin Zheng and asked, "Sir, let me take you here to have a look. The cars here are more friendly and practical. And the discounts are also very strong. We are currently running a promotion. If you buy a car now, you will receive a full set of interior decorations and 3 free maintenance." Before Li Zioru could finish speaking, Lin Zheng waved his hand and said, "Take me to see the most expensive car in your store." Li Zioru didn't react for a while, but then calmed down and said, "Okay sir, if you are interested, I will take you to see it at this time." The female clerk from before came forward, grabbed Lin Zheng, and said slightly angrily to Li Zioru, "Li Zioru, what are you going to do? Take this country bumpkin to the luxury car area. If he takes those, if the car is scratched, do you know how much it will cost? Are you crazy?" Then she looked at Lin Zheng and said harshly, "Hillbilly, don't push yourself too far. I'm telling you, just come in and take a look. Can you afford it?" Li Zioru took Huang Qiuqi's hand away from Lin Zheng and said to her, "Huang Qiuqi, our store welcomes every customer. Even if the customer cannot afford it, it is his right to take a look." Lin Zheng was stunned. "What do you mean I can't afford it?" "Hey, don't tell me I really can't afford it, to be precise. You don't need to buy it, just touch it and you'll have it." "Okay, that's what you said. Then I'll go find the manager and see what he says." Huang Qiuqi knew she couldn't say anything, so she went to find the manager. The reason why she is targeting Li Zioru like this is because she can't stand her good-natured look, and it makes her annoyed when she sees her this time. "I also brought a country bumpkin into the store," which just gave her a clue. How could she let it go so easily? She went to find the manager angrily. "Come on sir, let's go this way." Then Li Zioru took Lin Zheng to the luxury car area. Lin Zheng's eyes were wide open. Ferrari, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Maserati. We're all there. Lin Zheng rubbed his hands and couldn't help but want to do it. "I quickly walked up to these cars and with a slight touch, an identical car immediately appeared in the system space. After touching all the cars, Lin Zheng was satisfied. Although these cars do not have certificates, they can be sold to those black car dealers at half the price, and there is no need to worry about not being able to sell them." Lin Zheng said to Li Zioru, "You take me to see the car, and I will give you a gift too." Li Zioru quickly refused. "No, you are a customer. It is my job to show you the car, just wait for me for a while, and I'll get it for you right away." With that said, Lin Zheng walked out of the store. Huang Qiuqi came to the manager's office at this time. When Huang Qiuqi said this, his first reaction was not angry. He has been selling cars for so many years and has seen many low-key rich people. They only wear a white vest and flip-flops, but they sell them for 100 million. Maybe the person Huang Qiuqi mentioned is a low-key rich man. No way. That person looks like a country bumpkin no matter what. Huang Qiuqi couldn't believe it. The manager couldn't make a conclusion, so he said, "Let's go. Take me to have a look." When I came to the hall and looked around, I didn't see that person in Li Zioru. "Li Zioru, where was that person just now?" The manager asked. Li Zioru said, "Let's go." "Let's go, has he bought a car?" The manager asked with expectation. "No." Li Zioru shook her head when Huang Qiuqi heard this. She immediately smiled and said, "Manager, look. I just said that man is a country bumpkin. How can he afford a car? The manager also had a look on his face and said to Li Zioru with great displeasure, Li Zioru, from now on if you have some discernment, you don't want to bring everyone into the store. Do you understand? But manager, didn't you say that the customer is God? Li Zioru said somewhat unconvinced. The rich customers are the gods, not the poor ones. The manager said angrily. Li Zioru was about to say something else when she heard a trumpet sound outside the door, and then heard someone shouting inside. The manager was stunned and said, "What's going on?" "Come and have a look." When they arrived at the doors, they found a Rolls-Royce parked at the door. The manager was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly came forward. "We have a big customer." Huang Qiuqiu also followed with surprise on her face. After the door opened, Lin Zheng got out of the car. "Why is it you?" Huang Qiuqiu looked shocked. The manager looked at Huang Qiuqiu, who said nervously, "Manager, he is the person I told you before." The manager took a breath, fortunately was cautious. Otherwise he would have offended an invisible rich man. He quickly stretched out his hand to shake Lin Zheng's hand. "Hello sir, do you want to see the car? I am the manager of this 4S store." Lin Zheng skipped over the manager and Huang Qiuqiu without even looking at them. Came to Li Zioru and gave her the car keys directly. "Consider this a gift from me. If you like this car, you can drive it yourself. If you don't like it, it doesn't matter if you sell it." Li Zioru was at a loss as she held the key to the Rolls-Royce. She stared blankly at Lin Zheng. Her mouth opened for a long time but she couldn't say a word. After Lin Zheng handed over the keys, he got into another luxury car on the roadside and drove away. At this time, the manager and Huang Qiuqiu gathered around and saw the keys in Li Zioru's hand and the Rolls-Royce on the roadside. With a face full of disbelief, "He just gave this Rolls-Royce to you?" Li Zioru nodded, "Probably so." The manager's face was full of envy. At this time, Huang Qiuqiu had a look of pig liver on her face. She was the one who saw the rich man first, and the Rolls-Royce should also be hers. Now she regretted it so much that she just wanted to slap herself. Lin Zheng took out the luxury cars from the system space in advance and parked them on the roadside. There were 20 cars in total. Then he came to a second-hand car dealer's shop. "Boss, I want to sell the car." When the boss heard this, he immediately came out and said, "Brother, what kind of car do you want to sell? Just cars like Ferrari, Porsche, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce, Maserati, 20 of them. You can take them or not. Brand new ones." When the boss heard this, he was immediately dumbfounded. These cars are all luxury cars worth millions each. And they are brand new. "Brother, are you kidding me?" The boss said with a smile, "Who are you kidding me? I'll take you to see it. It's parked on the side of the road." Lin Zheng took his boss to the roadside. When the boss saw a row of various brand new luxury cars parked on the roadside, his mouth suddenly opened wide and he swallowed. Then he looked at Lin Zheng blankly. Lin Zheng pulled out a bunch of keys from his pocket, shook it and said, "Look, here are the keys." The boss was completely convinced this time and immediately became very polite and asked, "Brother, how do you plan to sell these cars?" Lin Zheng, "Do, boss. You must also know that these cars of mine cost millions each. I will suffer a little loss today. How about selling you 1 million cars?" "What, 1 million cars?" The boss couldn't believe it, and even wondered if he heard it wrong. "But these cars don't have certificates." It turns out that there is no certificate. No wonder it is so cheap, but even if it is 1 million yuan, each car can cost tens of thousands of yuan to get the certificate, which is still a waste of money. The boss's eyes were hot and he was excited. "The price is really reasonable, I'll take it all." Lin Zheng immediately said, "But I have a condition. I want to transfer the money immediately." The boss thought for a while, slapped his thigh and said, "Okay." Deal. In an instant, 20 million in cash arrived. After Lin Zheng handed the key to the boss, "I received a delivery call from Walmart. Hello, Mr. Lin, we have arrived at No. 300 Fanghua Road. Are you free to sign for it now? Wait for me for a moment and say immediately." After that, Lin Zheng hung up the phone. got into a luxury car parked not far away, and disappeared from the second-hand car owner's eyes amidst the roar of the engine. Arriving at the warehouse, Lin Zheng saw several large trucks parked next to the warehouse. A man in a suit is standing next to the front truck. That should be the manager. He saw a sports car coming this way and nodded. That should be Mr. Lin. Just as he expected, he was a rich man. When Lin Zheng got out of the car, he was even more surprised. He did not expect that the other party was so young. Although he was surprised, he still politely said, "Mr. Lin, where do you think these goods are placed for you?" Lin Zheng pointed to the warehouse next to him and said, "Just put it in this warehouse, good." After the manager finished answering, he called on the workers to start moving the goods. After greeting the completion workers, the manager came to Lin Zheng again and said, "Mr. Lin, do you think we should settle the remaining payment first?" "Okay." Lin Zheng immediately picked up his phone and dialed 5 million to the previous account. Lin Zheng, who had just earned 20 million yuan, acted lavishly. He wiped off the zero and wiped it high, and the balance of more than 4 million yuan was directly wiped off to 2.5 million. "Mr. Lin, it's a pleasure doing business with you." When the manager saw the payment information, he said gratefully to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng just nodded slightly. If he doesn't spend the money quickly now, it will really become a string of numbers in the end of the world. So Lin Zheng doesn't feel bad at all soon. The workers placed the goods of several large trucks in the warehouse and arranged them according to the supermarket zones. This saves Lin Zheng from having to sort it out himself. "Let's go, Mr. Lin. We will continue to cooperate if we have the opportunity in the future," the manager said to Lin Zheng politely. Lin Zheng nodded, "Okay." Then a group of people drove away in a row of large trucks. Lin Zheng's couldn't wait to come to the warehouse. The warehouse was more than 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. At a glance, there are all kinds of drinks, fresh fruits, clothes, shoes and hats, toys and snacks, bedding, furniture and appliances, and even *X toys. Now I won't have to worry about the end of the world at all. Lin was running back and forth in the warehouse. After running around for several times, he collected all the items into the system space and placed them in the right area. Don't rush to copy now when you need to use it later. Just copy one piece a few times, so that you will never run out of it. Then Lin Zheng went to the poultry market first. What kind of chicken, duck, cow, sheep, pig? Touch them all. Then Lin Zheng went to the high-end seafood market again. What kind of a Balencia ginseng king crab, blue lobster? Australian dragon, bluefin tuna, Sri Lankan blue crab. Safflower crab, eastern crab, swimming crab, blue crab. Peony shrimp, Japanese prawn, Huxia splendid lobster. Cicada shrimp, rich shrimp. Lin Zheng touched them all and copied them into the system space. Then go to various high-end hotels. Lin Zheng said to the boss, "Boss, if I don't eat, I will stand at the dining outlet and touch the bowl for each dish. How about giving you 20,000 yuan? Although the boss is very confused, he is a fool if he doesn't make money. Basically, everyone agreed with Lin Zhengliao's approach. In this way, Lin Zheng copied almost all the dishes in the restaurant that he could see. Cantonese cuisine, Sichuan cuisine, Shandong cuisine, Jiangsu cuisine, Zhejiang cuisine, Fujian cuisine, Hunan cuisine, Anhui cuisine, everything is included. And even the hot pot restaurants such as Heidilao Shu Daxia and Zayar Alonkin have copied it at the end of the world. Everyone else was chewing tree bark, but Lin Zheng could leisurely eat hot pot. It was beautiful to think about it, even the roadside stalls. Lin Zheng did not miss. They copied all the fried skewers, barbecuing fried rice, stinky tofu, fried yogurt, candied Haas and Odin. It doesn't seem to require much money. As long as you find an opportunity to touch it, you can copy the thing to the system space. Suddenly, Lin Zheng remembered the most important thing: energy. The most important of these is electricity. Lin Zheng first went to the gas station and bought a small barrel of 98 gasoline. Just a small barrel cost 1,000 yuan. This oil is really expensive. Then I went to a store that sells generators and made copies of various types of generators. Batteries and even power banks. Now the energy problem is solved. On the way to the engine shop, I passed by a hardware store. I didn't know if these things were useful anyway. So I copied them first. Even if you don't know how to repair things, you can just hit someone with a wrench and a hammer. The owner of the hardware store was a little impatient when he saw Lin fumbling around. Do you want to buy it or not? If not, leave quickly. Don't delay my business. Lin Zheng glanced at him, took out a wad of money from his pocket and threw it in his face. Take out everything in your store and I'll touch it all. Okay. The boss immediately changed his expression and said with a smile, yes. Of course, if you are willing, I will touch it for you too. Lin Zheng, get out. It was at this time that Lin Zheng remembered something that could save his life in the last days. That's the weapon, pistols, machine guns. And shotguns are still very useful in the early stage. Even in the later stage of Mortarschowitzers. And anti-aircraft guns can also be used. Suddenly, something terrifying flashed through Lin Zheng's mind. If only a nuclear warhead could be replicated, Lin Zheng, who had been frantically raiding all the goods for a day, dragged his tired body back home. And you came to lie down on the sofa. He took out a bottle of mist and finished it in one gulp. And all the fatigue in his body was instantly swept away. Now, his body has become more and more accustomed to the mist. And the speed of absorption is getting faster and faster. During this period, Lin Zheng inhaled no less than 100 bottles of mist. He clearly felt that various physical qualities had been greatly improved. He wanted to try to see how far he was now. He stood up and punched the wall, boom, directly blasting out a small crack in the wall. Lin Zheng couldn't help but was speechless. He punched a hole in the cement wall with one punch. Normal humans should basically be no match for him now. Just then, someone suddenly knocked on the door. Is it that old woman? Lin Zheng opened the door. It was his uncle and aunt. They seemed to ignore Lin Zheng completely. They walked directly into the room and sat on the sofa, crossing their legs and looking like masters. What are you doing here? Lin Zheng's parents died early and left him almost nothing, except this house before his parents died. They entrusted Lin Zheng to his uncle. But Lin Zheng had never received their care for so many years. He had to endure it all by himself. Otherwise, he would not have eaten instant noodles every day. In the end, he was cut into pieces and eaten because of these instant noodles. Lin Zheng's eldest aunt Liu Heimei folded her hands on her chest and said, Lin Zheng, since your parents passed away, we have been taking care of you for so many years, right? Just say what you have to say, don't beat around the bush. Lin Zheng said straightforwardly. Liu Heimei stood up with her hands spread out and said, your cousin is getting married and needs a wedding room. You should vacate this house first. After the wedding is over, we will return it to you. This shouldn't embarrass you. Lin Zheng couldn't help but laugh. They had been thinking about this house. And it wasn't like he didn't know it. Once this house is loaned out, will they return it? No way. Liu Heimei's eyes widened angrily. Lin Zheng, do you have any conscience? We have taken care of you for so many years, and we just borrowed the house for a while. It's not like we won't return it to you. Are you worthy of me and your uncles? Lin Zheng said calmly, if I say I won't borrow it, I won't. If nothing happens, just let me out, I want to rest. At this time, Lin Zheng's uncle Lin Dade suddenly stood up from the sofa, pointed at Lin Zheng's nose and cursed, Lin Zheng, if you say you don't want to borrow it, you won't borrow it. I am your uncle and half your father's. I have decided that you should first if you move out and come back after your cousin's wedding. Even my words won't matter. Lin Dade frowned and acted like an elder, hoping to force Lin Zheng to submit unexpectedly. Lin Zheng walked directly to Lin Dade and almost said to his face, who are you? Get out of here, you. Lin Dade was instantly furious, you unfilial son. Then he raised his palm and was about to call out to Lin Zheng. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng pinched him. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth in pain. With Lin Zheng's current strength, he could crush his hand bones with just a little force. let me go, Lin Dade shouted quickly. Lin Zheng said to Lin Dade, get out of here. If you bother me again, you will bear the consequences. After saying that, Lin Zheng shook off his wrist and Liu Heimei quickly supported Lin Dade. And Lin Dade waited for Lin Zhengdao, Aku unfilial son. Just wait for me, Lin Zheng said calmly, let me remind you. After today I will sell this house to someone else. This house is worth at least more than 5 million. I will sell it for 1 million. There should be many people who want it. What, how dare you? Lin Dade glared at Lin Zheng. There's nothing I dare not do in my own house. Just when Lin Dade was about to get angry, Liu Heimei grabbed him and said to Lin Zheng, you want to sell anyway, so just sell it to Yu's own million. And we will give you the money tomorrow, how about it? Yes, as long as you pay, the house is yours. Good. Liu Heimei was secretly happy that she could get this house worth 5 million for just 1 million. She was really making a lot of money. She winked at Lin Dade and pulled him away. If the house is sold, just sell it. Lin Zheng doesn't need a house anyway when the time comes. Wouldn't it be nice to just drill into the system space? Just like that, Lin Zheng could finally take a good rest. Early the next mornings, Lin Zheng couldn't wait to enter the system space and take a look at his rice. An area of 20 square meters is covered with yellow and orange rice, which looks plump. It seems to really speed up the flow of time. Then you won't have to worry about running out of fresh fruits and vegetables. Today, Lin is planning to build a large pond in the area on the right to keep the aquatic products and seafood harvested yesterday in it. Then Lin Zheng found a large swimming pool and put his hand on the edge of the pool. Clone the next second. An identical swimming pool appeared in the system space. But the water was not copied. Lin Zheng poured the seawater copied in Hawaii into the swimming pool, and then put all the seafood in it at the same time. Another swimming pool was copied, this time filled with more than 2.0 bottles of mineral water. This swimming pool was used to hold freshwater fish. After doing all this, Lin Zheng suddenly received a call. It's the second-hand car dealer boss from yesterday. Is this Mr. Lin? I am. I am the boss who collected the car yesterday. Do you remember? Remember, your car is very good. I wonder if you have any more cars to sell. I will take them all, of course. They are all new cars and sold as second-hand cars. Is that not a good idea? It seemed that the boss had tasted the benefits. So he called Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was worried about how to get money. Unexpectedly, someone took the initiative to send money. His cars are all cost-free, and he can earn 1 million by selling one. Where can I find this kind of business? I still have it. When the boss heard this, he immediately became excited and said hurriedly, I have prepared enough money this time. And I will accept as many cars as you have, are you sure? Lin Zheng, the boss said with great certainty, I am very sure how many cars you said you have. 1,000 cars, The boss was stunned when he heard this. This time he prepared 100 million in cash, which can be used to purchase 100 cars. He thought it would be enough. But I didn't expect that the other party actually said that if there were 1,000 or 1 million cars, it would cost 1 billion. What a slap in the face. Is it enough now? Lin Zheng asked after a while. The other end of the phone said, Boss Lin, if you are willing, I can introduce my boss to you. He will definitely be able to afford your 1,000 luxury cars. Lin Zheng replied, when? That's it now. Okay, I'll see you at the Royal Hotel in an hour. Royal Hotel led by the second-hand car owner. Lin Zheng came to a luxurious private room. There is already a man wearing a suit and glasses sitting in the private room. Seeing Lin Zheng coming in, he immediately stood up politely and said, Mr. Lin, you are here, please sit down. Lin Zheng nodded and did not sit down. Instead, he looked at the food on the table eagerly. Then he walked around the big round table and touched every dish. The man in the suit looked at Lin Zheng with some surprise and asked the second-hand car owner next to him in a low voice, what is he doing? Boss, these rich people may have some weird hobbies. The man in the suit nodded. He understood it very well. Because he himself had some strange habits, for example, This second-hand car owner was both his subordinate and his girlfriend. After touching all the dishes, Lin Zheng sat down and... The man in the suit went directly to the topic, Mr. Lin. Are you sure you have 1,000 luxury cars and want to sell them for 1 million each? Lin Zheng nodded yes, hearing this. The man in the suit took a deep breath and then asked, you don't have certificates for these cars. Can you tell me the source? Don't worry, I do business regardless of the source. I'm just curious to ask, Lin Zheng, though don't worry. It's not stolen, robbed, or imitated. It's absolutely genuine. As for how it got here, don't worry. Just tell me whether you want it or not. Yes, I. Fang Jianhua have been doing business for so many years. And this is the first time I have met such a cheerful person like Mr. Lin. Fang Jianhua raised a glass of wine, drank it in one gulp, and then turned the glass over to show that he had finished it. If this business succeeds, he can earn billions. Lin Zheng suddenly thought of something and asked, in addition to collecting cars, do you also collect gold, jade, and other things? When Fang Jianhua heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Mr. Lin still has a way to get these things, take them all. I will take as much as Mr. Lin has, are you sure? Lin Zheng looked at him and said. Fang Jianhua said boldly, Mr. Lin, don't worry. My company may be big or small, but it can still afford this little money. How much gold and jade do you think you have? How much money do you have? Fang Jianhua was a little confused, wondering if he heard wrongly, and looked at Lin Zheng blankly. Lin Zheng said again, I have as much gold and jade as you have, anyway. When the time comes, Lin Zheng just needs to find a gold jewelry store and copy the items in it a few times, and he will have countless gold jewelry. Fang Jianhua glanced at the second-hand car owner next to him and couldn't help but swallowed. Then he looked at Lin Zheng and said, Mr. Lin is really secretive. Okay, then I will ask for 1 billion worth of goods first. Good. Then Lin Zheng took the two of them to the warehouse. Lin Zheng had already copied the car and placed it in the warehouse. When the two of them saw it, they were instantly dumbfounded. All kinds of luxury cars were neatly placed, shiny and brand new. Seeing this scene, the two of them couldn't help but feel ecstatic inside. Fang Jianhua asked the finance department to transfer 1 billion yuan to Lin Zheng's card on the spot. Get these cars away as soon as possible. My warehouse will still be used. Lin Zheng said to Fang Jianhua, Akyak. Give me an hour and I'll make sure we all drive away. Fang Jianhua said hurriedly at this moment. Lin Zheng quietly pulled Fang Jianhua aside and asked me in a low voice, can you get a gun? Upon hearing this, Fang Jianhua's expression changed instantly. Mr. Lin, I am a law-abiding person, how could I have such a thing? Lin Zheng smiled and said, if you abide by the law, would you accept a car without a license? This. I don't want to buy it, I just like to study and touch guns. If you can help me find someone to buy the gun, how about I give you 20 luxury cars and 100 pounds of gold and jewelry? Hearing this, Fang Jianhua's face instantly became serious. He walked to his car, opened the back door, and made a gesture of invitation. Mr. Lin, please come this way. I will take you to see the gun right now. Lin Zheng smiled. There is really nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished without money. Under the leadership of Fang Jianhua, Lin Zheng came to an extremely hidden underground warehouse. Everywhere along the way, there is a thick subway door. There were guards along the way, and the guards had guns hanging on their bodies. Lin Zheng was not afraid at all. If there was really any danger, he could just drill into the system space. When he came to an iron gate, Fang Jianhua said a few words into the intercom on the iron gate, and the iron gate opened the next moment. Several black guns were pointed at Lin Zheng and older. Fat Man looked at Fang Jianhua and said, how dare you bring the police here? Fang Jianhua hurriedly explained, no, Uncle Tai. He is here to see the gun. He is the police, beat him to death, Uncle Tai ordered. Lin Zheng had quick eyesight and quick hands. He jumped directly behind several people, and then swept his legs to knock everyone to the ground. Then he grabbed Uncle Tai by the collars, pushed him to the corner, and then punched the wall violently. The whistling wind of the punch sounded in Uncle Tai's ears. The next second, the wall next to him was directly hit by Lin Zheng. His fist blasted out a deep pit. "Old man, are you looking for deaths?" Uncle Tai looked at Lin Zheng with shock in his eyes. "Young man, what a skill at this time." Fang Jianhua also stepped forward and quickly said to Lin Zheng, "Mr. Lin, I'm sorry, this is Uncle Tai's rule. Anyone who comes to buy a gun must first pass this test. Your performance has passed the test." Lin Zheng was a little confused and slowly put down the old fat man in front of him. But this made him very unhappy. Now was not the time to take action. When the end of the world came, he would have to experience what it was like to be played with. "Young man, what gun do you want to buy?" "If I don't want to buy it, I'll just take a tour. The cost of the tour is 3 million per hour, how about it?" "Hey, you are so generous, Uncle Tai. I will make an exception today and let you visit my arsenal." Then under the leadership of Uncle Tai, they passed through layers of iron gates and came to a large warehouse. It is filled with all kinds of firearms including pistols, rifles, machine guns and shotguns. There are even guns, including cannon, howitzers, cannon, grenades, mortars, infantry guns, combat, anti-aircraft gun set. There are even PRGs that often appear in the game. Stinger missiles that can be tracked. Looking at the dazzling array of weapons, Lin Zheng couldn't help but click his tongue. If there were one of every kind of weapon here, it would definitely exceed 3 million, not far away. Lin Zheng also discovered a silvery white thing. "What is that?" Lin Zheng asked, pointing to it. Uncle Tai said, "That's a good thing. The unmanned bomber we got from the beautiful country costs $1 million each." Lin Zheng walked over and touched it. An identical unmanned bomber instantly appeared in the system space. "With this thing and unlimited ammunition, you are almost invincible. This trip has been quite rewarding." Next, Lin Zheng touched all the guns, including all types of bullets and cannonballs. "Uncle Tai, I'll take my leave then. If there are any new weapons in the future, remember to tell me and I will come to visit. The price will remain the same." Uncle Tai said with a smile on his face, "Akyak. I will definitely tell you." After Lin Zheng left, Uncle Tai was so happy that he made 3 million yuan by showing people ginseng. This kind of business is simply amazing. Uncle Tai patted Fang Jianhu on the shoulder and said, "Zio Fang, you can't make a mistake this time, in fact." Lin Zheng was smiling from ear to ear as he walked on the road. This time the weapon problem is also solved. Then there is one last thing: safe house. Although Lin Zheng has system space and can hide in it at any time, Lin Zheng must come out since he wants to come out. He needs a safe and absolutely safe place. The best way is to build a safe house. So Lin Zheng planned to transform that dilapidated warehouse into a safe house. On the way to build a safe house company, a real estate company appeared in front of him. Suddenly he had an idea. He wanted to collect the 1 million from his uncle's family. And he also wanted to collect the money from selling the house. Adults never make choices, I want them all. So he walked directly in. There were not only buyers but also sellers of houses. Lin Zheng took out the house book and stood in the hall and shouted, "An 80 square meter house in the 3rd Ring Road is for sale for 3 million. Does anyone want it?" When people in the hall heard this, they all looked towards Lin Zheng. A house of 80 square meters in the 3rd Ring Road was worth at least 5 million. And now someone actually wanted to pay 3 million. Immediately attracted a group of people looting. "I want cash, who has it?" The crowd suddenly fell silent. At this time, a man wearing sunglasses and a slender face snatched the house book from Lin Zheng's hand and said, "Account number." After selling the house, Lin Zheng walked out of the real estate company lobby in a good mood, with an extra 3 million. Mainly because the man who bought the house was not a good person at first glance. Lin Zheng could already imagine the uncle's family arguing with that man. Enough for them to drink a pot. "Hey Zheng, why are you here?" The speaker was Lin Zheng's girlfriend Li Menjiao. Seeing her, Lin Zheng frowned and couldn't help but feel a trace of murderous intent. She was also one of the people who participated in his dismemberment. And later Lin Zheng found out that he had been cheated on by her. Who was their company's manager Wang? The reason why Li Menjiao hung on to Lin Zheng and refused to break up with her was because of the house in his name. Once she got married and changed the name on the property certificate to her own, she immediately divorced Lin Zheng. This vicious move was planned by her and manager Wang together. Lin Zheng said casually, selling the house. Hearing this, Li Menjiao was shocked. You sold the house. Any questions? Li Menjiao continued to ask, how much did it cost? 3 million when Li Menjiao heard this. His expression immediately changed and he said angrily, Lin Zheng, is there something wrong with your brain? Your house is worth at least 5 million. And you sold it for 3 million. Does it have anything to do with you? Lin Zheng frowned and looked at Li Menjiao and said. Li Menjiao stomped her feet and said angrily, it doesn't matter. What do you think I fancy about you? I just fancy you for owning a house. Otherwise, I would go crazy and have S*X with you. I will tell you clearly now, if you want to marry me. You need a gift of 3 million, otherwise we will break up. After saying that, Li Menjiao took big steps and left quickly. Lin Zheng glanced at her and said, you idiot. You are so damn shameless. With 3 million in betrothal gifts. I really thought I was a little fairy then. Lin Zheng turned on his mobile phone and inquired about the company that built the safe house. A company called ARC aroused Lin Zheng's interest. The website states that they have built a safe house for the richest man in the country. Presumably the technology should be excellent. On the way to ARC companies, Lin Zheng passed by a pharmacy and paused. How could there be a lack of medicine in the last days? So I walked into the pharmacy, touched all the medicines, and copied a copy to the system space. When a doctor in a white coat saw this scene, he whispered, there must be something wrong with this person. He must pick up and touch every medicine. When we were about to arrive at ARC Company, a towering sycamore tree caught Lin Zheng's attention. This sycamore tree was 20 meters high, and its branches and leaves radiated to all directions at a maximum distance of 50 meters. Because the branches were too heavy, they were supported by several pillars underneath. From a distance, it looks like a big open umbrella. This is the symbol of Jiangtong City. It is said that the word Tong in Jiangtong City comes from this. Lin Zheng walked up to the sycamore tree and touched it. The next second, in his system space, there was an identical sycamore tree next to the 20*20 square meter paddy field. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction, then walked towards the Fiju Company building not far away. As soon as he entered the door, a young lady in uniform and black stockings came forward to greet him and took him to a comfortable room. Then someone immediately brought him coffee and snacks. After all, the people who come to build safe houses are either rich or expensive. And every time they build a safe house, it is a big deal for them after a while. A muscular man wearing camouflage uniform came. Hello, sir. My name is Wu Yuanshen, and I am the manager of the business department. Do you want to build a safe house? Wu Yuanshen asked politely. Lin Zheng nodded and said, I want to build a safe house that is more than 100 meters long and 20 meters wide. How much will it cost? After Wu Yuanshen heard this, he hissed and looked embarrassed. No one has built such a large safe house even if we look abroad. It is conservatively estimated at 1.5 billion. Although he was very curious as to why the other party wanted to build such a large safe house, Wu Yuanshen did not ask too many questions due to professional ethics. Anyone in this industry knows that those who build safe houses are mostly trying to avoid their enemies. They don't want to get involved in these people's personal grudges. I thought that the other party would be embarrassed when he heard this number. Wu Yuanshen had already thought about it and could tell the other party to build a smaller one. After all, building such a large safe house would be a big challenge for him. Unexpectedly, the other party nodded and said, okay. I will give you 2 billion. And the requirement is that it must be completed within 20 days. I also have some design requirements that you must complete. How about it, 2 billion? Wu Yuanshen took a breath. He thought that the other party would find the price too high, but he didn't expect that the other party would take the initiative to increase the price. This was something he never expected. After finishing this job, he can basically retire. He became serious, "Sir, I will accept this challenge. But due to the large cost of purchasing materials in the early stage, you have to pay a deposit of 1 billion first." Lin Zheng nodded. "No problem, it's so refreshing. 1 billion I gave it, as I said, without any hesitation. It's as easy as spending dozens of dollars." How rich is this young man? Wu Yuanshan couldn't help but guess. "Sir, what are your design requirements? You can tell me first. In this way, I will take them into consideration when designing, which will facilitate later implementation." Then, Lin Zheng described his design requirements to him in detail. As Wu Yuanshan listened, his brows furrowed more and more tightly, and his face became more and more ugly. Lin Zheng's request in general is to set up traps. Bear traps must be installed on the periphery. Mechanisms for installing bomb-steep pits must be dug. Sharpened steel bars must be inserted upside down in the pits. Mechanisms for launching crossbows. Boulders falling from the skyern cages. Jet ports should be installed on the walls of the safe house. The jet ports are mainly used to spray poisonous gas flame. Sulfuric acid. The most difficult one is to set aside an area of 10*10 meters on the wall and replace it with glass with adjustable transparency. Where is this safe house? This is clearly a slaughterhouse. After listening to Lin Zheng's needs, Wu Yuanshan wiped the sweat from his forehead and even dared not look at him directly. After paying a deposit of 1 billion, Lin Zheng left Arc Company. He was walking alone on the sidewalk, thinking hard about what supplies he still needed to stock up on. It seemed that he had stocked up on everything he needed to stock up on. At this moment, system prompt sounded. "Congratulations to the host, successfully copied 10,0 items of different types of materials, and will be rewarded with the global monitor function, which allows the host to view images from anywhere in the world, and can also save them and send them directly to the host's mobile phone. Being so awesome is equivalent to opening your eyes." Lin Zheng couldn't wait to turn on the monitor function, and the system prompted, "Please enter the specified location, or choose to open it randomly." After thinking for a while, there was nothing he particularly wanted to see, so Lin Zheng chose to open it randomly. The next second, a painful cry came to my ears. It seemed like someone had been beaten. As the screen zooms in, one man and one woman. Warm reminders. Underage hosts should watch this scene with the company of an adult. Lin Zheng, then he quickly switched the screen. It wasn't that he didn't want to see it. He just didn't want to peek with this function. You will be able to grasp any information at any time in the future. It's so delicious. There are still 20 days until the end of the world. Lin Zheng still has about 1 billion yuan left on him. The luxury cars and gold jewelry he sold to Fang Jianhua were all genuine and good. So Fang Jianhua quickly sold them. So he called Lin Zheng again and asked if he still had luxury cars and gold jewelry. "Yes, you can have as many as you want." In this way, Lin Zheng made another 2 billion from Fang Jianhua. Now that we have 3 billion in hand, where can we go to stock up on supplies? A tour group passed by him and he suddenly had an idea. We need to take a longer-term view and have a bigger picture. Don't always limit yourself to the country, but also go to various parts of the world to collect supplies. At that time, I will eat Russian caviar for breakfast, have a Brazilian barbecue at noon, have a French afternoon tea with foie gras in the afternoon, have a Brazilian barbecue with a cup of Kilimanjaro coffee in the evening, and have tom yum soup as a midnight snack with sizzle. I feel beautiful just thinking about it at the same time. I also go to see the beautiful scenery around the world. After the end of the world, these beautiful scenery will no longer exist on weekdays. Lin Zheng's a social worker working 9 to 9. Has no chance or money to travel abroad, just do it. Lin Zheng didn't even bother to buy a plane ticket. So he just chartered a plane and flew wherever he wanted. It wasn't that satisfying. Soon after, Lin Zheng appeared all over the world. Under the Eiffel Tower next to the Statue of Liberty, China's Aegean-seathed Parthenon Colosseum. Lin Zheng didn't just want to play. He also visited the weapons arsenals and science and technology museums of various countries' arms dealers. Of course, he had to touch every item. Even in the beautiful country, Lin Zheng happened to visit a photolithography machine. If there was no doomsday, Lin Zheng would have recovered this thing and brought it back to his motherland. But it is no longer useful now. But Lin Zheng still made a copy and put it in the system space first, so that it will be used one day. Then Lin Zheng appeared in luxury stores in various countries, such as LV Cry Hermesan touched every product. There are also electronic products including AI Feng, 4-star LPAD MacBook AI Feng watch, and even all kinds of expensive medical equipment in the hospital. Lin Zheng accepts all comers and touches them all. At the same time, in order to prevent yourself from being bored at the end of the day, Lin Zheng also copied the books from several large libraries in the world. He originally thought that he could copy the entire library by touching the walls of the library. But he did not expect that only a few bricks were copied. Lin Zheng only then did I understand that copying has a certain scope. I also downloaded almost all the games. One game for each computer. You can tell me whether you enjoy it or not. I also downloaded tens of thousands of T-video seeds. Well, they are just entertainment videos. Even if Lin Zheng watched these videos hundreds of times from birth to death, he still wouldn't be able to finish them. My only regret is that I couldn't touch the thing that Lin Zheng has always dreamed of, a nuclear warhead. However, I have touched a lot of missiles, rockets, drones, fighter jets, and armored vehicles also. That kind of thing is a state secret and extremely dangerous. No matter how rich you are, you can't get your hands on it. However, these weapons should be enough. Even if the power is not great, it cannot withstand the large amount as long as necessary. Lin Zheng can use the missile as an interceptor. 30,000 missiles per minute is not a dream. At this time, Lin was sunbathing on the beach in Hawaii, drinking iced juice, wearing sunglasses, and admiring the bikini in front of him. Suddenly, the video phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Lin Zheng's uncle calling. Lin Zheng thought that he knew what happened without even thinking about it. It must be his uncle who had S*X with the violent man who bought the house before. On the night after the house was sold, Lin Zheng's uncle gave Lin Zheng $1 million and sent a message telling him to get out the next day. Lin Zheng looked at the message and just smiled. This change of expression was also "it has become too fast." However, Lin Zheng had already planned to travel around the world at that time. So he went out the next day. He answered the video call and found that his uncle was wearing a suit with a corsage on his chest. The background behind him was very festive, but everyone had a sad face. And there was no wedding celebration at all. "Lin Zheng, didn't you say you would sell the house to me? Why did you sell it to someone else?" Lin Dade said angrily. Lin Zheng took a sip of the iced drink and then said slowly and leisurely, "I'm sorry. Uncle, I forgot. What are you doing? My son is getting married today. Now a group of people insist that the house belongs to them and they want to kick us out. They even took out the house book. What should we do now?" Lin Zheng said leisurely, "If someone has a house book, of course the house belongs to them. You just need to leave quickly, you." Lin Dade covered his chest, obviously very angry. "Then where is my 1 million? Please give it back to me." Lin Zheng, "I'm sorry, uncle. I'm on vacation in Hawaii now. If anything happens, I'll talk about it when I get back." "What?" Lin Dade roared loudly. "You actually went on vacation, you damn boy. Come back here quickly, see if I don't stop you. And you are living happily outside with my money. You really deserve to die." Hey, hello. Can't hear Yaonclamy, signal is not good. So I'll hang up first." Lin Zheng hung up the phone without hesitation, then threw the phone aside. The phone screen kept lighting up. It was Lin Dade calling. Lin Zheng ignored it and continued to appreciate the wonderful scenery in front of him. Lin Dade sighed. Several men in suits and sunglasses were driving away Lin Dade's family. "Get out of here quickly or we'll call you for illegal entry." Lin Dade quickly took out a few cigarettes and politely stepped forward and said, "Brother. Brotherthas is a misunderstanding. My son is getting married today, can you help me? I will return the house to you tomorrow." The leading man in black knocked the cigarette out of Lin Dade's hand and said, "Your son's marriage is none of my business. Get out of here or I'll beat you to death, old man." Lin Dade looked embarrassed, and then a hint of ferocity flashed across his face. "Lin Zheng, wait until you come back and see how I kill you. Tomorrow is the end of the world," almost simultaneously. Large numbers of zombies appear all over the world without warning. They bite people when they see them and feed on the brains of living people. The agility and strength of their bodies are the same as those of ordinary people. But one thing is that they hardly get tired. So most people are unlikely to escape the pursuit of zombies and thus become their food. Lin Zheng, who has been hoarding goods all over the world, has also returned to Jiangtang City. He must have almost built his own safe house. As soon as I got off the plane, I received a call from Wu Yuanshan, saying that he was asked to go for acceptance inspection. Lin Zheng hurriedly went there. When he saw it, his eyes lit up. Inside the dilapidated warehouse is a silver-white metal shell that looks full of technology. It is made of alloy plates tens of centimeters thick. Even missiles cannot blast it. It is also equipped with an air filtration system to prevent poison gas attacks. A temperature control system is installed to control the temperature in the safe room at will. Cameras are installed in every corner to monitor the situation around the safe house at all times. This is actually useless because Lin Zheng already has a global monitor function. There is also a power system which is divided into two parts: solar power generation and wind power generation. The two sets of equipment run in turns. They are also equipped with a super large capacity battery pack, which can be used for 3 years after being fully charged once. What surprised Lin Zheng was that this guy even built a small basement for the safe house. It is said that hiding inside can protect you from nuclear bombs. Finally, the various hidden weapons that Lin Zheng requested were completed one by one. It's great to have money, you can do anything. Seeing this perfect safe house, Lin Zheng couldn't help but applaud. As expected of someone who has built a safe house for the richest man in the country. "I am very satisfied," Wu Yuanshan smiled slightly, his face full of pride. "Thank you, Mr. Lin." Suddenly, Lin Zheng changed the topic and said with a serious expression, "However, it has a fatal flaw." Hearing this, Wu Yuanshan was a little unhappy. "It's so possible. I've been working day and night for the past 20 days and spent 12% of my energy on this matter. For this reason, I also asked the world's top experts for advice. It's possible that there are still flaws, Mr. Lin. If you can't tell me where the flaw is today, or if you say it unreasonably, then you are insulting me." Seeing the angry expression on Wu Yuanshan's face, Lin Zheng walked up to him, glanced at him, and said softly, "This fatal flaw is you, Wu Yuanshan looked at Lin Zheng in shock. Lin Zheng continued, "The person who is most familiar with this safe house must be you. If you want to break into this safe house, it must be easy." Wu Yuanshan said righteously, "Mr. Lin, we have professional ethics and will never destroy the safe house we built." "Have professional ethics in the face of life. Everything is bullshit," Lin Zheng said with a smile. Wu Yuanshan frowned. He naturally knew what Lin Zheng meant by what he said. "Mr. Lin, don't worry, after I finish this job, I will take the money to live in seclusion abroad and disappear from now on." The next second, Lin Zheng suddenly pinched his neck. Wu Yuanshan looked horrified. "What are you going to do?" "As long as you are alive, everything is possible. I will only feel relieved if you are dead," Lin Zheng said coldly in the face of the apocalypse. "Everything matters, including the lives of others. Only survival is the most important. Even if you do whatever you can." In fact, the moment Lin Zheng stepped into Arc Company and saw Wu Yuanshan, he felt that he was very familiar. One day he finally remembered who he was in his last life. At the end of the world, It was he who led his team to break down the safe houses of the rich one by one, forcing them to hand over supplies. He also recorded the process of breaking into the safe house into a video and spread it out, telling the rich people who have safe houses to hand over the supplies. Otherwise, they will be dead when they break through. Lin Zheng had seen that video before. So when Wu Yuanqin mentioned the words professional ethics just now, Lin Zheng really wanted to laugh. Wu Yuanqin simply stopped pretending, with a fierce look on his face, and said coldly, "Mr. Lin, I am a veteran of the Special Forces. Do you think you can kill me these days?" Lin Zheng has absorbed a lot of fog one after another. His physical fitness has far exceeded that of ordinary people. He vaguely felt that he seemed to be breaking through the limitations of his body and reaching the first level. Lin Zheng grabbed the hand on Wu Yuanqin's neck and exerted force, only to hear the sound of bones breaking. Wu Yuanqin's expression changed drastically. The next second, Lin Zheng twisted hard, and Wu Yuanqin's whole body softened instantly. Now that the last threat has been removed, we just wait for the end to come. At this time, Lin Dade called. Lin Zheng didn't want to answer the call, but an idea suddenly occurred to him and he answered the phone. "Lin Zheng, are you back? I am ordering you to come to my house. You must give me an explanation today, or I will beat you to death for your parents," Lin Dade said angrily on the other end of the phone. Lin Zheng raised the corners of his mouth and said, "I'm here, Uncle, as soon as you enter the house." Lin Dade's family folded their arms and said nothing. The atmosphere was on the verge of breaking out. Seeing Lin Zheng come in, Liu Heimei immediately stood up, pointed at Lin Zheng's nose and scolded Lin Zheng. "You be Diu are an inhumane thing. We have raised you for so many years, but you are like this. Ours first sold the house to us and then sold it to someone else. What do you mean your brother's wedding was ruined by you? If you don't give us an explanation for this matter, we will sever ties with you." Lin Zheng snorted and broke off the relationship. "Why do you think I care so much?" When Lin Zheng's cousin Lin Fei saw Thish stood up, waved his fist and was about to hit Lin Zheng, but he was pushed to the ground by Lin Zheng. Lin Fei was shocked at how could his cousin, who usually looked thin and weak, have such great strength. Liu Heimei hurriedly helped Lin Fei up and started to curse again. "You have become more capable. Right, I want to beat your cousin, you are so capable. So go beat up those people who robbed our house." Lin Dade crossed his arms and looked at Lin Zheng with an angry face. "Lin Zheng, tell me what are you going to do about this matter? I'll pay you money, what else can I do?" Lin Zheng said directly. The family's eyes lit up instantly. "How much compensation? In addition to the 1 million you gave me before, I will give you another 2 million, this is okay." Silence for a few seconds. Liu Heimei was the first to react. "Hey, we are all a family. We don't care about monies. Come on, Zheng, come and sit down, you haven't eaten yet. Just stay for dinner tonight." Lin Dade was more cautious and said, "I believe it if you tell me." Lin Zheng took out the transfer receipt and showed it to him. The payee was Lin Dade, and the remittance amount was 3 million. Lin Dade then smiled and said, "Old lady, go cook quickly. I want to have a drink with my good nephew today." Lin Zheng waved his hand. "There's no need to eat. Just give me all your food and drinks. I'm too lazy to buy them. Okay, we are all a family. Take a look at everything you have at home." Lin Dade patted Lin Zheng on the shoulder and said finally. Lin Zheng carried a big bag and took away all the supplies of Lin Dade's family. And his transfer record was actually a delayed transfer. When Lin was passing by the bank, it had been cancelled. Next, the doomsday comes and zombies besiege the city. Lin was walking on the road when he suddenly felt a gust of wind. There is a strange and familiar smell in the air. It's mist. This mist is very thin and contains many impurities. It is not as high concentration and high purity as the mist rewarded to Lin Zheng by the system. The concentration of fog at this time can only induce people to turn into zombies, but it cannot be absorbed by people to strengthen their bodies. From a distance, Lin Zheng seemed to see a man squatting on the ground. As if fiddling with something suddenly, the man turned around suddenly and saw only the whites of his Aishi's mouth full of blood and a piece of intestine in his hand. And in front of him was a woman who had been disemboweled. Lin Zheng was surprised. Has the end come early? I clearly remember that it is tomorrow. Passers-by also spotted the scary man. And soon someone called the police. After a while, the police arrived and shot the zombie man to death. Lin Zheng suddenly realized that it was the authorities who took action. Otherwise, there will be a large-scale zombie attack tonight. No one noticed that when the zombie man was headshot, the blood splashed out and floated into the mouths of passers-by and the police. And their bodies are also changing rapidly. After the police cleaned up the scene, they drove away and the scene was cordoned off. The onlookers were also taken back to the police station to take notes. In fact, they were required to sign confidentiality agreements because this incident was too bizarre, and the officials were afraid of causing panic among the masses. Lin Zheng knew that the end was getting closer and closer, and he had to return to the safe house quickly. When he was halfway there, he suddenly saw an old man falling to the ground. He did not stop but continued walking forward, however. He saw a young man step forward to help the old man. But the old man grabbed the young man's shoulders, then rushed up to him, beating his brain crazily. The young man screamed in pain, and everyone around him fled in fear in less than a minute. The young man who was bitten stood up in an extremely weird posture. His eyes were like the eyes of a dead fish. His hands were like claws, and his skin was wrapped around his bones. You could also see patches of corpse on his skin. The next second, he would rush towards the crowd crazily and bite everyone he saw. Ho 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 ho, the streets are full of strange screams. Suddenly, while Lin was walking, a female zombie in uniform jumped out of the bushes nearby. Seeing Lin Zheng, she instantly became excited. Roared and rushed forward. Lin Zheng's thought flashed, and the baseball bat in the system space appeared in his hand. Q-sight, Lin Zheng hit the female zombie with a blow to the head, and the baseball bat was directly embedded in her skull. The female zombie twitched a few times then fell backwards. She was wearing a skirt that covered her hips, and she was falling down right in front of Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng, damn it, my eyes are dirty. Then he took out a pistol from the system space and held it in his hand. Those zombies that tried to get close to him were shot in the head by him. The streets are getting more and more chaotic. There are more and more zombies without any time to think. Lin Zheng took out a Mercedes-Benz G, quickly opened the door and got into the car. At this moment, a young woman wearing black stockings and a tube-top skirt suddenly stopped Lin Zheng and said, "Brother, take me away, I can do anything for you." Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng replied coldly, "Get out." The girl was still unwilling to give up and started to take off her clothes. A group of zombies not far away had discovered them. Without saying a word, Lin Zheng raised his pistol and shot the girl in the head. Then he quickly closed the door, kicked the accelerator to the bottom, and rushed directly into the zombie group in front. Dozens of zombies were directly knocked away. It fell to the ground and was smashed to pieces, with blood and flesh everywhere, exuding a disgusting stench. On the road, more and more people are driving away. Everyone completely ignored the traffic lights and ran through the red lights. At some intersections, violent collisions between vehicles often occurred. Suddenly, all intersections in Jiangtang City were filled with flames. At this time, a white car came behind Lin Zheng's car and flashed Lin Zheng's rearview mirror wildly with its headlights, making Lin Zheng unable to open his eyes. This was followed by honking the horn wildly. Lin Zheng watched the car forcefully change lanes from left to right, and then came to the back of his own car. Now he wanted to drive faster, but Lin Zheng didn't want to go faster. There were cars in front of him, so how could he go faster? The white car forced to change lanes again, but the car in the lane on his right refused to give way at all. At this time, who cares about you? Unexpectedly, the white car suddenly turned sideways, knocking over the red car in the right lanes. Then he quickly came to the right lanes, immediately increased his speed, and walks side by side with Lin Zheng's Big G. A head sticks out of the car. He has a bald head. Wears a big gold chain and has a cigarette in his mouth. The other one is that little gangster. The bald man smashed the cigarette butt against Lin Zheng's car window and spat a few more times. Then he started yelling, "Boy, do you know how to drive? You drive so slowly, go and eat shit." Lin Zheng smiled slightly, then rolled down the window. When the bald man saw the other party rolling down the window, he became even more arrogant and actually threw a bottle of iced black tea with foam into Lin Zheng's car. He suddenly burst into laughter and said, "Boy, go ahead and drink your urines. You're also driving and you're driving your mother." As he said that, Baldhead was about to force his way past Lin Zheng and block Lin Zheng's path. Lin Zheng didn't tolerate him, so he stepped on the accelerator and caught up with him again. He always kept abreast of him and refused to let him overtake. The bald man's eyes suddenly widened with anger. He took out an iron rod from the passenger side and pointed it at Lin Zheng. "Boy, are you looking for death?" Lin Zheng did not speak, but slowly raised the pistol and pointed it at the bald head. F***K. The bald man was frightened and stepped on the accelerator. But it was too late. Lin Zheng fired several shots at him, just blew his bald head off as a result. His car lost control and crashed directly into a tree on the side of the road. After putting away the gun, Lin Zheng looked forward. Suddenly slam on the brakes. Ahead is an intersection with flames blazing into the sky, where are countless vehicles blocked. Without any time to think, Lin Zheng quickly got out of the car. Hold the pistol tightly when he passed an Audi car. A zombie stuck out his head and was about to bite Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng directly put the muzzle of the gun into his mouth, fired several times and shot through his head. After firing the bullets, Lin Zheng threw the gun directly and copied another one from the system's space. "Help me, help me." Lin Zheng looked back and saw a middle-aged woman with one leg pinned under the car and moaning in pain. When she found out that Lin Zheng had seen her, she immediately shouted to Lin Zheng, "Help me, I have money. My husband has money, I will give you money. Money is money, still useful." Seeing that another wave of zombies was about to come, Lin Zheng turned around and left. The middle-aged woman yelled from behind, "Do you still have humanity? Come and save me, you be ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** looked at the woman. The woman mocked, "Why your conscience has discovered it. Come and save Muhi. Are you still standing there, then?" Lin Zheng raised his pistol and shot the middle-aged woman twice. Noisy Lin Zheng ran all the way. And just when he was about to reach the safe house, suddenly I heard several roars that were different from the roars of zombies. A bit like the roars of tigers. Lin Zheng remembered that the zoo was quite far away from the city. How could there be tigers? He looked around and saw a group of zombies gathered together not far away. As if they were attacking someone the next second. A golden retriever flew up through a zombie under him, bit it wildly, and actually tore off the zombie's head in one go. This is too fierce. After the fog hit, global mutations occurred. Not only humans but also some animal splints. And even items mutate, giving them extraordinary powers. However, compared to humans, the probability of mutations in these things is much smaller. After thinking about it, the golden retriever flew up and knocked down another zombie, stretched out its claws and scratched the zombie's belly, and instantly opened a bloody mouth. The internal organs inside flowed out one by one. But the zombie did not lose its ability to move and struggled to get up. The golden retriever's eyes flashed, as if he understood something. He bit the zombie's head in one bite, then twisted wildly, and forcefully tore off its head. Lin Zheng was shocked. This golden retriever discovered the zombie's weakness at once, which was to attack their heads. This is a golden retriever that has begun to develop intelligence. Obviously, it is the only mutant among animals at this time. More and more zombies were surrounding the golden retriever. The golden retriever was not afraid at all. He bared his teeth and roared angrily, like a real ferocious beast. Although this golden retriever is powerful, It can't stand up to the large number of zombies. After killing one another, one comes. As if there is no end to them slowly. Its physical strength began to decline, and its limbs trembled slightly. But it held on and refused to fall. Dozens of zombies paused for a while, and then rushed towards the golden retriever at the same time. Seeing that the golden retriever was about to be killed, Lin Zheng took action. He fired 9 shots in 1 second. And 9 zombies fell to the ground. Lin Zheng, who had absorbed hundreds of bottles of mist, had various physical qualities that were dozens of times higher than those of ordinary people. Kicked directly to break a zombie's leg. Another punch smashed the head of a zombie. Then he turned around and grabbed the twin ponytails of a female zombie. Oh, she's a Lolita, she's really pretty. Lin Zheng glanced at him and said with the other hand. He pinched the neck of the lowly zombie, like pinching a little chicken, and then pulled it upwards, pulling out its entire head. The golden retriever was shocked when he saw such a fierce human being. He stared blankly at the scene in front of him and did not react for a long time. Why are you standing there? Come and help. Lin Zheng shouted to the golden retriever. Only then did the golden retriever come back to his senses. It was as if I had a partner fighting side by side, and I immediately felt restored to strength. He shouted to the sky and rushed towards a zombie behind Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was startled, thinking that the golden retriever was going to attack him. When he looked back, it turned out that there was an old sick zombie preparing to attack him. But the golden retriever discovered it. After tearing off the zombie's head, golden retriever grinned at Lin Zheng's. Lin Zheng nodded to it. 1 person and 1 dog quickly eliminated all the zombies. Then they leaned on each other back to back, panting heavily, looking at the piles of zombie corpses on the ground. 1 person and 1 dog laughed in unison. Golden retriever not bad, woof woof woof. The golden retriever barked twice, as if in response to Lin Zheng. I know you understand, how about a bottle of beer? With that, Lin Zheng took out 2 bottles of beer from the system space. Turned around, he opened his own bottle. And then he was about to open the other bottles, but was stopped by golden retriever. Lin Zheng understood what it meant and put the beer on the ground. The golden retriever pressed the beer to the ground with 1 paw and made a slit in the beer with a slight stroke of the other paw. The beer spurted out instantly, and the golden retriever quickly went up and took a few sips. After drinking, he imitated human behavior and burped. Lin Zheng smiled and raised his beer. Here, drink. After drinking, Lin Zheng took golden retriever back to the safe house. In the end of the world, zombies may not be the most terrifying, but humans must be the scariest. Animals sometimes understand people's hearts better than people. After arriving at the safe house, Lin Zheng immediately opened the global monitor and checked the situation in various places. The zombie crisis has broken out in almost all countries in the world, including the beautiful country, the Brown Bear country, and the island country. For a time, everyone was in danger and the world was in chaos, especially in a beautiful country that yearns for freedom. Because people can carry guns, gunshots burst out in the streets for a while. There is killing everywhere. Some gunshots are killing zombies, while others are killing humans. Then Lin Zheng looked at the situation in Jiangtang City again. The streets are full of zombies wandering around. Countless cars are scattered on the road, and the intersection is filled with flames. Transportation was paralyzed immediately. It's midnight now, and almost all the buildings have their lights turned off. Lin Zheng zoomed in on an ordinary family. Found a family hiding in the storage room shivering. The current situation is that those who escaped home, those who are temporarily safe, and those who cannot escape have all turned into zombies. Suddenly, Lin Zheng wanted to see how his uncle's family was doing. Adjusting the vision to that point, they were lucky enough that none of the family had gone out. No one was killed. They are all hiding in a room now, looking around in horror. Lin Zheng turned off the monitor. He took out a rocking chair, lay down on it and said leisurely, "It's none of my business." All I have to do now is enjoy life, as he spoke. Lin Zheng took out a glass of 1982-year-old sugar wine and began to taste it leisurely. Looking at the golden retriever's tired and hungry look, Lin Zheng took out a dozen bottles of Kona salt brine and a whole Russian roast beef leg and placed them in front of it. Ate it without saying a word. The golden retriever scratched open a bottle of Kona salt brine, and after showing off he gnawed on the beef leg. Lin Zheng's continued to sit on the rocking chair, and this time he took out a cup of coffee and drank it. Seeing the golden retriever eating so deliciously, Lin Zheng also felt a little hungry. He took out a round table again, covered with a floral plaid tablecloth. Take out another candle, light it and put it on top finally. I took out a piece of foie gras and ate it slowly with coffee. And outside the safe house, a man is running desperately, with hordes of zombies chasing him behind him. Suddenly, the sole of his foot slipped and he tripped to the ground. The zombies behind immediately rushed up, cut him open, bite his head open and suck out the brains inside. Lin Zheng closed his eyes and enjoyed it. The delicateness of foie gras and the strong aroma of coffee are mixed together. A perfect match. This is the end. The death of others will not affect your enjoyment of delicious food at all. After eating and drinking, Lin Zheng took out a Simmons bed, fell on it and slept until the next day. Then I fried 2 steaks for myself and Jin Mao, and steamed 2 Australian dragons. A beautiful day has begun. Lin was adjusting the adjustable transparency glass of the safe house to fully transparent. A group of zombies were wandering leisurely outside. After seeing Lin Zheng, instantly raised his head, revealing his rotten face and bloody teeth, and roared towards Lin Zheng. He slapped the glass frantically, grinned at Lin Zheng, and yellow water with residue kept pouring out of his mouth. Lin Zheng looked at the furious zombies in front of him and took a bite of steak. Hey, it's really delicious. The zombie seemed to feel Lin Zheng's taunt, and became more and more violent and violent. He roared loudly off his face, revealing the sticky flesh and blood, and rubbed it against the glass, leaving it covered with blood. He also took out his own internal organs and touched them on the glass, trying to disgust Lin Zheng. Ho ho ho. After doing all this, the zombie seemed very satisfied and looked up to the sky with a strange smile. Unexpectedly, Lin Zheng became more and more excited as he watched. He picked up the Australian dragon and started chewing it, as if he was watching a mukbang. Golden retriever, come quickly. The golden retriever came over with a steak in his mouth, then lay down in front of the glass and started to show off the steak. Seeing that Lin Zheng and Jin Mao were not disgusted, but were eating so deliciously, the zombie was so angry that he screamed. Lin Zheng put down Aolong and stood up. You guys have been showing off your teeth and claws outside for a long time, and now it's my turn. As he spoke, he pressed his index finger on the wall, and the area slowly sunk in. Then a cover was slowly opened next to it, which contained various buttons. Lin Zheng pressed a yellow button. Here, I'll give you a sulfuric acid bath. The next second, jets of sulfuric acid water were sprayed out from the jets on the wall. Countless zombies were sprayed with sulfuric acid. White smoke suddenly appeared from their bodies, and they also made a corrosive hissing sound. First, the skin and flesh flowed from their bodies like mud, and then the bones disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if being gnawed by countless invisible tiny creatures. Countless zombies just turned into a pile of mud, but there are still countless zombies rushing up crazily. As long as they see a living person, they will rush forward like moths to a flame desperately. Lin Zheng smiled slightly and pressed another button. The next second, the nozzle also sprayed out liquid, but this time it was not sulfuric acid. The zombies outside paused for a moment, seeing that the liquid was ineffective on them. They howled excitedly, laugh. Lin Zheng pressed another red button, and tongues of fire spurted out instantly, and the zombies outside also burst into flames. It turns out that the liquid is gasoline. It's the No. 98 gasoline that Lin Zheng spent 1,000 yuan on. Sure enough, it is expensive for a reason. It burns quickly, ignites instantly and burns fully without black smoke. Soon, the zombies outside were burned into a pile of black coals. Lin Zheng took a look and shook his head. The scene was no different from a battle position then. Lin Zheng adjusted the transparency of the glass to completely opaque and began to sit on the rocking chair to rest for a while. At this time, the phone rang. I picked it up and saw that it was Lin Zheng's girlfriend Li Menjiao. "Why is this bitch calling?" Lin Zheng answered the call. It was a video call. Li Menjiao's frightened expression immediately came from the other end of the phone. "Zheng, I'm so scared, please come and save me." "Where are you?" Li Menjiao looked hesitant and said hesitantly, I'm at a friend's house, come and save me." Looking at the scene behind Li Menjiao, the decoration was luxurious, and it looked like she belonged to a wealthy family. She, Li Menjiao, would have such rich friends. "I'm afraid I'm not a gun mate." Suddenly, a man's hand wearing a watch flashed across the video. Lin Zheng smiled. It turned out that he was at Manager Wang's house. Lin Zheng immediately used the global monitor to bring up the picture of Manager Wang's house. I saw a group of zombies blocking the door of his house. Frantically afraid of opening the door, then Lin Zheng pulled the camera into the room and saw Manager Wang winking in front of Li Menjiao. Apparently, he was teaching Li Menjiao how to say. What shocked Lin Zheng was that these two guys were not wearing any clothes. When Li Menjiao asked herself to rescue her, she was actually asking herself to be used as a bait to lure away the zombies behind their door so as to buy them time to escape. What a sinister human heart. Lin Zheng pretended to be panicked and said, "Are you okay?" "Menjiao, give me your address and I will come to rescue you right away." Seeing Lin Zheng's huge reaction, Li Menjiao was stunned for a while. And then she cried aggrievedly, "Zheng, I'm so scared. Come quickly, I'm at 601, Country Garden 5, come quickly." Lin Zheng felt sick in his heart, crocodile tears. "Okay, I'll be here right away. Just wait for me and don't run around," Lin Zheng said, pretending to be anxious. Then hung up the phones. Then he slowly turned on a computer and said, "I'm going to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds today." Timmy, after Li Menjiao hung up the phones, she showed a proud smile to Manager Wang. "It's done. I said Lin Zheng licking dog will definitely come. Look at his anxious look, ha ha ha." Manager Wang hugged her into his arms, kissed her on the lips and said, "Meng Yao, you still have the ability when Lin Zheng that licking dog. Comes the zombies outside the door will be attracted to him. You can take the opportunity to run to 602, which is also my house. And the supplies I usually stock up are there, so that we don't have to go hungry in the future." "Manager Wang, you are so kind." Li Menjiao blushed and buried herself in Manager Wang's arms. "How about another one, Woohoo, good luck, let's eat chicken tonight." Looking at the words "first place" on the computer screen, Lin Zheng shouted excitedly. At this time, the phone rang again. "It's Li Menjiao, that bitch, I can't wait any longer." Lin Zheng answered the phone, and Li Menjiao said with anger on his face, "Lin Zheng, what do you mean? It's been several hours, why haven't you come yet? I remember your home is only half an hour away from Country Garden." Lin Zheng immediately turned the camera to front-facing, took a look at his computer and then said, "Sorry. I was just playing a game and forgot about it. You see, it's a bit late now. Why don't you just sleep at your friend's house?" "Late? How about I come to rescue you tomorrow? Play games?" Li Menjiao was furious. "It's time. You're still playing games. Is there something wrong with your brain? Oh, by the way, you're right, how can I play games? My dinner seems to be ready, it's time to have dinner, then." Lin Zheng pointed the camera at his dinner, which turned out to be Heidillo hot pots. Li Menjiao, who had not eaten for a day and a night, was drooling at the sight. In addition, she had fought with Manager Wang dozens of times, and she was so hungry that her chest pressed against her back. "Lin Zheng, you are actually eating hot pot alone. Do you know that I haven't eaten for a day and a night, and I am about to starve to death? Can you bear to eat when you see me like this?" Lin Zheng immediately replied, "I'm sorry. I didn't consider your feelings, humph." Li Menjiao snorted. Lin Zheng, then I'll hang up the phone and eat again, bye. Li Menjiao's eyes widened and she wanted to say something. But the other parties had already hung up the phones. I'm so angry the third day of the end. The situation has become increasingly serious. Li Menjiao and manager Wang Hu had not eaten for 3 days. Had red eyes and pale faces at the moment. Li Menjiao called Lin Zheng many times later. But every time Lin Zheng took pictures of what he was eating, including birds' nests in the morning barbecue at noon, hot pot at night, and even the dogs he raised were eating big fish and meat. She really couldn't stand it anymore, scolded Lin Zheng. And then he never called her again. Manager Wang adjusted his glasses and his eyes suddenly lit up. He said to Li Menjiao, I remember the warehouse in this room. I have stored some biscuits, why don't you go find them? I'm too hungry to walk, indeed. Manager Wang has been drained dry in the past 2 days. Almost to the point of exhaustion. Why didn't you tell me earlier? We are all starving to death. Li Menjiao said reproachfully. Didn't I just remember it? Okay, I'll go take a look. After saying that, Li Menjiao dragged her hungry body slowly towards the short warehouse. The warehouse was not big, and it was almost impossible for anyone to get in. Li Menjiao stuck her head in and rummaged there with her butt sticking out. When manager Wang saw this, he immediately picked up the fruit knife on the table and walked quietly towards Li Menjiao. Where is it? Why not? If you search carefully, I remember there is one. Manager Wang approached her and forced himself to answer calmly. His breathing became more and more rapid. His expression became more and more nervous. And sweat beads the size of soybeans began to appear on his face. Just when he raised the fruit knife and was about to stab it down, Li Menjiao suddenly withdrew and dodged to the side. Manager Wang's knife stabbed directly into the ground. Are you guarding me? Manager Wang was shocked. Li Menjiao said fiercely, you have been plotting against me. When manager Wang didn't react, Li Menjiao threw the wrench in his hand at his head. Manager Wang was knocked dizzy. Li Menjiao got up suddenly and cut his neck with the utility knife in his hand. Immediately blood flowed like a gush, and the hot and bright red blood sprayed on Li Menjiao's body, turning it red instantly. Manager Wang threw away the knife in his hand, covered his neck with both hands, widened his eyes, and looked at Li Menjiao in disbelief. BCH. As he said that, he started to grab her neck with his hands. Li Menjiao grabbed his hand and stabbed his wrist again. The blood vessels in his wrist were cut, and blood gurgled out freely again. Seeing that manager Wang had not fallen down for a long time and was still looking at him, Li Menjiao picked up the fruit knife on the ground and stabbed him in the stomach like crazy. Didn't you say you love me? Didn't you say you were willing to do anything for me? Now I want to eat you so you can go in peace. Li Menjiao's eyes were red and full of madness. After being stabbed dozens of times, manager Wang finally gave up his breath. He suddenly fell back and hit the ground heavily. 10 minutes later, bites. It's time to heat up in the microwave. Li Menjiao opened the microwave ovens, took out the contents and started eating. Suddenly her face sank. Lin Zheng, it's all your fault. If you had come to save me, I wouldn't have ended up like this. You are responsible for all this. I want revenge. Belch. Lin Zheng just finished eating a roast suckling pig and burped. Then he felt his nose was itchy and couldn't help but sneeze. Which idiot is scolding me? Then Lin Zheng threw the leftovers outside the safe house. Every time he threw them, a large number of zombies came to grab them. Lin Zheng clapped his hands and said to Jin Mao, come. Jin Mao will take you to a good place, brush. A white light flashed, and Lin Zheng and Jin Mao appeared in the system space. The golden retriever looked around curiously. Lin Zheng patted its dog's head and said, don't look at it. If you eat my food, you have to work. Go and plow the land over there. Let's plant some fruits today, woof woof. The golden retriever barked twice, ran over excitedly, raised his paws and dug into the soil crazily. Like a small excavator. Lin Zheng was surprised. It's so violent. It seems that I won't have to do the plowing and weeding in the future. Just like that, Golden Retriever was plowing the ground in front, and Lin Zheng was sowing fruit seeds in the back. Today Lin is planning to grow 4 kinds of fruits: strawberries, watermelons, peaches, and durians. The area of each fruit is 20*20 meters. After the seeds were sown, Lin Zheng took out the Kona salt brine and watered them. After waterings, find a section of fence from the area on the right, and through continuous copying it a bunch of fences. Lin Zheng used these fences to surround the 4 fruits and the previous rice field. They looked neat and tidy, so nice. Then speed up the time in the left area 100 times. Watermelons and strawberries both take about 100 days to bear fruit, which is 100 times faster. You can eat fresh watermelons and strawberries in 1 day. It takes about 3 years for peaches to bear fruit. 100 times faster, it will take more than 10 days. Durian usually takes about 8 years to bear fruit. If it is accelerated 100 times, it will take nearly a month. You have to wait, however. There should be durians stocked in the area on the right, so you can eat them anytime you want. Looking at the results of his afternoon's labor, Lin Zheng was very satisfied. Even my feet were covered with mud again. I still remember the last time I went to the 4S shop after planting rice and was directly treated as a farmer. With these 2 lessons learned, Lin Zheng built a cement road in the muddy field, half a meter wide, with various flowers and plants planted on both sides, including Peonies, chrysanthemums, orchids, tulips. I thought that these flowers would wither quickly if the flow rate was 100 times faster. But the system told Lin Zheng that time acceleration can be divided into regions, and the time can also be set when the time is up. The acceleration will stop, and it can also always remind the host of the planting situation. So smart. Lin Zheng then adjusted the flower area to the normal flow rate. Adjust the areas of the fruit so that once the fruit is ripe, the acceleration will stop after everything was done. Lin Zheng found a bottle of Moutai wine. At first glance, isn't this Han Emperor Moutai wine? 1 bottle was sold for nearly 10 million back then. Lin Zheng copied thousands of bottles directly. Then he picked up a bottle and said, "Let me see why you sell it so expensively." After taking a sip, Lin Zheng spat out, "What's so good about this? It's not as good as Coke." With that said, he poured 10 million bottles of wine into the swimming pool and fed it to the fish. After finishing the work, the Golden Retriever ran over, sticking out his tongue and panting, "Are you thirsty? I'll give you something to drink." Lin Zheng laughed evilly and gave it a bottle of Han Emperor Moutai. The Golden Retriever scratched the wine bottle and drank wildly. "Hey, I won't kill you," Lin Zheng said with a smile. Unexpectedly, the Golden Retriever became more and more energetic as he drank. He quickly finished 1 bottle and then opened another bottle by himself. "Lin Zheng, this is the first time I've met a Golden Retriever who loves drinking." Suddenly Lin Zheng's eyebrows moved, as if someone was coming. He quickly opened the system's monitor function to check. Sure enough, outside the safe house, there was a group of armed men looking furtively at the safe house. One of the one-eyed dragons said to a man holding an AK and wearing camouflage uniforms, "Ankur, is this here?" The man in camouflage uniform is somewhat similar to Wu Yuanshan. He nodded and said, "Yes, this is what my brother told me. He said that a super rich man built a safe house in our city. He gave me all the data of the safe house and wanted me to kidnap that person. The rich man gave him a hard blowbutt before he could do it. The zombies came." The one-eyed dragon smiled and said, "Brother Ankur, it's not too late. There must be a lot of supplies in this safe house. And once we occupy this safe house, we will no longer be afraid of zombie attacks. This person is Wu Yuanhui, Wu Yuanshan's younger brother. These 2 brothers own builds a safe house, then gives the data of the safe house to another person, and then lets the other person hijack the rich man who built the safe house. Making $2 is really a business genius, however. The consciences of these 2 brothers are also greatly damaged. Unfortunately, what they encountered this time was not an ordinary rich man, but the murderous Lin Zheng." Lin Zheng turned off the monitor. Jia Golden Retriever. The show has begun. The Golden Retriever was very drunk at this time. But when he heard that he was going out to fight, he immediately became fierce, Batancor. There are so many zombies surrounding it. We can't get through it all. Wu Yuanhui thought for a moment and said, pull a woman out. Well, the next second, a young woman with tattered clothes and a frightened face was pulled out. Obviously, this woman had been ravaged by them in every possible way. Her body was covered with scars including bite wounds, scars burned by cigarette butts, and clearly visible palm prints on her face. This is the end of the world. The weak will eat the strong. The strong can do anything to the weak, including humiliating her body and even taking her life. Social order, ethics, and morality will quickly collapse. For most people, the most primitive desires and evils in their hearts will be infinitely magnified. Wu Yuanhui put his gun against the girl's head and said viciously, keep running from this road and don't stop. Do you hear me? The girl looked up and saw that this road was full of zombies. If she ran over like this, she would attract the attention of all the zombies to herself. No tilde. The girl shook her head. Her eyes were full of tears. Her whole body was shaking and she tried her best to resist. Wu Yuanhui's eyes widened and a wave of evil energy emerged, which made the girl tremble all over in fright. Then, he stuffed the barrel of the AK into the girl's mouth and said, if you don't run away, I'll shoot you to death. The girl shook her head desperately. She had no choice but to run. And behind Wu Yuanhui and the others, there were 4 such girls. It seemed that they were luring away zombies like this along the way. The girl rushed out with tears in her eyes and bare feet. When the zombies surrounding the safe house heard the movement, they suddenly became energetic and ran towards the girl one after another. Seeing more and more zombies behind her, the girl became more and more frightened. Even though her feet were bleeding, she still ran forward desperately. Ho ho ho. The zombies behind her bared their teeth and claws and made terrifying noises. The girl would look back from time to time. Whenever she saw the zombies' terrifying appearance, she would speed up again and again. Seeing this scene in the safe house, Lin Zheng shook his head and said, I'll give you a ride. Then, he took out a sniper rifle, put on a silencer, and aimed at the girl from the nozzle. After the gunshot, the girl was shot in the head and her brains were splattered. Then she fell to the ground, and the zombies behind her rushed up crazily, fighting for her brains. She no longer has to run away, no longer has to be afraid. Not long after, the zombies slowly dispersed, leaving behind a mangled body of a girl. When Wu Yuanhui and others saw that the girl had attracted the zombies away, they slowly moved towards the safe house. They leaned against the wall of the safe house and looked around warily. Then Wu Yuanhui took out a tablet, and on the screen was the structural diagram of the safe house, as well as various data. I saw him operating quickly on the tablet. After a while, there was a sound of mechanical friction, and all the traps buried in the open space on their right were triggered. There are super strong animal traps that can directly cut off a person's legs. There are spike traps and even a dozen explosive mines. Immediately afterwards, many jets appeared on the wall of the safe house, and the jets sprayed poisonous arrows, flames, and sulfuric acid in sequence. Wu Yuanhui stared at the poisonous arrows, gasoline and sulfuric acid content on the screen. About 5 minutes passed. He snapped his fingers. All the traps have been used up. The gate is over there. Let's go there. One-Eyed Dragon and others couldn't help but feel frightened when they looked at these terrible traps. If they rush into this place rashly, they will definitely be trapped by those traps and become worse than death. Lin was in the safe house, watching their actions, and couldn't help but smile. He immediately took out the spare poison arrows, gasoline, and sulfuric acid from the system space and reloaded them into the trap. At this time, Wu Yuanhui and others were walking within the spray range of the jet port. Lin Zheng pressed the launch button. Dozens of nozzles immediately ejected high-concentration sulfuric acid. Wu Yuanhui had quick eyesight and quick hands, so he pulled a subordinate to stand in front of him. Hiss. High-concentration sulfuric acid was sprayed on the subordinate's body, and white smoke instantly appeared, and the skin and flesh began to corrode rapidly. He also let out a painful howl, and soon the sound disappeared. When Wu Yuanhui saw that there was no movement from the nozzle, he threw aside his men who were so corroded that they were not human-like. Cyclops also escaped in the same way, but he was not so lucky. One of his arms was accidentally stained with sulfuric acid, which instantly corroded a bloody hole. Angkor, what is going on? Wu Yuanhui was also full of doubts. He had obviously exhausted all the resources in the trap. He opened the tablet again and found that the poison arrows, gasoline and other items that had been consumed were filled to the top again. Is there any backup? Wu Yuanhui reacted and immediately said to his subordinates, "Back off." Everyone immediately retreated to their previous positions. Wu Yuanhui performed the same operation again, consuming everything in the trap. With the lesson learned from the last time, he did not rush over with his men immediately this time, but looked at the tablet after a while. I found that the contents of the trap were filled again. Sure enough, there is still a spare. Wu Yuanhui smiled softly, as if he had seen through everything. He knows that the safe house's trap has at most 2 backup resources. Any more will damage other functions of the safe house. Wu Yuanhui stared at the safe house with vicious eyes and whispered, "Wait until I get in and see how I slowly torture you." This time after about 5 minutes, Wu Yuanhui stared at the tablet and found that the items in the trap had not been replenished. He smiled confidently, and it was exactly as he expected. It's no problem this time, let's go. Others still have lingering fears about their previous experiences, especially the one-eyed dragon. Because the sulfuric acid on his hands was not treated in time, he could still feel the pain of his flesh and blood being corroded. He asked with some fear, "Angkor, are you sure there will be no problem this time?" "I said there will be no problem this time." Wu Yuanhui frowned and said in a deep voice, "At this moment." The zombie group that had been led out slowly came back. I saw a few black figures staggering towards me in the night. Angkor, the zombies seem to be back. The one-eyed dragon looked at the black shadow in the distance and said softly. Wu Yuanhui pointed at the girl behind him and said, "Pull another one out." Then another girl was pulled out. Her eyes were full of hatred, staring at the men who had insulted her before her. The one-eyed dragon hit her with a gun and said, "You're on away." Unexpected lithe girl gritted her teeth and said, "Kill me. I won't help you attract zombies, yo-ho." The one-eyed dragon directly threw the butt of his gun at the girl's face. A bruise instantly appeared on the girl's face, and there was a trace of blood hanging from the corner of her mouth. "Kill me," seeing how tough the girl was. The one-eyed dragon instantly got angry. He pulled out the dagger from his waist and wanted to give her some color. Unexpectedly, Wu Yuanhui came directly to the girl and said, "I will give you one last chance. Otherwise, I will peel off your skin, sprinkle it with salt, and then throw it to the zombies." The girl was so frightened by these words that she trembled and turned pale. She is not afraid of death, but she is afraid of torture that would be worse than death. I count to 3, 3, 2. Just when Wu Yuanhui was about to count to 1, the girl gritted her teeth and ran out. She didn't run for long, and she attracted the attention of zombies. A large group of zombies roared and chased her. "Let's go." Wu Yuanhui then gestured to his subordinates and continued walking towards the safe house. When they were about to arrive, Wu Yuanhui said to the one-eyed dragon, "You go ahead." One-eyed dragon looked embarrassed. Wu Yuanhui hit him with a gun and said impatiently, "I said it's no problem." "What are you afraid of?" One-eyed dragon really wants to say. "Since there is no problem, don't you go ahead." Due to the authority of the other party, the one-eyed dragon had to step forward cautiously. Halfway through, he found that he was still safe and sound. He said excitedly, "Angkor, it's really no problem. Come here quickly." Wu Yuanhui looked at the tablet cautiously again. The trap hole in the safe house was still empty. He was completely relieved and continued to march towards the safe house with his men. When everyone is close, Lin Zheng quickly replenished poisonous arrows, sulfuric acid and gasoline. The reason I didn't add anything before was because he had already discovered Wu Yuanhui's intentions with the monitor and deliberately followed his thoughts to make him relax his vigilance. Snap pressed the button immediately. Countless poisonous arrows were shot out from the jet mouth. Wu Yuanhua and others were shocked, but they were unable to dodge. They fell down after being hit by several arrows, but they did not die immediately. Wu Yuanhui's mouth kept pouring blood, and his eyes were full of disbelief. According to the data his brother gave him, the trap in this safe house can only be used in 2 backup copies at most. Why the 4th time the trap can still be activated? At this time, Lin Zheng walked out of the safe house. Looking at the people lying on the ground, smiled, then took out his pistol and shot again one by one. When he arrived at Wu Yuanhua, he said to him, "You are Wu Yuanshan's brother. He gave you the data and structural diagram of this safe house. Fortunately, he was killed at that time. This boy is very bad. He said in front of me, what kind of professional ethics? Bullshit." At this point, Wu Yuanhua's eyes widened. He realized that his brother had been killed by the man in front of him. He wanted to get up, but his body was covered with poisonous arrows. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stand up. "Now go down and accompany your brothers." Lin Zheng raised his pistol and shot him without hesitation, sending him back to the west. There were 2 girls in ragged clothes lying on the ground, who had also been hit by several arrows. When Lin Zheng walked up to them, they prayed to Lin Zheng with tears in their eyes. "Please save us." Their words were full of hope for life. Lin Zheng also knew that these were 2 innocent girls. But in this troubled world, if you don't have the ability, it would be a sin to survive. So, Lin Zheng raised his gun and pointed it at the girls and said, "I'll give you a ride. This world is not suitable for you." Bang! After the gunshots, the girl was shot in the head and died instantly without any pain. But the second girl looked at Lin Zheng with fear on her face, as if she were looking at a demon. "No, don't," she said with a trembling voice and a cry. Lin Zheng didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand and shot the crying girl, ending her pain. After finishing all this, Lin Zheng returned to the safe house, sat on a chair, and turned on the TV to see if the authorities had released any news or countermeasures. After turning on the TV, the official news has indeed been announced. Each station has only one picture playing repeatedly. It was the safety statement issued by Zhou, the mayor of Jiangtong City. "Dear citizens, we have established an isolation area in the western suburbs of the city. It is absolutely safe here due to lack of manpower. We are sorry that we cannot send a rescue team to escort you. But as long as you arrive in the isolation area, we will do our best to protect your safety. The gate of the quarantine area will be opened from 12 noon to 1 p.m. tomorrow. For the safety of the quarantine area, it will only be opened this time. I emphasize that it will only be opened once. Please take advantage of the opportunity." After saying this, the scene repeated again. Lin Zheng was a little curious. Is it really open only once for safety? Did the officials establish an isolation zone in the western suburbs so quickly? What are you thinking about? If you check it with a monitor, you will know. Lin Zheng turned on the monitor function. Western suburbs of Jiangtong City. After saying that, the screen in front of him switched to the western suburbs of Jiangtong City. There is no quarantine area here. It is completely ruined. And you can see a few wandering zombies from time to time. A smell of conspiracy filled the air. Why do officials want to deceive citizens? Lin Zheng was a little confused. He switched the monitor screen again to the screen of Jiangtong City Mayor Zhou. Mayor Zhou and a group of Jiangtong City executives are discussing something at the moment. "Mayor, what if they don't believe it?" "No. In this extremely desperate situation, we gave them a glimmer of hope. Even if there is only 1% chance, they will do it." The mayor is right. These ordinary people have no brains. They are greedy for life and afraid of death. They are short-sighted. It is impossible for them to see through your plan, Mayor. Stop flattering. Are you ready? Everything is ready, Mayor. Okay. When a large number of citizens flock to the western suburbs tomorrow, we will quickly drive away from the eastern suburbs. Lin Zheng smiled. These officials have exposed the ugliness of human nature. Jiangtong City is a remote town, and it is impossible to have the ability to establish an isolation zone. The officials did not hesitate to use the lives of ordinary people as bait to rush out of Jiangtong City, which shows that they must know where the isolation zone was established. Otherwise, they would not have spent such a high price just to escape from Jiangtong City. Therefore, Lin Zheng decided to go to the eastern suburbs to stop them tomorrow. One is to find out where the quarantine zone was established, but the other is to kill these scum. This is not because Lin Zhengduo has a sense of justice. It's just that he feels disgusted when he sees these ugly faces. This group of fat-fed people are greedy for enjoyment in prosperous times and full of scheming in troubled times. What's the use of keeping them just then? Lin Zheng's cell phone vibrated crazily. He picked it up and saw that it was the owner group of the community where he lived before. After selling the house last time, they were supposed to quit. But they forgot about it. At the beginning, everyone was overwhelmed by sudden fear. It has been several days now, and people have finally come to their senses. Start to contact each other, communicate, and inquire about the situation at this moment. Many people in the owner group are sending messages frantically. Today is the 5th day after the end of the world. Lin Zheng suddenly woke up. Today was the day that he would be cut into pieces and eaten by his neighbors. That day was the same as today first. Many people suddenly sent messages in the owner group. Then as they were talking, someone mentioned that Lin Zheng had a lot of instant noodles in his home. Many people in their community do not have the habit of hoarding supplies. After about the 3rd day, they ate all the food in the house. As soon as I heard that someone else had instant noodles, I was like a beast seeing a lamb and became crazy. They all asked Lin Zheng to contribute instant noodles to share with everyone. They also talked about the need to unite and help each other, respect the old and love the young, and other moral kidnappings. Of course, Lin Zheng knows that it's the end of the world. Whoever tries to talk nonsense with you will just refuse him. But against all odds, he never expected that Mrs. Ma would bring her grandson to deceive him. At that time, Mrs. Ma appeared at the door of Zhao Xiaoking's house with her arms in her arms, pleading hard for her to give her a pack of instant noodles. Otherwise, her grandson would starve to death. Lin Zheng didn't want to give it to him at first, but when he thought about how he had suffered from cold and hunger since he was a child, he felt compassion for him. He didn't want to see the child starving. So he opened the door a crack and planned to pass a pack of instant noodles out. But he didn't expect it. The door was pushed open violently, and a group of neighbors swarmed in and robbed all his instant noodles. Mrs. Ma and her grandson were unable to grab it due to their weak physical strength. I can only sit on the ground and curse those people. You heartless ones. Talk to me and I'll trick him into opening the door. And you'll leave 2 packages for us too. Those people ignored her, so she tried desperately to squeeze in, but was kicked out by a strong man not long after. The group of people dispersed, leaving only some people who had not grabbed anything. They were unwilling to accept it and stared angrily at Lin Zheng. If he had taken the initiative to take out the instant noodles and distributed them evenly, they wouldn't have had none at all now. They were ready to vent all their anger on Lin Zheng, and they all looked at him fiercely. In fact, some families don't have any grain stores at all. The reason why they are still alive is that they have begun to eat people. They looked at Lin Zhenggan the more they thought about it. The angrier they became, they rushed up to him, stabbed him several times to make him unable to resist, and then dismembered him bit by bit. Recalling the dismemberment in his last life, Lin Zheng still felt itchy in his teeth. Therefore, in this life, he will not show any compassion. Anyone who hinders his survival will be allowed to disappear from this world. Lin Zheng clicked on the owner group. What on earth is going on? Why are there so many zombies? Is it possible that some country has sent the virus to us? I think it's the fault of those rich people. Just like in Resident Evil. Instead of arguing about where the zombies came from, you might as well discuss how to survive now. I haven't eaten for 2 days and I'm starving now, me too. The zombies came so suddenly. I didn't even have time to stock up on food. Just like this, we had hundreds of conversations around the topic of where zombies come from and supplies. Immediately afterward, Somyeon said, "If anyone turns into a zombie, tell them yourself and don't harm us, that's right. If anything changes at home, please report it immediately. You should also be more conscious and don't come into contact with others. Who knows if you're carrying the virus, by the way. For the safety of other owners in the community, you must also kill your relatives. Whenever you find something wrong with your family members, kill them quickly. Otherwise, you will be in trouble when they turn into zombies." Some people who have turned into zombies in their families read these messages in the group and dared not speak at all. At this moment, Aunt Lee from the neighborhood committee suddenly appeared and said, "Resident, this is a special moment. Our community should unite. Anyone who has supplies should take the initiative to hand it over. And then the neighborhood committee will distribute it to everyone equally. As long as we get through today, we can go to the quarantine area tomorrow. And the officials will definitely give us food by then. So don't hide it now. It's time to contribute to the collective." As soon as these words came out, everyone was making noises. Anyway, they had no food at home. Yes, Aunt Lee is right. If everyone has something to eat, take it out as soon as possible. Everyone eats a little to regain their strength this way. There are more of us, and it will be much safer on the way to the quarantine area tomorrow. I agree with Aunt Lei's approach. One more person now means more strength. I hope those who have supplies will not be so selfish at this time. If you ask me, once you find out that someone has supplies that they won't hand over, we won't take them to the quarantine area tomorrow and let them fend for themselves here. You're right, selfish people don't deserve to be with us. People in the group said this. Some timid people are really scared. Who is afraid that they will not take them to the quarantine area with them? I still have 5 eggs at home, I will hand them over. I still have 2 cabbages at Hamiso, I'll hand them over too. I'll hand it in too. I still have a handful of dried noodles at home. Seeing someone handing it in, Aunt Lee showed a successful smile in front of her mobile phone and collected these things. She would not distribute them. Their family of 5 doesn't even have enough to eat. On the contrary, his son has a big truck. Now he is full of food and drink. Tomorrow they will drive the big truck straight to the quarantine area. There is no need to be with these people. Is there anything else you want to hand in? At this time, Mrs. Ma's son said, I remember there was a homebody on the 6th floor. I think his name was Lin Zheng. His family usually stocked a lot of instant noodles. After saying that, the group immediately exploded. Everyone went crazy about Lin Zheng and asked him to hand over the instant noodles. After seeing these messages, Lin Zheng replied in the group, "Eat shit, you guys." Lin Zheng, what do you mean, are you looking for death? Who the hell are you talking about eating shit? Believe it or not, I will kill you in minutes. It's on the 6th floor, right? You wait for me. Lin Zheng's words immediately caused an explosion in the group. And all the fingers were pointed at Lin Zheng. Especially Aunt Lee, who still said in the group in a superior leader tone, Lin Zhengjin, this critical moment. How can you say something that is not conducive to unity and the collective? You are causing division. If you take the initiative to hand over the instant noodles at home, our neighborhood committee will discuss it. Let's see if I can take you to the quarantine area tomorrow. Why are you talking nonsense to him? This kind of person will be beaten to death immediately. And we will divide his instant noodles. Yes, there is no need to discuss this kind of thing at all. It is really not a thing to be able to say such words at such a moment. There was once again a wave of comments in the group accusing Lin Zheng of attacking. Lin Zheng looked at the group of people in the group and couldn't help but feel funny. Once a weak person appears at this time, they will become the target of their crazy attacks and suppression. Lin Zheng decided to give them a good stimulation. He took out a piece of roast suckling pig and a steak Wellington from the system space. He gave the suckling pig to Golden Retriever, put the steak on the table, and took out a bottle of 1982 red wine. I turned on the video on my phone and recorded this scene. Then send it to the owner group. Lin Zheng added a text after the video. Who said I have instant noodles at home? I don't have instant noodles at all. Only steak and roast suckling pig. If you don't believe me, look at it. After a while, there were hundreds of emoticons in the group instantly. It's all bloody knives, mines, anger, fire, skulls. Lin Zheng, don't go too far. Ah, where did you get the steak and suckling pig? Are you sick? Feed the roasted suckling pig to the dog. What time has it been? You still need to feed the dog. Shouldn't you kill the dog and eat its meat? When Aunt Lee saw that Lin Zheng's house had such good food, she almost drooled in front of the screen. Her mind was spinning rapidly, and she must find a way to pry out the things in his house. She immediately addressed Lin Zheng in the group and said, Lin Zheng, this is a special moment since you have supplies at home. As the director of the neighborhood committee, I now order you to hand over all the supplies at home, and our neighborhood committee will distribute them to the residents. Otherwise, we will not take you to the quarantine area tomorrow. Lin Zheng also replied in the group, you can go if you like. I'm not going anyways. I still have a lot of good food at home that I haven't finished yet, such as Peking duck, beef, pork, and all kinds of fresh food. A fruit and seafood. This is no better than going to the quarantine area. When you arrive in the quarantine areas, you will probably have rice porridge 3 times a day. Seeing Lin Zheng's reply, Aunt Lee's face turned green. Seeing that this guy didn't take the bait, she was so angry that her back molars almost broke. Lin Zheng, whether you go to the quarantine area or not is your business. Now, as a member of the community, you have the obligation and responsibility to help everyone. We all usually help you at this time if you don't repay us. Do you still have a conscience? It started again, moral kidnapping. Do you usually help me less? Lin Zheng thought it was funny. The neighborhood committee comes to your door every day to urge you to pay property fees, cleaning fees, publicity fees, beautification fees, and other expenses. Whenever they need help with anything, they will show off their face, pretend to be stupid. Or just pretend to be stupid, have no idea. Neighbors on the left and right came to use his internet connection. Because there were too many people connected to the internet speed dropped. Lin Zheng was scolded several times by them, saying why he didn't get a better broadband. Lin Zheng usually works overtime and comes home late to cook some food. There will inevitably be some noise. People knocking on the door and scolding him from upstairs and downstairs. You are not allowed to sleep in the middle of the night. And you are cooking every night. Sooner or later you will be exhausted, you be ****D. But when they were still partying, chatting and making loud noises at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night, Lin Zheng came to argue with them. They will only say, you are young, what can't you stand? If you can't stand it, just move out and don't live in this community. Most people in this building know that Lin Zheng is an orphan. He often puts the garbage at home at his door. Sometimes Lin Zheng opens the door in the morning and sees a lot of garbage. Like a garbage dump. I even caught an old woman red-handed once, unexpectedly. The old woman not only did not feel ashamed, but instead pointed at Lin Zheng and cursed, why can others throw it away? But I can't, are you targeting my old woman? This is what they call no less help, what dem old woman. You started to kidnap me morally again. Hey, I have no morals, you can't kidnap me. Let me tell you the truth. I don't care about your life or death at all. Don't dream about my things, I send them every day. It's okay to show you the video. Lin Zheng replied in the group. Aunt Lee's nose turned crooked when she saw Lin Zheng's reply. She didn't expect that his usual moral kidnapping method didn't work at this moment. But seeing that everyone in the group was extremely angry, another plan came to her mind, residents as you can see. This Lin Zheng is out of touch with the masses. On behalf of the neighborhood committee, I formally order Lin Zheng to be expelled from the organization and expelled from our community. His materials will be confiscated and will be distributed to everyone by the neighborhood committee. Hearing this, everyone became excited and responded to Aunt Lee's words. At this time, Mrs. Zhao Sun quickly said in the group, "He is from 601. Come on, let's drive away this scum together. Get rid of this scum, get rid of this scum." The eldest brother who lives in 601 now looks like he is not someone to be trifled with. He might be a gangster. If this group of people encountered them, it would be a great experience. So Lin Zhang continued to stir up their anger in the group. Come on. You think I'm afraid of you because you haven't eaten for a few days, and I'm afraid you won't be able to walk anymore. Just come here and I'll see you off one by one, go to the west. As soon as these words came out, they were like a bomb exploding in everyone's mind. Everyone was furious and wanted to go out to find Lin Zhang to settle accounts. You are so arrogant, I will definitely kill you. Boy, just wait, we are coming. You will definitely regret what you say now. Aunt Lee saw the right opportunity and said, "Residents, let's go to 601 together to settle the score with this guy Lin Zhang." Seeing that the situation was settled, Lin Zhang smiled in front of the mobile phone screen and said, "Then eat 2 bites of steak." Next, he waited for the dog-eat-dog scene. He turned on the monitor and paid attention to the situation of 601. At this moment, there are 7 or 8 people sitting on our sofa in room 601, and they all hold a black pistol in their hands. It seems that this group of people is indeed a gangster. There are also various instruments placed in the living room, and bags of flour-like things are piled in the corners. Lin Zhang instantly understood that it turned out to be a drug-making gang. This is better, these people are all desperados. Those who came to divide Lin Zhang's supplies would be unjustifiable if 2 of them died this time. Brother, what should we do? We haven't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, we will all starve to death here. Lei Hu glanced at his subordinates. They were all weak and exhausted. He is extremely frustrated now. He came here that day to check on the drug-making situation, but he ended up being trapped here. The only thing here is a bunch of drug-making raw materials, which are drugs, but this thing is not worth starving. It would be better if he was trapped in his own home. He usually has the habit of stocking up, and his home is equipped with storage warehouses. He would definitely not be hungry for 9 meals a day like now. Damn it, aren't there many people living in this building? If it doesn't work, grab 2 people to eat. Li Hu spat and the flesh on his face trembled. Brother, I think it's not impossible. Zombies are rampant now, even if they kill 1 or 2 people. The authorities can't do anything to us. They don't even know where they are hiding. Lei Hu looked at the younger brother who spoke. His eyes moved quickly. He said, "Open the door a crack and look outside. Are there any zombies in the corridor?" The younger brother nodded and then came to the door. There was an anti-theft chain on the door. He carefully opened the door a crack and looked out. Except for all kinds of garbage and blood stains on the walls, the corridor was empty with not a single zombie in sight. He turned around and said excitedly, "Brother, there are no zombies in the corridor." Lai Hu stood up, loaded his pistol, and greeted the other brothers. "Brothers, let's go. Catch 2 people and kill them for dinner." "Yes, big brother." The younger brothers were extremely excited when they heard this. These are extremely vicious and murderous people. They just have other food to replace them on weekdays. If there is no food, let them eat people, and they will not feel any discomfort or hesitation. Wait a minute, brother, there seems to be some movement. Li Hu frowned and said angrily, "Did you GC clearly?" The younger brother tried his best to look outside the door a few times, his expression a little confused. But he immediately replied, "Brother, I saw it clearly. A group of people are coming towards us." Li Hu chuckled, "What a G weird thing. Food actually comes to the door by itself. Open the door and let them in, it's big brother." The younger brother quickly took off the anti-theft chain and left the door ajar. Then Li Hu and others leaned against the wall at the door. As soon as they came in, Li Hu and others could immediately lock the door and catch turtles in an urn. Under the leadership of Aunt Li, a group of them rushed toward 601 with kitchen knives and fruit knives. Lin Dade's family was among them. Ever since they found out that they had been deceived by Lin Zheng, Lin Dade's family was furious and wanted to cut Lin Zheng into pieces. However, there was a zombie crisis that night, and they once again realized why Lin Zheng wanted to take away their supplies. He must have known something in advance. He defrauded them of their supplies and put them to death. The fact that they have been able to survive without any supplies is all because of the wife Lin Fei married. At that time after Lin Zheng left, she came and said that the wedding was like this, which made her lose face. And she wanted to break up with Lin Fei this time she came. She was fine when she came as she couldn't go back. There is also the figure of Mrs. Ma. She holds a kitchen knife in her hand and has a fierce look in her eyes. She is the one who wants Lin Zheng to die the most. Not only because she was beaten by him last time, but also because he knows that he has something to hide. Secret Lin was standing in front of the monitor, looking at this group of angry people, and couldn't help but sigh if he hadn't awakened the system. Even if he lived again, he would still have to die at the hands of these people. Therefore, in this life, he will not show any mercy to his enemies. People who have nothing to do with you, whether they are dead or alive, have nothing to do with you. If you want to live a new life, you must live it completely and perfectly. Looking at the screen on the monitor, Lin Zheng took a sip of cold beer. Looking forward to the dog-eating dog show. There was a bang, and the door of room 601 was kicked open. The person who kicked the door was stunned for a moment. The door seemed unlocked. However, the people behind were already blinded by anger. When they saw the door being kicked open, they rushed in. Li Hu and others had almost come in when they saw everyone. He immediately blocked the door, and pointed a gun at them. Everyone turned around and saw 7 or 8 people, each of whom had a gun in their hand. They were instantly trembling with fear. Aunt Li suppressed her fear and said, "Who are you and why are you here? Where is Lin Zheng?" Li Hu walked forward slowly and glanced at Aunt Li. "This is too old, it will bite your teeth when you eat it." After saying that, he asked 2 of his men to throw Aunt Li from the 6th floor. Aunt Li was still saying desperately, "You can't do anything to me. I am the director of the neighborhood committee." Li Hu slapped her in the face. "Cow Nai Ma. Neighborhood committee director, are you kidding me? Even the official director of the office is a dog in front of me. You are a neighborhood committee director, you are nothing." Aunt Li quickly said to other residents, "Why are you still standing? As the director of the neighborhood committee, I am ordering you to rescue me quickly, or I won't take you to the quarantine area tomorrow." No one dared to take action. They all took a step back in fear. Normally, they can follow Aunt Li's wishes. After all, she is a member of the neighborhood committee. If she puts on small shoes for you, it will be enough for you to feel comfortable. But once it comes to this kind of life and death crisis, who cares about you, quarantine? Li Hu was stunned for a moment, pointed a gun at Aunt Li's head and said, "What quarantine areas?" Aunt Li seemed to have grasped the hope of survival and said, "You first promise not to kill me, and I will tell you." F***K threatened me and break both of her hands. "It's Big Brother." The 2 boys who grabbed Aunt Li's wrists immediately turned her wrists over, and then snapped them, breaking both of her arms. Aunt Li screamed in pain, and everyone else turned pale when they saw how cruel Li Hu and others were. Especially Lin Dade's family and Mrs. Ma. They all regretted that they had to come to join in the fun. Now that they are fine, they can't go back, say it or not. Li Hu said viciously to Aunt Li again. Aunt Li was so out of breath from the pain that she said with a trembling voice, "I said." At this moment, Liu Heimei suddenly stood up and said, "I know that the quarantine area is an official safety zone established in the western suburbs of the city. It will be open from 12 to 1 o'clock tomorrow noon. As long as you enter the quarantine area during this time, you will be able to enter the quarantine area. Will receive official protection. Aunt Li glanced at Liu Heimei viciously. If she robbed her at this time, wouldn't it be clear that she wanted her to die? Li Hu nodded, and then said to the other boys' brothers, "Let's have a good meal today and go to the quarantine area tomorrow." "Good, brothers. You already know what the quarantine zone is. Can you let me go?" Aunt Li begged. Li Hu said, "You didn't tell me, so go and die, old woman." After Thay the waved to his two men, who lifted Aunt Li to the window, opened the window, and threw her out. I only heard the sound of followed by the roar of zombies. Li Hu came closer to the window and took a look. Yo. This zombie is really not picky about food. It will eat all these old things at this time. Liu Heimei stood up and said, "Brother, can I go?" Li Hu smiled slightly. Liu Heimei quickly replied, "Thank you, brother." "Thank you, brother." As she said that, she was about to walk out the door. Lin Dade and Lin Fei glanced at her, hoping that she would take them with her. But Liu Heimei pretended not to see them and walked out. Suddenly they felt as if they had eaten dog shit, and they wanted to give Liu Heimei a hateful look. Others also cast resentful looks at her. Unexpectedly, she actually ran away alone at this time. Suddenly, Li Hu said, "Did I let you go, old woman?" "Brother, didn't I tell you what the quarantine zone is?" Liu Heimei was stunned. "Did I ask you that?" "Come on, leave this old woman behind." With a scream, Liu Heimei was also thrown out of the window. Lin Zheng looked at the picture on the monitor, drinking cold beer less Aurelia's leisurely as he wanted. Suddenly, the system prompted, the first mutated item detected in Jiangtang City. Explosive bow ranked 15th in power mutated items. Or a bow and arrows. Doesn't it mean that items and animals are less likely to mutate? So far, Lin Zheng has encountered mutated golden retrievers and mutated bows and arrows. But he has not encountered mutated new humans. Except, of course, himself strangeness. Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel doubtful, no matter what. Let's put this mutated item into our pocket first. The more magic weapon we have, the greater our hope of survival, after all. In the latter part of the apocalypse, it is an era of high-level new human beings fighting each other. A single punch can produce the effect of a missile. In the early stage, you must collect more magic weapons to improve your strength. Following the system's instructions, Lin Zheng came to the location of the mutated items, which was an archery training hall. As soon as he opened the door, two zombies came towards him. Lin Zheng raised his hand and fired 2 shots, blowing their heads off directly. The golden retriever following behind him quickly rushed into the museum and disappeared into the darkness. As if he had discovered something after a while. He actually dragged a huge zombie 3 meters tall with muscles all over his body and proudly walked out of the darkness. So fierce. The golden retriever squatted proudly next to the huge zombie, as if waiting for Lin Zheng's praise. Lin Zheng stepped forward and took a look at the huge zombie. The expression is slightly solemn. This is obviously not a reminder from normal humans. It seems that these zombies have begun to evolve and will only become more and more difficult to deal with in the future. Zombies like new humans are divided into first level, second level, third level, fourth level, brush. Suddenly dozens of sharp arrows shot out from the darkness. Lin Zheng frowned slightly and turned slightly to avoid several sharp arrows. He stretched out his hand to grab an arrow and actually held an arrow in his hand. He exerted force and snapped it into 2 pieces. The golden retriever was even more fierce. He swooped down and knocked several sharp arrows to the ground. He grinned and stared at the darkness not far away. Lin Zheng was stunned. Is there anyone alive here? The next second, several zombies in uniforms holding bows and arrows walked out of the darkness, shooting arrows at Lin Zheng and Jin Mao as they walked. These are also a few slightly evolved zombies. Their bodies have remembered the skills they had during their lifetimes. It seems that these zombies were employees of this archery training center before they were alive. However, this level of attack was not enough for the strengthened Lin Zheng. He could only see his body turning and moving, constantly changing his posture, and flexibly and skillfully avoiding the incoming arrows. The golden retriever on the side was completely opposite. He opened his big mouth and bit the incoming arrow in one bite. If you don't accept it, do it. It bit harder and harder and kept approaching the zombies. The zombies shot arrows faster and faster, but they were all slapped away by the golden retriever. At the last moment, the golden retriever jumped up, pounced directly on a zombie, and ripped off its head in one go. At this time, the bows and arrows of other zombies were already aimed at the golden retriever. Lin Zheng had quick eyesight and quick hands. He fired several shots and directly broke the bows and arrows in their hands. The golden retriever turned sideways, looked at the other zombies with fierce eyes, and sent them all to the west with 3 strikes. 5 divided by 2. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. It's really nice to have a pet. From now on, I can leave this kind of work to it. Try not to take action if you can, okay, golden retriever. Woof. The golden retriever ran to Lin Zheng and rubbed his trouser legs. Then he stayed by his side obediently. Lin Zheng looked around. The zombies in this archery hall are more dangerous than those outside, so you have to be extremely careful. Otherwise, an arrow will be shot out from nowhere. It's easy to hide from an open gun, but hard to guard against a hidden arrow. It's better to be careful. Thinking room. Another sharp sword shot out of the darkness and zombies. Lin Zheng frowned. This arrow was obviously different from the previous one. As soon as the golden retriever saw it, he opened his big mouth and pounced on it, biting it in one bite so easy the next second. The arrow exploded with a bang, directly blowing the golden hair more than 10 meters away, causing him to faint. Explosive bow. Before Lin Zheng could react, another arrow shot out. With the golden retriever's lesson, he turned slightly to avoid the arrow. But the zombie who shot the arrow seemed to have seen through Lin Zheng's actions, and then shot a second arrow blocking Lin Zheng's retreat. Lin Zheng could only slide his shovel sideways and duck to the side. Unexpectedly, an arrow came towards him again. This did not give him any time to react, however. What shocked Lin Zheng was that the zombie who shot arrows reacted so quickly and accurately. The 3 arrows were shot almost half a second apart, and each arrow accurately predicted Lin Zheng's direction of action. Not only is this zombie superb in archery, but it has also developed wisdom. Knowing that he could not escape, Lin Zheng raised the gun in his hand and fired at the incoming arrow. The bullet hit the sharp arrow and exploded in the air, exploding into a ball of orange sparks. Lin Zheng covered his face with his hands to prevent sparks from hitting his eyes. The 2 arrows shot earlier hit the wall behind him. After about 3 seconds, they exploded one after another, directly blasting a lot of holes in the wall. 3 seconds, Lin Zheng said in a deep voice. Then he fired several shots at the place where the arrow was shot. The sound of the bullets piercing the air continued to echo in the archery hall. After a few seconds, it gradually became quiet. Lin Zheng stared at the darkness ahead. Did you hit it? Brush. The next second, an arrow shot out. It seems that he didn't hit it. Lin Zheng frowned and widened his eyes. No, it's not 1 arrow. It's 2 arrows. It's just that these 2 arrows are one behind the other, almost completely overlapping. So at first glance, Lin Zheng seemed to have only 1 arrow. This trick is truly wonderful, hiding everything from the heavens and the sea. Could it be that this zombie has broken through the limit and reached the first level? Otherwise, it would be impossible to have such superb archery skills and IQ. No time to think too much. Lin Zheng dodged the first arrow and grabbed the second one. Then he threw it into the darkness in an instant. There was no sloppiness in the whole process. It was completely completed in one go. The arrow stayed in his hand for less than half a second. At the moment when the arrow was released from his hand, Lin Zheng made a thought and copied the arrow in his hand 3 times in a row. The thrown arrows immediately turned into 16. Like raindrops shooting into the darkness. You can only copy it 4 times in one moment. It seems that you need to train your consciousness, reaction speed in the future. Lin Zheng shook his head and said, in the darkness. A pair of sharp eyes suddenly became extremely frightened. Immediately dodged aside. Boom, boom, boom. There were several explosions in succession. The ground seemed to shake. A huge fire appeared in front of him at that moment. Lin Zheng seemed to see a thin figure jumping out of the fire. But it was still a step too late. And the figure was blown away by the aftershock of the explosion. It hit the ground hard and happened to be side by side with the golden retriever. Lin Zheng was stunned. Hey, if you blow up my golden retriever, isn't this retribution? Lin Zheng stepped forward and took a look. He thought it was a zombie, but he didn't expect it to be an extremely innocent girl. Her fair face and curvy figure, especially her archery gym uniform, perfectly outline her figure. It's the kind that's just right. Not too big in big places and sickly in thin places. Lin Zheng glanced at the explosive bow on the ground and was a little surprised. Is this the 15th ranked explosive bow? It is completely equivalent to shooting a grenade. This is the newly evolved explosive bow. When it is fully evolved, one arrow will be as powerful as a missile. Let me go the power of a missile if you have enough arrows. You can attack a country by yourself. The arrows of the explosive bow are condensed by the bow-absorbing mist. At its current level of evolution, it can only condense 20 arrows per day. This is nothing to Lin Zheng. As long as he touches it, he can get as many arrows as he wants. Lin Zheng first touched the bow, then the arrow. The next second, an explosive bow and an arrow appeared in the system space. Lin Zheng glanced at the girl lying on the ground and raised his pistol. No matter how beautiful you are, if you want to kill me, you must die. Just when he was about to pull the trigger, girl's breasts. Lin Zheng caught Lin Zheng's attention. There was a pendant on her chest. Lin Zheng took a closer look and saw that it was the ring of a can. Suddenly his expression changed drastically, and he looked at the girl again, only to realize that she looked familiar. Lin Zheng tried hard to remember and finally remembered who she was. Little Baozi, is it you, Little Baozi? Lin Zheng hugged him and called softly, obviously. The explosion just now was so violent that it knocked her unconscious. A memory that had been buried for many years floated in Lin Zheng's mind. That was when he was in elementary school. His parents had passed away and his uncle was raising him. He had no pocket money every day. It was good to have enough to eat. So when other children had snacks to eat, Lin Zheng was so envious that he could only sit in the corner and watch silently. At this time, he found a girl who was also sitting silently in the corner. She was also looking at some classmates who had snacks with envy. Slowly because of their personalities, the two got closer and became good friends. Because the girl's face was chubby, Lin Zheng called her Little Buns. Because Lin Zheng was older than her, she always called Lin Zheng brother. Later, Lin Zheng learned that Little Baozi's parents had also passed away, and it was her aunt who was raising her. Her aunt was very bad to herbiating and scolding her, and she couldn't eat if she made the slightest mistake. Once Lin Zheng picked up 5 yuan on the road. He immediately found Little Baozi and took her to a small supermarket to buy a bottle of Coke and 2 packs of spicy strips. The two finally ate the coveted snacks and smiled at each other. Brother, I want to drink that. Little Baozi pointed at the can of Coke and said. His mouth was full of oil and hissing from the spicy sticks. Lin Zheng picked up the Coke and pulled the tab away. When he was about to throw away the tab on his hand, the little bun said it was like a ring and wanted to keep it. Then Lin Zheng imitated how adults get married. Knelt down on one knee, raised the ring and said to Little Baozi, Little Baozi, will you marry me? Little Baozi was shocked at the time. He looked at Lin Zheng blankly and said nothing for a long time. When Lin Zheng saw that the little bun didn't say anything, he couldn't wait to put the tab into her hand. Then took a sip of Coke and said ah with a very satisfied expression. Then he handed Coke to Little Baozi and asked her to drink it. Little Baozi, who originally wanted to drink Coke, just took a sip and gave it all to Lin Zheng. I've had enough, brother, you drink. Lin Zheng didn't care, took the Coke and drank it all in one gulp. Later, Little Baozi's aunt stopped letting her go to school, so Lin Zheng never saw her again unexpectedly. Many years later they would meet again in this way, however. Just based on a can pull tab, Lin Zheng was still not 100% sure that she was Little Baozi. He remembered that the little bun had a dark red birthmark on his butt. If there is a dark red birthmark on this girl's butt, then it is 100% correct. Lin Zheng turned the girl over. By chance, the girl was awakened by the movement. However, her whole body seemed to fall apart. She could not move or speak at all, but she could feel what was happening in the outside world. Immediately afterwards, she felt her pants being pulled off. She gritted her teeth and wanted to shout, but no sound came out in the end. She spit out a mouthful of blood and passed out completely. Then, Lin Zheng returned to the safe house carrying the little bun and the golden retriever on his shoulders. Lin Zheng gently placed the little bun on Simon's bed, then casually threw the golden retriever in the corner. The golden retriever was just stunned by the aftermath of the explosion. He just needs a sleep and will be fine. But Little Baozi was different. He was shot once in the shoulder and chest, and his body was also burned by the flames of the explosion. The situation was already very critical. Lin Zheng quickly took out various medicines from the system space. Looking at the various drugs in front of him, Lin Zheng was confused. How the hell do you use this? It seems that all the medicine I hoarded was wasted. Ahem, at this moment Little Bun coughed twice, and then blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His face became extremely pale. Beads of sweat the size of soybeans continued to appear on his forehead, and his body kept shaking like chaff. What to do, what to do? She's going to be cold just after she finds the little bun. Lin was pacing around in front of the bed, thinking about it. Why don't you find a medical book and study it now? Good idea. Then Lin Zheng took out a medical book from the system space. Fully half a meter thick, excuse me, hoo. Just when Lin Zheng was extremely anxious, he suddenly heard a snoring sound. He turned around and saw that it was a golden retriever. Looking at the mutated golden retriever, Lin Zheng suddenly had an idea. Since Little Baozi can use mutated items, he must also have the potential to mutate. By the way, let's absorb the mist for her and strengthen her body, so that we can save her. I am simply a genius. With that said, Lin Zheng took out a bottle of mist from the system space. But he was in trouble again. Little Baozi was in a coma now. How could he absorb it? Lin Zheng looked at the bottle containing the mist, then at Little Baozi, and said apologetically, Little Baozi, I'm sorry. I can only feed you mouth to mouth. Then Lin Zheng took a deep breath of mist, then gently opened Little Baozi's mouth and spit the mist into her mouth. I finished one bottle quickly. Little Baozi's face has changed significantly. His cheeks are slightly red. His purple lips are slowly fading, and his expression has softened a lot. It really works. Let's have another bottle. After using up 5 bottles, Lin Zheng knew that Little Baozi could no longer use it due to her current condition. Otherwise, she might not be able to withstand the energy and die suddenly. Then, Lin Zheng still found anti-inflammatory drugs and glucose water among the pile of drugs. There should be no problem if you take these 2 drugs. After feeding the little buns, Lin Zheng glanced at the golden retriever on the ground. He couldn't bear it anymore, so he gave it another bottle of glucose water, just to replenish its strength, and put the blanket it usually covered on it. I'm going to kill you. Suddenly the little bun shouted in his sleep. Lin Zheng looked back feeling heartbroken. I don't know what you have been through these days, and you can't sleep well. Little Baozi, don't worry, I will protect you from now on. Lin Zheng stayed in front of Little Baozi's bed all night and was dozing off in a daze. Little Baozi slowly opened her eyes and saw the gangster who insulted her. She instinctively touched her waist and found that the knife on her waist was gone. She looked to the right and saw that all the weapons on her body had been removed and placed on the table next to the bed. She tried hard to reach for it and finally got a short knife. He glanced at Lin Zheng, gritted his teeth and said, "You be DGO to hell." Then he raised his short knife and stabbed Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng, who was still in a daze, instinctively felt an approaching danger. He opened his eyes suddenly and found that a knife was stabbing him directly. "I'm going," he shouted and backed away, narrowly dodging the knife. "Just half an inch missing, rogue, go to hell." When Little Baozi saw that he had missed, he shouted, and then threw the knife in his hand at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng dodged slightly, calmed down as he said that. Lin Zheng slowly approached the little bun. Little Baozi pointed at Lin Zheng and cursed, "Rogue. Don't come over here. If you come over again, I will kill you." Lin Zheng was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the timid girl back then would be so hot-tempered now. The next second, Little Baozi instinctively touched his chest and found that the ring on his chest was missing. His expression suddenly changed, as if he had lost something extremely precious. "Is this what you're looking for?" Lin Zheng took the ring pendant in his hand and said to the little bun. Seeing the pendant in Lin Zheng's hand, Little Baozi became furious and cursed at Lin Zheng, **** hole. "Give it back to me, I swear I will kill you." "Is this thing important to you?" Lin Zheng asked. "Give it back to me," Little Baozi shouted hoarsely. His voice became hoarse, and 2 lines of tears flowed from the corners of his eyes. Lin Zheng felt distressed when he saw it. He didn't expect that little bun's reaction would be so big. He was so frightened that he quickly returned the pendant to her. Otherwise, she felt like she would faint from anger. "Here you go, here you go." Little Baozi got the ring and held it in his hand as if he had found a treasure. As if he had found some kind of support. "Hey, I saved you and you didn't even say thank you." Lin Zheng continued teasing after seeing that Little Baozi's mood had calmed down a lot. Little Baozi glanced sideways at Lin Zheng, did not speak, but closed his eyes silently. What a fierce temper. It seems that if he doesn't tell her his identity, she won't care about him then. Lin Zheng took out a can of Coke and sat next to the little bun. "Are you going to drink, Rolls?" "Forget it if you don't drink." Lin Zheng drank the drink in one gulp, holding the ring of the Coke bottle in his hand, pretending to look back and forth hand while looking at it. He said, "Is a ring so precious? If you like it so much, here, I will give you this ring." Little Baozi knocked the ring in Lin Zheng's hand to the ground and glared at him fiercely. Lin Zheng was not angry. He bent down and picked up the ring on the ground, then knelt down on one knee and said, "You are so beautiful. How about I use this ring as a ring to propose to you?" After finishing speaking, Little Baozi trembled in his heart, slowly turned his head, and looked at Lin Zheng in disbelief. His eyes instantly blurred. Lin Zheng tilted his head and said with a smile, "Can you?" "Little bun, are you brother Lin Zheng's?" Her face changed drastically. She was extremely surprised and excited. "Who else but me would know this secret between us?" Lin Zheng replied, "You are really brother Lin Zheng." Lin Zheng stepped forward and pinched her face gently and said, "Now that I have grown up, there is no flesh on my face at all. It is not like that time when my face was so fleshy that when I pinched it, there was a pile of flesh. Now." She was absolutely sure that the person in front of her was her brother Lin Zheng. That brother Lin Zheng who often brought her food from home when she was a child. Little Baozi was so excited that he sat up suddenly and hugged Lin Zheng. "Brother Lin Zheng, I didn't expect that after so many years I would finally find you, poofs." The strengthened little bun's hug was quite strong. Lin Zheng puffed out and shrank his shoulders. Tap it gently." Little Baozi then let go of Lin Zheng embarrassedly. Lin Zheng glanced at her and said, "You're not afraid that I'm a gangster anymore?" Little Baozi lowered his head slightly and whispered, "Brother Lin Zheng, you can just watch whatever you want, Lin Zheng, huh?" Then, Lin Zheng took out a large meal from the system space and placed it on the table one by one. Seeing this scene, Little Baozi's eyes widened with disbelief on his face, and he asked Lin Zheng how he did it. Lin Zheng only said that it was just a supernatural power he had awakened. And the little bun didn't ask too much. Little Baozi's real name is Jiang Yitang, and he is about the same age as Lin Zheng at this moment. When she saw such rich food, she couldn't help but eat it. After eating, Jiang Yitang said she wanted to take a bath. It was already the 6th day since the end of the world. She had never taken a bath, and her body almost smelled like salt. Lin Zheng's safe house is fully equipped with various facilities, including not only a bathroom but also a large bathtub. You go in and wash it first. I'll find what kind of clothes you like later. Jiang Yitong lowered his head and said, Brother Lin Zheng, I can do whatever you want. After saying that, she turned around and walked into the bathroom. After making sure that she was already taking a bath, Lin Zheng entered the system space. He felt that the less people knew about his system, the better, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. After arriving in the system space, Lin Zheng found the women's clothing area. Jeans were definitely not suitable in the apocalypse. You would have to exercise frequently, so you must find something suitable for exercise. Yoga pants are very good. As for the clothes, choose the color pink that girls like. Lin Zheng took a fancy to a pink sweatshirt, put his hand on it and touched it, and an identical sweatshirt was copied in his hand. The shoes are just ordinary sneakers. Just when Lin Zheng thought he had made a good choice, he suddenly stopped. There seems to be underwear. I wonder what size the bun is. Lin Zheng was trying to recall the previous scene. Anyway, it seems quite big in the end. Lin Zheng chose a patterned lace bra and black ice silk panties. When he came out, he found that Jiang Yitong was still taking a shower. So he gently placed the clothes at the bathroom door, knocked on the door and said, Little Baozi, I found a set of clothes for you and left them outside the door. Brother Lin Zheng, please hand it to me. I've finished washing it the next second. A smooth and white arm stretched out from the crack of the door, bringing out a burst of mist. Lin Zheng put the clothes in her hands and walked away. After a while, Lin Zheng was dumbfounded when Little Baozi walked out. He was firm with perfect curves, tall and slender. At this moment, Jiang Yitong was wiping his hair, which made Lin Zheng's eyes widen. It's really a transformation of women. Now Little Baozi is no longer the cute girl, but a sexy and touching royal sister. Brother Lin Zheng, thank you for your clothes. I like them very much and the size is very suitable. The size is also very suitable. Lin Zheng coughed twice in embarrassment. That's good. That's good. By the way, this is your weapon. Lin Zheng returned the explosive bow to Jiang Yitong. Anyway, had already copied a sample, and he would have as many as he wanted at that time. At the same time, he also gave her a bunch of arrows. Brother Lin Zheng, how come you have so many arrows? This bow can only condense 20 arrows every day. There must be at least hundreds here. Jiang Yitong looked surprised. Just think of it as my awakened superpower. Lin Zheng replied, superpower. Then Lin Zheng explained to her how this zombie crisis occurred. How humans will develop things like awakening. Superpower sand cultivation. After listening, she nodded as if she had some understanding. I wonder what powers I will awaken in the future. Don't worry. You won't know until you completely break through to the first level. At this moment, Jiang Yitong seemed to have thought of something big, and his face changed drastically. He picked up the explosive bow and put it on his back. He pulled Lin Zheng and said, Brother Lin Zheng, let's go quickly. Today is the day when the quarantine zone is open. If you go late, you won't be able to get in. Lin Zheng sat down leisurely and said with a smile, the quarantine area is all fake. The authorities are using you as bait in order to escape. Jiang Yitong was a little shocked. You take a rest first, and we will kill those disgusting people later. Jiang Yitong unconditionally chose to believe Lin Zheng's words. Okay, brother Lin Zheng, I listen to you. Suddenly, Lin Zheng's eyebrows moved, as if he had discovered something. It seems like someone is coming. When Jiang Yitong heard this, his eyes immediately became sharp. He took off the explosive bow and held it tightly in his hand. Lin Zheng turned on the monitor and asked, why is it her? Outside the safe house, Li Menjiao held a short knife and looked at the safe house in front of her, and said to a strong man, are you sure this is it? The strong man nodded and replied, yes, eldest sister. This safe house was built by me and my first eldest brother Wu Yuanshan. The person who built this safe house is a very rich man and must have hoarded a lot of supplies. Then do you have a way to break in? The strong man chuckled. Sistertha's safe house is indeed impregnable. But it has a fatal flaw. Oh. Li Menjiao looked at the strong man with interest. It's made entirely of alloy plates. And alloys are conductive. As long as we power on the safe house, we're not afraid that the people inside won't be able to come out. The strong man said confidently, okay, let's do it. It turned out that after Li Menjiao was forced to eat Manager Wang that day, she unexpectedly found that her body had strengthened. She thought it was caused by eating human flesh. But in fact it was because her body had adapted to the mist and had begun to evolve. She is now as strong as 4 or 5 adults. And her speed and agility have also improved several levels. He even formed a small team based on his own strength, searching for supplies and robbing living people. I received a friend 2 days ago, who happened to be the one who used to build a safe house with Wu Yuanshan. She just wanted to rob this safe house, electrify me and force the people inside out. Li Menjiao gave the orders, and the strong man moved out an oversized generator, and then attached the exposed wires to the wall of the safe house. Lin Zheng, who saw this scene, shouted bad. Get out quickly, the door of the safe house opened. And Lin Zheng, Jiang Yidong, and Jin Mao ran out instantly. The moment she saw Lin Zheng, Li Menjiao was a little shocked, but more filled with hatred. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be in such a state today. It turns out it's you, Lin Zheng. Jiang Yidong looked at the sexy B***ch in scantily clad clothes in front of him, who seemed to know his brother Lin Zheng, and looked a little unhappy. He stood up and said coldly to Li Menjiao, "Who are you?" Li Menjiao looked at Jiang Yidong, and then said to Lin Zheng, "I said, why don't you want me anymore?" It turns out that he hooked up with a young and beautiful little sister. Lin Zheng pointed at Jiang Yidong and said to Li Menjiao, "Li Menjiao, if you dare to talk nonsense about her again, I will definitely make your life worse than death, ha ha ha. Lin Zhengdo, you think I am still the same person I was before?" As she spoke, punched the wall next to her, causing the wall to crack. Lin Zheng frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, this woman started to evolve. But this level is totally not enough for him. Lin Zheng said to Jiang Yitong, "Little Baozi, haven't you always wanted to try your enhanced strength? Now is the time, let's practice with these people." After receiving Lin Zheng's instruction, Jiang Yitong determined that even if these people knew Lin Zheng's brother, they were still enemies. She bent her bow and arrow and shot an arrow at Li Menjiao without hesitation. The moment she drew the bow, she felt extremely relaxed. Is this the power I have strengthened? Whoosh. An arrow whizzed towards Li Menjiao. Her eyes were shocked, and she felt that she could no longer dodge. She casually pulled a younger brother and stood in front of her. Boom! The next second, the arrow inserted into the little brother suddenly exploded, directly blasting a huge bloody hole in his chest. Li Menjiao was extremely shocked. You are also a strengthener. Smelly woman, look at the arrow. Jiang Yitong didn't bother to pay attention to her. He just knocked an arrow and shot another arrow. Li Menjiao quickly stepped aside and hid behind the wall. The arrow also exploded not far away from her, setting off a burst of gravel. Shoot me. Li Menjiao shouted at his younger brother. Only then did the boys retrace their guns, and were about to shoot Jiang Yitong, with quick eyes and quick hands, fired 3 arrows in front of the group of young men. The fierce fire made them forget to shoot and hurriedly covered their eyes with their hands. The gravel thrown up at the same time also scratched their exposed skin. Before they could react, Jiang Yitong fired several arrows again. This time the target was their bodies. Each arrow hit their chests accurately. The horrific scene just now was still echoing in their minds. Everyone looked at the arrow stuck in their body in horror. Only the strong man reacted and pulled out the arrow from his chest. Because the arrow was barbed, it pulled out a large mouthful of flesh. He immediately threw the arrow in his hand aside. But it was still a little late. After an explosion, his arm was instantly broken off. Others were not so lucky. A bloody hole was blasted directly through their chests. Their whole bodies fell backwards and slammed to the ground. However, the strong man still had a broken arm and was in unbearable pain. He kept rolling on the ground. Jiang Yitong didn't give Li Menjiao a chance to breathe. He kept shooting arrow after arrow at Li Menjiao, who was hiding behind the wall. As if the arrows were free of charge. He directly started the burst mode anyway. She doesn't have to worry about running out of arrows now. Explosions continued, and a large gap was quickly blown out of the wall. And the ground was full of smoking potholes. Smelly woman, come out and die. Jiang Yitong shouted coldly behind the wall. Li Menjiao hid behind the wall and trembled. She thought she was invincible after being strengthened. But she didn't expect this woman to be stronger than herself. Don't kill me, Zhang. Li Menjiao raised her hands high and slowly walked out from behind the wall, pretending to be pitiful. Seeing that Lin Zheng did not refuse, Li Menjiao was overjoyed, knowing that Lin Zheng was moved by compassion. As long as he mentioned some of the past things again, he would definitely let her go. Zhang. Do you still remember how happy we were together before? Lin Zheng smiled slightly. Of course you are happy. You have to squeeze out my salary every month. Li Menjiao's expression changed and she continued. Aren't I afraid that you will spend your money indiscriminately? Zhang, let's start over, okay? I swear I only love you. You told me this before. But you turned around and went to Wang San's bed. Hearing this, Li Menjiao was stunned for a moment, and then started to cry. Zhang. That be ********** Wang San forced me to do it. He threatened to fire me if I didn't listen to her. I had no choice but to do it, seeing Li Menjiao's white face. Jiang Yitong gritted his teeth and cursed, smelly woman. Don't come near brother Lin Zheng anymore, or I'll shoot you to death. Li Menjiao rolled her eyes at Jiang Yitong and said angrily, little girl Pianzi. I am your brother Lin Zheng's wife, I am the real one. You are just a mistress. Jiang Yitong couldn't hold back and shot an arrow at Li Menjiao. Fortunately, Li Menjiao dodged in time and the arrow exploded not far away from her. Zhang, look at this woman. She is still thinking about killing me. And you still haven't taught her a lesson. Lin Zheng looked at Jiang Yitong and said, Little Baozi. This is your fault. Hearing this, Li Menjiao felt ecstatic in her heart. Brad, I'm going to pinch you to death. Then she glared at Jiang Yitong. Zio Nizi, you're still a little too young to fight with me. Jiang Yitong looked at Lin Zheng in shock, unable to believe that he would actually say such a thing. The next second, Lin Zheng continued, why did you shoot so far? You can't hit such a big person. Your archery skills are too bad, Li Menjiao, ha. Jiang Yitong looked overjoyed and replied, brother Lin Zheng. I will definitely shoot accurately this time. As she spoke, she bent her bow and nocked an arrow, and fired several arrows at Li Menjiao, blocking almost all her escape routes. Li Menjiao's face changed drastically, and she had no way to retreat. In the end, she was hit by an arrow in the chest. She looked at Lin Zheng with resentment in her eyes. The next second, boom. The arrows in Li Menjiao's chest exploded. Jiang Yitong felt puzzled and fired several more arrows at her. Boom, 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 after a loud rumbling sound. Li Menjiao was blown up to the point where not even ashes were left. Lin Zheng gave Jiang Yitong a thumbs up, well done. Jiang Yitong smiled, slightly shrugged, and stuck out his tongue. This woman who was so decisive and cold just now became cute and lovable in a second. However, the appearance of Li Menjiao this time gave Lin Zheng a sense of crisis. Human beings have gradually begun to adapt to the fog, and their bodies are slowly strengthening. He must completely break through the physical limitations as soon as possible and completely enter the ranks of first-level superpowers, so that he can have the ability to protect himself in this troubled world. Lin Zheng had already absorbed thousands of bottles of mist, and he vaguely felt that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. He pulled Jiang Yitong back to the safe house. He took out several hundred bottles of mist and gave them 10 bottles to Jiang Yitong and 10 bottles to Golden Retriever, and said to them, you must absorb it in moderation. If you absorb too much, it will be bad. Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao looked at each other, then looked at the hundreds of bottles of mist behind Lin Zheng, showing indescribable expressions. I'm different from you, let's start quickly. After that, the two of them and the dog began to absorb the mist. Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao are like a woman who chews slowly. Every time she absorbs a bit of mist, she must stop and consolidate it before absorbing the next time. On the other hand, Lin Zheng looked like a rough big man, drinking bottle after bottle of boiled water. In a short time, hundreds of bottles of mist were absorbed, leaving behind a pile of empty bottles. He felt the changes in his body, as if all the blocked acupuncture points in his body were opened at this moment, and a steady stream of power continued to surge from somewhere in his body. Lin Zheng could clearly feel that every cell in his body seemed to be very excited. Bangs! A wave of air centered on him and spread out in all directions. The next second, a magical feeling happened. Lin Zheng opened his eyes. The objects within 5 meters of him seemed to have become part of his perception. He could feel every particle of dust within this range and even control it. Is this an extension of consciousness? Congratulations to the host for awakening the super powerful absolute space. In the absolute space, you are the absolute master. You can control anything within this range. This is also equivalent to an extended area of your consciousness. As the power continues to strengthen, the scope of absolute space and your control over space will also become larger and larger. The system prompted absolute space. It's really an extension of consciousness. Suddenly, an idea came to Lin Zheng's mind. He took Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao outside the safe house. Jiang Yitong asked curiously, "Brother Lin Zheng, what kind of power have you awakened?" Lin Zheng pretended to be mysterious and said, "You will know later." Jiang Yitong nodded obediently. "By the way, lend me your explosive bow." Jiang Yitong took off the explosive bow on his back and handed it to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng bent the bow and knocked an arrow, aiming forward. Then started absolute space the next moment. He could clearly feel the connection between himself and the space within 5 meters. He aimed at the wall in front of him and shot the arrow in his hand. Then his mind flashed quickly. When the arrow was 5 meters away from Lin Zheng, it had been copied 6 times from 1 to 64. Like a shower of arrows flying forward then. A series of explosions sounded, and the wall more than 10 meters away was blown into a pile of fragments. Jiang Yitong was completely dumbfounded. One arrow turned into a bunch of arrows, which was equivalent to an increase in power dozens of times. This ability is too terrifying. Before she could react, Lin Zheng suddenly pointed an arrow at her. She was shocked. "Brother Lin Zheng, what are you going to do?" Lin Zheng did not answer her but shot the arrow in his hand. But the next second, the arrow seemed to be pushed laterally by a mysterious force. It moved 2 meters to the right in an instant, and did not shoot towards Jiang Yitong according to its previous trajectory. Is this the power you awakened, Brother Lin Zheng? Similar to copying and controlling objects. Jiang Yitong looked at Lin Zheng with admiration on his face. Lin Zheng returned the explosive bow to her and nodded to her. Jiang Yitong looked at the explosive bow in his hand and said, "Brother Lin Zheng, I think you are more suitable for this bow." Recalling Lin Zheng's operation just now, Jiang Yitong felt that this bow can play its greatest role only in Lin Zheng's hand. Then, Lin Zheng took out an identical explosive bow from the system space. "I have it, Jiang Yitong. Brother, the time is almost up. Should we set off?" Li Hu pointed a gun at Aunt Li's son Li Dashan and said, "Do you really have a truck?" Li Dashan knelt on the ground and said repeatedly, "I really have it. It's parked downstairs, please don't kill me." Most of the residents of 601 who came last time were not dead. Only a young girl with thin skin and tender flesh became their meal. Because Li Hu and the others do not plan to go to the quarantine area, but want to keep these people and form their own force. Going to the quarantine area will definitely be controlled everywhere. As a gang boss, Li Hu is naturally unwilling to do so. When he learned that Li Dashan had a truck parked downstairs, he was very excited in this way. He can drive the truck back to his villa, where a large amount of supplies and weapons are stored. And the surrounding defense measures are also very good. So there is no need to worry about zombie attacks. Brother, can I take my grandson out with us? If we leave him alone at home, he will starve to death, Mrs. Ma begged. Li Hu kicked her down and said viciously, "Old woman. If I didn't think you could cook, I would have thrown you downstairs to feed the zombies. Your grandson's life and death is none of my business. Children will only waste my time, food if you push me again. I will throw you downstairs immediately, Mrs. Ma was so frightened that she immediately shut up. In this way, under Li Hu's threat, the group quickly went downstairs, get in the truck, and drove to Li Hu's villa. This official false news also exposed countless survivors hiding in the dark. Most of these are ordinary people who do not have the ability to form their own forces and can only seek refuge in the quarantine area. But in the end, they will discover that this is a dirty scam. Li Dashan, who was driving, suddenly braked and stopped. Li Hu pointed a gun at his head and said, "You want to do right. Why did you stop the car?" Li Dashan said hurriedly, "There are too many people in front of us. And the road is blocked. Press the accelerator to the end and run over. Ah. Don't you understand what I'm saying?" Li Hu hit Li Dashan on the head with the butt of his gun. Li Dashan was so frightened that he stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The truck engine immediately roared like a monster and rushed directly towards the dense crowd. For a while, screams continued. The people who were pressed under the car were crushed into a pile of minced meat in an instant. The people in front saw the big truck coming from behind and tried their best to dodge to both sides. Some were lucky enough to escape, some had their legs crushed. And some were crushed directly at the waist, suddenly. Li Hu's eyes lit up and he said to Li Dashan, "Stop the car." Li Dashan was stunned. Why did he stop the car again? He had no choice but to stop the car obediently. Li Hu directed his younger brother sitting in the back to get out of the car and abduct two beautiful girls into the car. These two girls were Lei Xiaoru, who was watching Lin Zheng's car that day, and Huang Qiuqiu, who ignored Lin Zheng's love, Lin Zheng and Jiang Yitang, who were hiding in the safe house. Looked at the picture on the monitor. A large number of survivors were rushing towards the western suburbs of the city, and behind them were hordes of zombies. Some who ran slowly were immediately submerged into the zombies. In the picture, a large truck was rampaging through the crowd, killing many people. However, after driving for a certain distance, the big truck turned onto another road, not heading to the western suburbs. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. It seems that someone is not stupid. On the other side of the city, a convoy was quietly setting off towards the eastern suburbs. Lin Zheng, though, it's time for us to set off along the way. Lin Zheng ran in the opposite direction from the survivors. The survivors looked at Lin Zheng, who was running back as if they were idiots. "Hey, why is that idiot running that way? Isn't the quarantine area in the western suburbs? You say he is a fool, he just wants to die. Don't worry about this idiot. We are going to the quarantine area soon. We will be safe then." Hearing these words, Lin Zheng just smiled slightly. "When you get to heaven, you will be completely safe." There was a group of zombies ahead. Lin Zheng led Jiang Yitang and Jin Mao into the building next to them. The zombie swarm's attention is entirely on the crowd in front. Lin Zheng and the others were hiding on the first floor of the building and were not discovered. Soon the zombie group passed. Lin Zheng took out a Mercedes-Benz G from the system space. The road was now extremely empty. He increased his power and galloped all the way. Soon I discovered the official convoy escaping in front of me. Lin Zheng accelerated and rushed to the front of the convoy, placing his car across the middle of the road, blocking their way. Lin Zheng got out of the car and said to the motorcade, "Zhou An, get out of here quickly." Zhu An, who was sitting in the car, looked unhappy and said to the security personnel in the front row, "What's going on? Why did the car stop?" The security guard immediately got out of the car to check, and soon came back. He leaned against the window and said softly, "Mayor, there is someone blocking our way in front of us, and he asked to see you." Zhu An looked extremely unhappy. "Just kill him, don't delay our journey." "Yes." Seeing that no one had come out for a long time, Lin Zheng took out his explosive bow and fired an arrow at the convoy. In an instant, arrow turned into 64, hitting the vehicle in front of the convoy directly. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. 3 cars ahead were in flames. Zhou then got out of the car and stared at Lin Zheng and others in front of him. Lin Zheng had seen Zhou An's appearance on the monitor. When he saw him get out of the car, he led Jiang Yidong and Jin Mao to him quickly. No one dared to stop him along the way. Who are you? Zhou An looked fierce. The person who killed you. I have nothing against you. Why do you want to kill me? Zhou An asked. The main reason is that you are so disgusting and cunning. And you don't hesitate to use their lives as bait in order to survive. Although I don't care about the life and death of others, your behavior is a bad habit for me, so you must die. Zhou An smiled contemptuously. Haha. Narrow-minded and ignorance. We do this to preserve the useful part of human beings. What's the use of those stupid people surviving? Can they solve the zombie crisis in the end? This crisis is not it's up to us smart people to solve it. Lin Zheng took a breath of cold air. It has begun. The politicians' disgusting preaching and self-righteous self-confidence have begun. Lin Zheng slapped Zhou An directly in the face. To solve the zombie crisis, I think you just want to survive and continue to enjoy it. Zhou An was stunned by this slap. I'll give you a chance. Tell me where you are going. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Haha. How dare you, all little commoner, threaten me? Come here and kill him. Zhou An shouted angrily at the security guard. The next second, Lin Zheng took out his short knife and cut off one of his arms. Why the hell do you bark again? Lin Zheng's move shocked everyone. The security personnel immediately raised their guns and pointed them at them. Zhou An's face was sweating. His expression was painful. His lips were trembling, and he stared at Lin Zheng with hatred in his eyes. Looking at you, you're not very convinced. As soon as Lin Zheng finished speaking, he cut off Zhou An's other arm with another knife. This sudden scene once again caught everyone by surprise. Boy, do you know what you are doing? That is the mayor of Jiangtong City. Have you considered the consequences of doing this? Deputy Mayor Liu Wenwen pointed at Lin Zheng and said. Lin Zheng glanced at him and said, Why? Do you still want to kill us? Liu Wenwen said with an expression of indignation, You should be punished for cutting off the mayor's arms. But if you dare to harm the mayor's life, we will spare no effort to strangle you. Then if you say that, I have no choice but to kill you all. Shameless maniac, Liu Wenwen angrily, and then ordered the security personnel to shoot immediately if Lin Zheng and the others dared to make the slightest move against the mayor. Lin Zheng faced the mayor. I don't like your expression very much, small for me. When the mayor heard Thishi's face turned pale and he said, It's you. You are such a noble person who forgets things so much. Only now do you think of me, a common man's. Lin Zheng said with a playful expression. In fact, the real purpose of Lin Zheng's trip was revenge. That was a year ago. Lin was interning in a factory. In order to earn his own tuition, he worked 12 hours a day for 2 months. He originally had a salary of 5,000 yuan. But he was deducted by his boss for various reasons. And he only got 800 yuan. I thought there was no hope of tuition. But fortunately, Lin Zheng also had a good friend named Li Jiang, whose family was very rich. He helped and lent Lin Zheng 8,000 yuan to advance the tuition. Lin Zheng was so angry that he wanted to report this evil factory owner. So he wrote a report letter. He knew that sending such a report letter directly would be like sinking into nothing. So he planned to hand it to the mayor himself. It happened that once the mayor attended a social event. As soon as the event was over, Lin Zheng stopped the mayor on the road and handed him the report letter. The mayor promised that he would seriously resolve this matter. But after a few days, not only was the problem not solved, but I was kidnapped by a group of unknown people. When I got to the place, I found that the owner of the black-hearted factory and the mayor were sitting together. The black-hearted boss glanced at Lin Zheng and then said to the mayor, brother-in-law, Do you think this is the report letter this guy gave you? The mayor just raised his eyes slightly nodded and said softly, Zio Wang, you should be more careful in the future. Fortunately, I stopped this letter of report. If it is received by someone above, your factory will be in trouble. Don't even think about continuing it, it will make me. The mayor very embarrassed. Yes, brother-in-law, I will take care of it right now. The black-hearted boss nodded repeatedly to the mayor. Then he ordered his men to beat up Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was beaten until his nose was bruised and his face was swollen. He felt that his internal organs had been disturbed and he was vomiting blood. Then the black-hearted boss came to Lin Zheng, grabbed his chin and threatened, boy, I'm just giving you a small lesson this time. If you dare to report it, not only you, I will kill you and your whole family. At this moment, Lin Zheng's heart completely died. He finally understood that the government and businessmen were one family. The mayor who claims to be serving the people and serving the public good is actually a person who harbors crimes and engages in malpractice for personal gain. At this time, the mayor took a sip of the red wine in front of him, wiped his mouth with a towel, then stood up and walked to Lin Zheng, glanced at Lin Zheng and said, I don't like your expression very much. Smile for me, did you hear that? Smile. The black-hearted boss yelled from the side. Lin Zheng gritted his teeth and stared at the mayor and the black-hearted boss without saying a word. The mayor said to Lin Zheng with a cold face, my citizens should be very happy and joyful. If you are crying like this, aren't you embarrassing me? No, brother-in-law, I will make him laugh right away. As he said that, the black-hearted boss took out a dagger, put it against Lin Zheng's face and threatened, boy, if you don't smile I will stab you to death. Under the threat of the dagger, Lin Zheng laughed loudly and at the same time, the seeds of hatred were planted in his heart. At this moment the roles are reversed. Lin Zheng stared at Zhou and smiled. After feeling Lin Zheng's ferocity, Zhou and finally gave up. He knelt on the ground and kept begging Lin Zheng to let him go. Ridiculous. The dignified mayor actually knelt down and begged for mercy. Everyone around looked at this scene in disbelief. Mayor. Liu Wenwen shouted to the mayor, please let me go. It was my fault in the past, you have already cut off my arms. Can you just show your respect and let me go? Zhou kowtowed and said. At the same time he kept winking at Liu Wenwen. Liu Wenwen's eyes kept rolling, and he instantly understood what the mayor meant. As soon as the mayor left the attack range of the two men, he would fire immediately. But their little moves could not escape Lin Zheng's eyes. Everything was visible to him. Lin Zheng slowly knelt down and pinched Zhou An's chin. I asked you to laugh, but now you're looking uglier when you laugh than when you cry. Zhou An's face changed drastically when he heard this, and he immediately laughed. The flesh on his face kept shaking suddenly. Lin Zheng clenched his fist and punched Zhou An's head into pieces. He said in disgust, you laugh so hard that I'm not satisfied. Then he slowly stood up and looked at the others. Liu Wenwen's eyes widened, he really killed the mayor. He killed the mayor, shoot him. Following Liu Wenwen's order, intensive gunshots rang out, and bullets rained down on Lin Zheng and the others. Lin Zheng frowned slightly, absolute space activate. Brush as if time had stood still. Any bullet that entered Lin Zheng's 5-meter range stopped instantly and suspended in the air. The scene was extremely strange. Everyone was so frightened that they put down their guns, stared at this terrifying and magical scene with their eyes wide open and their mouths wide open. Is he a human or a ghost? Liu Wenwen finally understood why the two of them dared to kill the mayor. It turned out to be such extraordinary ability. But now it's too late to understand all this. Lin Zheng's consciousness instantly connected all the bullets. The next second, bullets were fired towards Liu Wensheng and others. Under Lin Zheng's copying, the number of bullets increased dozens of times, and they were shot at them as densely as a steel plate. Brush like the sound of heavy rain hitting the ground. The dense bullets instantly smashed everyone into pieces, and the car was also filled with bullets. Lin Zheng walked up to Liu Wenwen, who was still breathing, and said, tell me, where are you going? Liu Wenwen said, save me, I will tell you. You have no choice. Liu Wenshu had no choice but to take a gamble. So he said, let's go to the quarantine area, which is 50 kilometers east of Jiangtang City. It was jointly established by several nearby large cities, and the number of places is limited. After he finished speaking, Lin Zheng's mind flashed, and his head exploded. This is the terror of absolute space. As long as it is within range, Lin Zheng is the absolute master. Brother Lin Zheng, do you think what he said is true? Jiang Yidong asked. Lin Zheng nodded. It should be true. Then are we going to the quarantine areas? Why go to the quarantine areas? Eat plain porridge with pickles and be controlled by a group of people. We might as well build our own quarantine areas. Jiang Yidong was a little shocked. Build your own isolation area. Just when Lin Zheng and the others were about to drive away, suddenly there was a dog barking from behind. The golden retriever was the first to become alert because he found that the dog's barking was very strange. Everyone turned around and saw a monster with the head of a human and the body of a dog. The head was the head of a male zombie, the face was rotten. From time to time, it would open its black and foul-smelling mouth and scream. The sound it made was not the roar of a zombie. It was not the roar of a zombie like a dog barking. Dogs and zombies fused. This was the first time Lin Zheng saw this situation, and he couldn't help but be a little surprised. But this also made him realize that the world is becoming more and more bizarre. And more things will happen that cannot be understood by human thinking. The only thing they have to do is to continuously improve their strength in order to protect themselves in troubled times. After looking at this monster with a human head and a dog body, I feel sick and want to vomit. Jiang Yidong frowned and stared at the monster, as if looking at it. The next second she raised her hand and shot an arrow. However, the monster was extremely agile and dodged the incoming arrows with just a single movement of its body. The moment the arrow exploded, it turned around and looked, as if it understood. Jiang Yidong didn't give him time to react. Swish, 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 several arrows fired in succession. But they were all dodged by the monster one by one. Lin Zheng guessed that this kind of fusion is also a kind of evolution. The human head retains human wisdom, and the dog body retains dog agility. After a while, the monster rushed towards them. Jiang Yidong held the 4 arrows in her backhand and placed them on the bow dexterously. This time she wanted to fire all 4 arrows together. Just about to E******. The golden retriever on the side couldn't bear to see this weird monster. It looked like a dog, but not like a dog. It made it go crazy and pounced on it, facing the menacing golden retriever. The monster did not choose to confront it head-on. Instead, it avoided its sharp edge and turned slightly sideways to avoid the golden retriever's attack. Lin Zheng frowned. This monster does have the IQ of a human being. It seems that this fierce guy like golden retriever will suffer a loss. The golden retriever is smarter than the average dog. In addition, it has not yet fully evolved and is still far from a real human being. As soon as he finished speaking, the monster raised its sharp claw and pointed it at the golden retriever's back. Several scarlet blood marks were immediately revealed. The golden retriever turned back, grinning with an angry expression. He rushed towards the monster again. But this time the monster seemed to have no intention of avoiding it and stood there motionless. Lin Zheng glanced behind the monster, and there was a sharp steel bar facing the front. If the golden retriever rushes forward so desperately, he will definitely be pierced by the steel bar. Careful. Lin Zheng shouted to Jin Mao. But Jin Mao didn't seem to hear him and rushed forward regardless. Seeing the angry golden retriever, a strange smile appeared on the monster's face, like a villain who was about to succeed in his evil plot. Just when the golden retriever was about to knock down the monster suddenly jumped up, revealing the sharp steel bars behind it. But this time the golden retriever seemed to be prepared. He bit back and directly bit one of the monster's hind legs, tearing off a piece of skin. But one of the golden retriever's legs was pierced by a steel bar. Golden retriever. Just when Lin Zheng was about to take action, The golden retriever suddenly let out a thunderous roar, and a powerful energy suddenly spread out. Lin Zheng was a little surprised. Is this going to break through the limitations and evolve to the first level? Oh, really? The golden retriever's body is changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. His whole body is slowly turning silvery white, like extremely hard steel. The golden retriever evolved under the dual stimulation of the zombie virus and the steel element. It awakened the superpower steel strengthening. This superpower can make its body as hard as iron, and its strength and speed will also be greatly improved. In the later stage, it can even be hardened anti-missile. Hard anti-missile, so powerful, awesome steel tank. After being transformed into steel, the golden retriever's body is silvery white, and its entire body has become larger. The hair on its body is like steel needles roar. It roared into the sky, and the monster seemed to feel the terror of the golden retriever, and even retreated clicked. The golden retriever moved slightly, and the steel bars inserted into its thighs were broken, while the remaining parts were absorbed and assimilated by its body. The golden retriever rushed forward suddenly, and this time its speed increased by several degrees. The monster tried to dodge, but it was too late. The golden retriever pinned it firmly to the ground with its claws. Ho 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 ho, the monster keeps roaring woof. The golden retriever also yelled, as if to say, die to me. Then Jin Mao looked at Jiang Yidong, shook his head, and motioned for her to shoot the arrow. Jiang Yidong understood and shot out the 4 arrows he had prepared, hitting the monster in the middle and pinning it to the ground. Unable to move, Yuhail letting out a painful howl. This time the cry was more human. Golden retriever, get out of the way. But the golden retriever pressed tightly against the cub, bared his teeth and stared at it, refusing to live. Lin Zheng smiled slightly. He had already seen through what the golden retriever wanted to do. Don't you just want to show off your awakened powers? Boom, 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 there was a violent explosion, and the golden retriever and the monster were drowned in the flames. Golden retriever, Jiang Yidong shouted. Lin Zheng raised the corners of his mouth slightly. After a while the fire light dissipated, and the golden retriever stood on the spot intact, and his whole body was still spotless silver white. And the monster was blown to pieces. Lin Zheng, I knew it. Jiang Yidong was shocked. Is this the golden retriever's awakened power? It can resist the explosive bow. She is also looking forward to her own powers now. She doesn't know what magical abilities she will have, then. The golden retriever ran forward excitedly, and the silvery white on his body slowly faded. You're lucky, kid. You accidentally awakened the steel reinforcement. However, this power is quite suitable for you. With your personality, if you don't have this power in the future, you may die even 800 times, woof woof woof. The golden retriever barked twice, then. Lin Zheng found Jiang Yitong, who looked a little lonely. He knew what she was worried about. He comforted her and said, Little Baozi, don't worry. Maybe your superpower is very awesome, so it's slow to awaken. Jiang Yitong nodded, well, brother Lin Zheng. At this moment, Lin Zheng received a text message on his cell phone. It was sent by Li Jiang and it said, Zheng, have you gone to the quarantine area? Hurry up or you won't be able to get in, I'm leaving soon. See you in the quarantine area then. Lin Zheng immediately replied, don't ga, just stay at home. The next second Li Jiang called. Lin Zheng answered the phone, and Li Jiang's excited voice came from the other end of the phone. Zheng, you are still alive, I thought you were dead. I wanted to send a text message but you responded instantly. Yes, yeah, what do you mean by that? Why can't you go to the quarantine area? Lin Zheng said in a strong commanding tone, don't go. It's a scam. Suddenly, there was a scream from the other end of the phone, followed by a zombie roar. Lin Zheng's expression changed, not good. Inside the Li family villa, Li Jiang's entire family stood in panic, including his Uncle Hai's second uncle's family, and his grandparents just now. Li Jiang was talking on the phone with Lin Zheng in the yard. Suddenly a zombie climbed in from behind the wall. And then more and more zombies climbed in. The previous zombies were obviously not so flexible and agile. It seems that these zombies are also evolving rapidly. Li Jiang immediately ran into the house and dropped his cell phone in panic. At this moment their entire family was hiding in the house, discussing what to do. Li Jiang's uncle stood up and said to his father, "Dad, let's take the tunnel. The tunnel leads directly to the underground garage. We can drive to the quarantine area from there, mister." Li thought for a while and said, "But if this happens, all the supplies we originally prepared will be gone." They originally prepared 2 large trucks of daily supplies and parked them in the yard. Now that the yard is occupied by zombies, the supplies are gone. How about one of you take a risk and drive away the 2 carts of supplies in the yard? And the rest of you take the tunnel to the underground garage and drive away. MRLI continued. Everyone below looked at me. And I looked at Yao without saying a word, "Mister." Li looked at Li Jiang's father and said, "Third son, you usually have the worst performance in the company. Now it's your time to contribute." As soon as the old man said this, Li Jiang's uncle and second uncle let out a long sigh of relief and felt relieved. Then he followed the old man's words and said to Li Jiang's father, "Yes. Third child Li family has raised you for so many years. And you have not contributed much to the Li family. Now is the time for you to behave well." "That's right, the Li family doesn't raise idle people," Li Jiang's second aunt said in a strange tone from the side. Li Jiang looked at his parents who were afraid to speak. He couldn't help it anymore and asked, "Grandpa, are the supplies in that car so important? If we go to the quarantine area, won't the officials take care of us?" "Jiang, you think too simply. Where there are people, there is society. If we don't have a trump card in our hands, we will be bullied and manipulated like ordinary people in the quarantine area. And we will live without dignity, you know. But if you go out like this, you might die at this time." Li Jiang's aunt came over and said, "No, Jiang. When the time comes, you and your father just need to move faster and drive as soon as you get in the car. It will be easy for the zombies not to catch up with you." Li Jiang looked at his eldest aunt and said, "But my dad's legs and feet are not good. Auntie, why don't you ask my cousin to go with me? We are young and the success rate will be higher." Hearing this, Li Jiang's eldest aunt immediately changed her expression and said, "That's okay, our Mengfei is usually so quiet and quiet. He definitely won't be able to do this. Listen to the eldest aunt and you go with your dad. You and your son are of the same mind. It's powerful enough to cut through gold, right?" Seeing that his aunt was unwilling, Li Jiang looked at Mr. Li and tried to get his consent. "Mr. Li said Mengfei is the first heir of the family, so nothing can happen to him. Jiang's your family will have to work harder. You and your father will go. Then we will record you in the family's merit book." At this time Li Mengfei also stood up and said, "Yes, Jiang. Our entire family will thank you then. Thanks are useless, people are dead. Even the daughter of the second uncle's family." Li Jiang's cousin stood up and said angrily, "Li Jiang, can your family be more tidy? If zombies come in later, none of us will be able to survive. Then we will all be responsible, your home." Looking at the big family talking about it, Li Jiang was completely disappointed with this family. He said directly, "You can leave, our family won't leave." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. "If you don't leave, why don't you stay here and wait to die?" They didn't care about the life and death of Li Jiang's family, but they cared about the 2 trucks of supplies. When Li Jiang's father heard this, he hurriedly grabbed him and said, "Jiang, what are you talking nonsense about? If you don't leave, are you going to stay here and wait to die?" Then he said to MRLI, "Dad, please don't let Jiang go. I'll go alone, 1 cart of supplies is enough. Her third child, don't push yourself too far. Without a truckload of supplies, we will be inferior to others in the quarantine area. Aren't you giving our family a bad name? Yes, third child. As a member of the Li family, how can you say such a thing?" Li Jiang's eldest aunt said angrily with her hands on her waist. At this time, Li Jiang's mother stood up and said, "Dad, let me go in Jiang's place. Nonsense, can you drive? Don't cause trouble for me." Li Jiang remembered the content of his phone call with Lin Zheng just now. The last sentence was to tell him not to go to the quarantine area, saying it was a scam after much thought. He couldn't figure out what kind of scam it was. But one thing he was sure of was that Lin Zheng would never deceive him. So he decided to trust Lin Zheng and stayed in the villa. As long as the door was closed, zombies would not be able to enter the villa. But he didn't know how many days he could last. Li Jiang pulled his parents back and said, "Mom and Dad, we won't go to the quarantine area anymore. They want to go on their own, but we won't go anyways." "Jiang, what are you talking about? If we don't go to the quarantine area, we will starve to death sooner or later." Li Jiang's mother said, "HMPH, you want to go or not, we are leaving first anyway. If you still think you are the Life family, you will bring 2 trucks of supplies to the quarantine area later." Armory flicked his sleeves, turned around and left. The rest of the people followed him and left together. They came to the tunnel entrance and entered one by one. "Mr. Li said to his second son, "You are the last one to enter and lock the tunnel entrance, cutting off the escape route of the third son and his family. They will definitely take him away. Those 2 trucks of supplies." Li Layar chuckled and replied, "Dad, you are the tallest." After they left, Li Jiang's father said, "Let's follow suit. We don't care about the supplies. We'll go to the quarantine area first and explain to Dad then." Li Jiang still said, "Dad, if we don't go to the quarantine area, there may be no quarantine area at all. Have you ever thought about it? The official is lying to us." "Why did the official lie to me?" "Jiang, hurry up and leave. Dad, just trust me for once, okay? Jiang, don't mess around." Under the strong request of Li Jiang's father, they came to the tunnel entrance, but found that the entrance was locked from the inside and could not be opened at all. "It seems that they are forcing us to take away the 2 trucks of supplies." "Oh, Dad, let's stay here instead of going to the quarantine area." Li Jiang's father thought for a while and said, "Okay. Jiang, I listen to you. They are unkind, so don't blame us for it. When there are less zombies in the yard, we will move the materials in the car in. And we will take our time, use it slowly." Mr. Li and others, who were already driving on the roads, finally let go of their worries. They would be safe as long as they went to the quarantine area. Boss Li looked back and didn't see the 2 cars containing supplies. So he said to Armory, "Dad, the third brother and the others didn't follow them. They are not dead, are they? Useless things. Ignore them, let's go to the quarantine area quickly." "Okay, Dad." Having said that, Boss Li stepped on the accelerator to speed up. Soon they arrived at the western suburbs. Only then did I realize with horror that this was no quarantine zone. It was simply a hell on earth, with piles of zombies and living people running frantically for their lives. There were broken arms and limbs everywhere, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Just like a hell on earth, this. The Li family looked at the scene in front of them and couldn't believe it. "It's not a quarantine area as promised. Why is it a slaughterhouse, Mr. Li made a decisive decision. "Quick, turn around quickly." Boss Li immediately put the reverse gear on and turned around frantically. At this moment, he finally understood why Li Jiang's family did not come to the quarantine area. Co-author, they have long known that there is no quarantine zone at all. But they didn't tell the news. And they wanted to kill them all, Mr. Li said with a sinister face. "Li Jiang, your family is quite cruel, bang, because Mr. Li was reversing too fast, he hit Mr. Li and his family who were following him. Li Layar looked at this hellish scene and panicked for a moment. He didn't even put the reverse gear in for a long time. "Can you do it? Come on, why are you so useless?" Li Layar's wife kept accusing him from the side. Li Layar was so angry that he slapped her in the face and cursed, "You be ***ch. Shut up for me. If you have the ability, do it. You actually hit me." Li Layar's wife was used to being arrogant and domineering. After being beaten like this, She completely lost her mind and said, "I will do it." Then he stepped forward to grab the steering wheel. "Smelly woman, you don't want your life," in a panic, Mr. Lee stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car started instantly and pushed forward violently. He actually pushed Mr. Lee's car out. Boss Lee poked his head out of the car window and cursed, "Boy, what the hell are you doing? Reverse the car quickly." At this moment, a zombie saw Boss Lee sticking his head out and rushed over. Holding his head and gnawing at it, the first bite was to tear off his scalp directly, revealing the scarlet head. Then poke his eyeballs with your hand and start sucking the brain marrow right at the eye socket. Splashing blood rushed to the people in the car. They shouted, attracting more zombies. Mr. Lee shouted to Li Mengfei, who was sitting in the passenger seat, "Kick your dad out of the car quickly. And you can drive." Li Mengfei shouted crazily as if he didn't hear it at all. "Trash MRLI," cursed the next second. A zombie reached out and grabbed Li Mengfei's hair, trying to pull it out. He was so frightened that he shouted desperately, "Don't pull me. Don't pull Meppel, my grandpa." Mr. Lee's face was ashen. He did what he said, cutting off the hair with the knife he carried, and then pushed the zombie's hand towards MRLI. "You are such a filial son, Mr. Lee's face changed drastically when the zombie grabbed his calf. The zombie was extremely strong and dragged him wildly. It was about to drag him out of the car. He grabbed his old wife. The old woman hit him on the head crazily with a cane and cursed, "Damn old man. If you want to, don't take me with you." Seeing his wife's reaction, MRLI grabbed old Mrs. Lee tightly and said, "Smelly woman, come down with me." Just like that, MRLI and Mrs. Lee were forcibly dragged out of the car. And the other zombies rushed up crazily, seeing this. Li Mengfei took advantage of this gap to open the driver's door, then kicked his father out of the car, and then quickly sat in the driver's seat. Quickly start the vehicle and turn around in one go. When making a U-turn, he ran over his grandfather's legs and then stepped on the accelerator and fled quickly. Li Mengfei's mother, who was sitting in the back seat, stared blankly at Li Mengfei, who looked like the god of mountain racing in autumn. She was so surprised that she could not speak. Li Layar also reacted at this moment, quickly turned around and fled from here. "Dad, I will throw a stereo to the back of the villa later. When the zombies are attracted, we will rush out and drive the car into the villa." "Good." After that, Li Jiang turned on the stereo, and it started playing songs. Then he threw the stereo outside the house. The sound of the speakers instantly attracted the zombies in the yard. "Open the door, dads." They were opened and the father and son rushed out. But they didn't notice that a zombie was hiding behind the door. This zombie had obviously begun to slowly evolve its intelligence and was not fooled by Li Jiang's tricks. After leading them out, it quietly slipped into the villa. At this time, there was only Li Jiang's mother in the villa. When the zombies saw her, they immediately pounced on her, tore off her face, poked out her eyes, and began to suck her brain. Li Jiang heard the screams in the room and looked back. "No. Dad." They were just about to get in the car when the screams in the room made their expressions change greatly. "Go back quickly." At this moment, a zombie came out of the car window and hugged Li Jiang's father. This zombie is smarter and knows how to hide here and wait for the rabbit. Jiang run quickly as soon as he finished shouting. The zombie took a bite out of his neck, causing blood to spurt out. The zombie held his head again and spun it 360 degrees. Father Li died tragically in front of Li Jiang. "Dad." At this moment, the zombie hugging Father Li roared into the sky. The next second, all the zombies that were deceived before gathered around. Li Jiang looked around and saw that there was no way to retreat. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the zombie that killed his father. "Calm ma, I will fight with you." Booms. At this moment, an explosion exploded among the zombies. Li Jiang looked up and saw a girl with a graceful figure standing on the wall, bending a bow and setting an arrow. She shot out an arrow and hit a zombie. The next second, the arrow exploded, bursting into flames. Thench fired 4 arrows in unison, and explosions sounded one after another. Then, A silver-white golden fur descended from the sky, pressing down the zombie that killed Li's father, then raised its paw and slapped it hard, smashing its brain into pieces. This damn thing must have exploded too. Li Jiang couldn't help but sigh the next moment. Lin Zheng slowly walked out of a pile of zombies. Within 5 meters of him, there seemed to be a mysterious force. All zombies that approached exploded and turned into a pile of minced meat. This is Zhang in this way. Li Jiang was rescued by Lin Zheng and returned to his safe house. As soon as he entered the safe house, Li Jiang's eyes widened with disbelief on his face. He looked like Grandma Liu entering the Grand View Garden. That day, because both his parents died at the mouth of zombies, Li Jiang was speechless all day and didn't eat anything. So he went to bed early in the middle of the night. Lin Zheng could still hear him crying secretly in bed. Hey. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh on the second day. Li Jiang's mood seemed to have recovered a little. After all, life had to go on. Lin Zheng saw that he looked sallow and thin, and looked like he hadn't eaten enough. Then he took out a hot pot and many ingredients from the system space. There are fat beef rolls, fat sheep rolls, spicy beef, shrimp slider stuck intestines, beef meatball stripe, egg roll sec. Holy crap, it's Haydilao, it's so rich. Li Jiang opened his mouth wide open as if he had seen a ghost, staring intently at the hot pot on the table. Jin Mao looked at Li Jiang's unseen expression and couldn't help but rolled his eyes. I usually eat better than this, so what's the fuss? Rich families like Li Jiang want the freshest ingredients every day. So when the zombie crisis comes, their family has almost no supplies. But I have stocked up on a lot of good wine and tea. But that stuff doesn't satisfy my hunger, fortunately. The children at home bought a lot of snacks. So the whole family barely survived. Li Jiang, who had been eating snacks for several days, gradually went crazy when he saw the hot pot. Like a beast seeing a beautiful woman, soon the water boiled, and he frantically put things into the pot, completely ignoring the hot soup splashing on his hands. As soon as it was half-cooked, he started gobbling it up. Ah, Zheng, I'm not welcome, Lin Zheng's. For so many days, my good brother has suffered a lot. He usually never goes to a hot pot restaurant like this, where the per capita price is less than 500. But now he can eat deliciously. If it hadn't been for Li Jiang, Lin Zheng probably wouldn't have been able to go to college. The two were in the same university, and Li Jiang was always helpful to Lin Zheng. Now that I'm reborn, it's my turn to take care of you. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh as he thought about it, and asked, do you want more, are you full? Li Jiang patted his round belly, looked at the empty plate in front of him and the bottom of the soup, and said that's enough, Little Baozi. Golden Retriever, it's time for us to eat. As he said that, Lin was taking out sea ginseng gabalonking crabshark fin, bird's nest eel from the system space to make rice. Li Jiang frowned when he looked at these high-end ingredients, and then looked at Lin Zheng with resentful eyes. Lin Zheng spread his hands. Originally, the hot pot is for 4 people. If you finish it by yourself, then we can only eat whatever we want, casual. It's up to you. Li Jiang originally wanted to eat some more, but a burp with a rich hot pot flavor made him give up the idea. By the way, Zheng's, why were you so outrageous when you killed zombies before? It seemed like you had magic skills. And that little bun lady, the arrows she shot would explode. What happened? Li Jiang touched his head, his face full of tears. Confused at this time, Jiang Yidong glanced at Li Jiang, then bent his bow and aimed an arrow at him. You are not allowed to call me little bun, or I will kill you with 1 arrow. Tears. Zheng also calls you little bunwi, don't you shoot him. He's different. Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng and smiled. Don't laugh or I'll kill you with 1 arrow. Li Jiang was so frightened that he immediately covered his mouth. He had seen the power of the bow and arrow before. 1 arrow could blow the zombies to pieces. Then Lin Zheng had explained to him the reasons for the zombie crisis, as well as things about human evolution and how to cultivate. Li Jiang was shocked after hearing this and could not calm down for a long time, until Lin Zheng took out a bottle of mist and handed it to him. He took the mist and looked at it carefully. Is this the thing that can turn humans into zombies and also allow humans to evolve? Lin Zheng, the people who are alive now and have not turned into zombies are either new humans who can evolve, or old humans who cannot absorb the fog. So you can absorb the fog now and see if you can evolve. Okay, Zheng. Lin Zheng took out dozens more bottles of mist and gave them to Jiang Yitang. Little Baozi again. Maybe this time you will break through the first level and awaken your superpowers. Okay, brother Lin Zheng. Then the two of them began to absorb the mist separately. After a while, Li Jiang shouted, "I feel full of strength now." He stood up suddenly and accidentally kicked over the golden retriever's rice bowl. Then I punched the table next to him, and the table was shattered into pieces. I have evolved, I have evolved. This feeling is really amazing. Li Jiang shouted excitedly. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction in this troubled time. After all, he still had to have his own strength to protect himself. Although Lin Zheng would protect his good brother, he could not stay away from him all the time. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. It's good to have evolved, but if you are too crazy and don't know how to restrain yourself, you will definitely suffer big losses in the future. Just then, the golden retriever stared at Li Jiang with grinning teeth. Because Li Jiang had just knocked over its job, Li Jiang turned his head and took a look, feeling excited and said, "Hey little golden retriever. Do you want to practice with me, woof?" The golden retriever yelled, as if provoking Li Jiang. Li Jiang, who had just evolved, was extremely swollen at this moment. "Come on. Take a punch from me after that." He punched the golden retriever with all his strength. But the golden retriever instantly turned into steel and turned into silvery white. Bang! A burst of ancient temple bells rang out, and the sound floated back and forth in the safe house. And it took a long time to slowly dissipate. This punch is really powerful. Lin Zheng slapped his forehead and said, "No matter what I say, I will suffer a loss immediately." Li Jiang's hand is broken. Ah. He howled like a killing pig, and his right hand seemed to have been boned hanging limply. The golden retriever grinned widely and looked at Li Jiang sideways with a look of success on his face. Lin Zheng walked up to Li Jiang, patted him on the shoulder and said, "Jiang, I will teach you the first lesson of the apocalypse now. In the future, you must keep a low profile. In this ever-changing apocalypse, powerful beings abound." Li Jiang showed a crying expression, saying that he would never dare to be arrogant again. Why? On the other side, Jiang Yidong sighed softly, but it seemed that he still hadn't woken up. Lin Zheng was also a little strange, logically speaking. Little Baozi had absorbed a sufficient amount of mist, so why hadn't he awakened his superpower? He came to the somewhat disappointed little bun, patted her shoulder and comforted her softly. "It's okay. Little buns, this proves more and more that your power is very powerful. So it is difficult to awaken, yeah." Little Baozi nodded with obvious disappointment. She was very anxious in her heart. As the apocalypse progressed, it would only become more and more dangerous in the future. If she didn't wake up for a day, brother Lin Zheng would be worried all the time. No matter what, let's eat first. Having enough food is the most important thing, Lin Zheng said. Li Jiang's hand has been put in a plaster and he is lying on the side. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Lin Zheng and Jiang Yidong were eating a seafood dinner on the side. "Come on, little Baozi, have a cup of ginseng tea." "Thank you, brother Lin Zheng." Jiang Yidong reached out to take it, but it was empty. And then he took his hand back. Lin Zheng didn't react for a moment, let go of his hand, and the cup fell to the ground. "I'm sorry, brother Lin Zheng." "It's okay, I'll pour you another glass." Lin Zheng poured another cup for Jiang Yitong. This time he paid a little more attention. He found that before he handed over the cup, little Baozi had already reached out to take it. There is no doubt that she took advantage of it again and took her hand back. This time Lin Zheng did not let go of his hand. He seemed to have discovered Jiang Yidong's awakened power. "Little Baozi, I seem to have discovered your awakened power." When Zhang Yidong heard Thish became excited instantly. Really, what is my superpower brother Lin Zheng? Let's go outside and try it and you'll know. Then several people came outside the safe house. At this moment, there were no zombies in this area. Not far away, there were only a few sporadic zombies wandering around. In order not to be disturbed, Lin Zheng made a thought and floated a few stones around him. Then shot towards a few zombies, bang 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 bang. The stone hit the head, and several zombies fell down instantly. Then Lin Zheng said to Jin Mao, please steel yourself. Later the little bun will shoot you with an arrow. Try your best to avoid it and test your reaction power. When the golden retriever heard this, he instantly turned into steel and became silver white all over. Since its awakening, it has been unable to show off its strength unexpectedly. Someone now actually asked me to show off for him. Then it would be embarrassing then. The golden retriever took a proud little step and ran to a place 20 meters away. His muscles were tense and ready to go. That little expression seemed to say, "If you can shoot me with an arrow today, I will call you daddy." Lin Zheng said to Jiang Yitong, Little Baozi, "Concentrate your attention now and shoot it for me." Jiang Yitong knew that the explosive bow could not damage the golden retriever after it was turned into steel. So he nodded and said, "Okay, brother Lin Zheng." I saw her taking her luck slowly raising the explosive bow, and suddenly opened her eyes gaze like a torch. Woof woof woof. The golden retriever was already extremely hungry and thirsty, and began to urge Jiang Yitong with screams. I saw it shook its head suddenly, and its silver-white fur swayed together. Like a silver-white lion, whoosh. Jiang Yitong suddenly shot an arrow, and the arrow whizzed away with a sound of breaking through the air. The golden retriever had been ready to move long ago. When he saw Jiang Yitong take action, he immediately moved. Lin Zheng frowned then smiled slightly and said, "It is indeed what I thought." Boom, arrows explode. The golden retriever in the middle. The golden retriever was stunned. It was an accident. It was definitely an accident, he was so fast. How could she hit him? Lin Zheng said from the side, "Very good, continue." Jiang Yitong was a little dazed, but he immediately reacted. Glanced at Lin Zheng and shot another arrow. The golden retriever is full of confidence this time. It is impossible to shoot it this time. Boom, hit again. Coincidence, definitely a coincidence. Golden retriever was a little panicked. Jiang Yitong was also a little surprised. His archery skills were very accurate, but he was still a little unskilled at moving targets. 2 arrows in succession hit the fast-moving golden retriever. Is it coincidence or luck? Lin Zheng continued, "C *M, don't stop, keep C *** G for me." Under Lin Zheng's urging, Jiang Yitong kept bending his bow and arrows, getting faster and faster. No matter how the golden retriever evaded, every arrow hit it accurately. After dozens of arrows came down, the golden hair that was originally silvery white was now black, as if it had been smeared with ashes from the bottom of a pot. And his face was full of grievances. At the same time, it stuck out its tongue and kept panting. After dozens of back and forth, it was already exhausted. Li Jiang was dumbfounded as he watched from the side. He didn't expect that this weak-looking young lady would have such superb archery skills. He would try to avoid messing with her as much as possible in the future. "Okay," Li Jiang shouted, and then subconsciously clapped his hands. "Ah, it hurts." Jin Mao looked at Jiang Yitong not far away, with dissatisfaction written all over his face. "This is impossible. Why can her arrows hit me? Isn't it because she has installed automatic tracking on the arrows?" Jiang Yitong looked at Jin Mao with a dissatisfied look on his face, then knocked another arrow come back. The golden retriever was shocked. His steeliness was about to disappear. If he came back again, he would be GG. Fortunately, Lin Zheng stopped her in time. Little Bundunt C **M. Jiang Yitong then slowly put down the arrow in his hand. Lin Zheng looked at her and asked, "Do you know now what kind of power you have awakened?" "Crack shot, no," Lin Zheng pretended to be mysterious. This was clearly a perfect shot, but Lin Zheng said otherwise, which made Jiang Yidong a little confused. What is that? Brother Lin Zheng, tell me quickly, I really want to know. Jiang Yidong said anxiously. Your power is that you can see the opponent's movements 1 second in advance. Jiang Yidong couldn't believe it. This seemed a bit too fantasy. Can you predict the future? Lin Zheng shook his head. It's not about predicting the future. But you can quickly predict the opponent's actions in the next second through his actions at this moment. When you shot the arrow just now, I specifically observed that your arrow was not pointed directly at the golden retriever, but the position it will reach in the next second. Jiang Yidong was a little confused, but I shot right at it. Lin Zheng continued to explain. That's because the golden retriever in your eyes is the golden retriever 1 second later. Just like when you took the cup just now. You should have used your power unintentionally and saw in advance that I was about to hand the cup to your picture. So you reached out and grabbed nothing twice. So that's it, Jiang Yidong nodded in sudden realization, with an expression of shock and surprise on her face. She then asked Brother Lin Zheng, how do I control this power? Otherwise, I will have to break a lot of cups in the future. Lin Zhengdao, superpowers are controlled by our will. You try to concentrate and feel the energy of the superpowers flowing throughout your body. And then you use your willpower to control them to gather into one ball. Jiang Yidong immediately closed his eyes, calming down, and the expression on his face gradually relaxed. The next second she opened her eyes excitedly, looked at Lin Zheng and said, Brother Lin Zheng, it's really like what you said. I can feel that magical energy. Lin Zheng smiled, that's good, little bun. Now that you have awakened your superpower, you won't have to worry about it anymore. The little bun looked at Lin Zheng with a smile, but in the next second her expression changed drastically. She stared at Lin Zheng in horror and hurriedly stepped back because she saw a shadow that looked exactly like Lin Zheng punched her in the face. This is all. Lin Zheng's fist suddenly stopped, and the shadow in Jiang Yidong's eyes disappeared. How do you feel now? Jiang Yidong said in surprise, Brother Lin Zheng, I saw a shadow that looked exactly like you punched me. So I quickly backed away and then your fist came up. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction and said, very good. You can now freely control your own powers. When someone attacks you, you will subconsciously use your powers. When the danger disappears, you will automatically stop using them. This may save a lot of energy. So Brother Lin Zheng, you were testing me just now. That's right. Just then, Lin Zheng looked at the open space in front of him. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put it in words. Suddenly, he realized that there were many corpses of zombies on the ground before, but no except for the few that were just killed. The other zombie corpses are gone. Lin Zheng suddenly had a very bad premonition. Who would want the corpse of a zombie? Just when Lin Zheng was thinking, several people suddenly appeared in the distance. They seemed to have noticed Lin Zheng and the others, and ran towards them quickly. Lin Zheng immediately realized that something was wrong, because they all held weapons in their hands, and they were coming menacingly. It was obvious that the attackers were evil. Attention everyone, the enemy is coming. After saying that, Jiang Yidong, Li Jiang and Jin Mao all cheered up and stared at the person running not far away. Especially the bald leader, who exudes the aura of an awakened person. It seems that now humans have become more and more accustomed to fog and have begun to evolve rapidly. This is the first awakened human being that Lin Zheng has encountered besides Jiang Yidong. However, Jiang Yidong only broke through with the help of his own extremely pure mist. It seems that the world does not lack people with excellent talents. You guys stop for me. The bald leader was holding a scimitar, and there was a scar on his face. You are blind. Aren't we standing well here? When the bald man saw Jiang Yidong, he immediately showed a lewd smile, licked his tongue and said to the 4 younger brothers behind him, Brothers, you are lucky today and you caught a little beauty. Tonight you guys must do it, have fun at this time. A skinny and wretched man stepped forward and said with a smile, Brother Scar, I want that man, he pointed at Li Jiang and said. Li Jiang's anus tightened instantly. Scar smiled and said, I know your boy likes this, so I'll keep this boy for you. Thank you, Brother Scar, then. Brother Scar put the scimitar in his hand on his shoulder, curled his lips and said to Lin Zheng, boy, give you a chance. Live to serve us tea and water or die under my knife. Because Lin Zheng was the only person who was of little use to them, Jiang Yitong could no longer see the other party humiliating Lin Zheng like this. He raised his bow and arrow and aimed an arrow at Brother Scar. Scar's face changed slightly, awakened one. As soon as he moved, he found that the arrow was shooting towards her, and he suddenly felt strange. Why did I move in the direction where she shot the arrow? The arrow was so close that he could only activate his supernatural powers. With a wave of his palm, a fire snake was spurted out, which directly engulfed the incoming arrow. And the arrow also exploded in the flames. After learning that the other party was an awakened person, Brother Scar seemed to be even more excited and said to the brothers, Brothers, we are really lucky today. This little beauty is also an awakened person. It will be even more exciting to play, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha, the boys started laughing. And they all looked at Jiang Yitong lustfully. Except for the thin man. Jiang Yitong didn't give him time to breathe. His eyes slightly wrinkled, and he activated his prediction ability. The first arrow was aimed directly at Brother Scar. When Brother Scar saw it, this arrow was ordinary and he could easily dodge it. He turned slightly sideways and dodged the arrow. The arrow hit the pile of rubble behind him and exploded, throwing up countless small rocks. Brother Scar smiled obscenely at Jiang Yitong and said, Little beauty, if that's all you have. You'll have to warm my bed tonight, shameless. Jiang Yitong cursed. The first arrow is just to make the opponent move. Once it moves, the movements will have a certain consistency, so that Jiang Yitong can predict the opponent's movements 1 second in advance. Right. Jiang Yitong smiled slightly and quickly shot an arrow again. Brother Scar just turned to the right, just as he stood firm. He saw the opponent shoot another arrow. The inertia of the movement made him retreat to the right. This was just within Jiang Yitong's prediction. Brother Scar was a little depressed. Why did he bump into her arrow again? He had no choice but to use his firepower again, spraying out blazing flames from his palms. But Jiang Yitong gave him no time to breathe. He shot 3 arrows in succession, and the 3 points formed a triangle in the air. Brother Scar saw another arrow coming, and quickly changed his body shape again. He found that he had hit the arrow again. He wanted to take a step back to the right and hide away, but found that an arrow was also coming from that position. He had no choice but to do so. He could only stand up again and take a step back. But there was still an arrow waiting for him. He was immediately depressed. Why does the opponent's arrow always appear at the position of my next action? Could it be that that woman could predict the future? This time he simply stopped hiding and just stood there, spitting out flames at the third arrow boom. After the explosion, he exhaled slowly. He didn't expect that this woman who looked weak could be so fierce. But what he didn't expect was that Jiang Yitong had predicted that he would stand still. Behind the third arrow there is another arrow hidden, shot out from the explosion of fire after all. Brother Scar couldn't dodge and was hit by an arrow in his arm. Boom, the arrow exploded and blew one of his arms away. Ah. He let out a loud cry of pains, and then shouted to his younger brother, why the hell are you still standing? Kill them quickly. Only then did the younger brothers react. They raised their knives and rushed towards Lin Zheng and the others. The thin man naturally rushed towards Li Jiang. Li Jiang spat, if you dare to miss me, go to hell. He used his left hand to punch the thin man who was charging towards him. This punch seemed to have a huge force, hitting the thin man's stomach and knocking him away. He landed right in front of Lin Zheng. The thin man has also evolved, and his physical fitness is much stronger than that of ordinary people. So this punch only injured him but did not kill him. Seeing that Li Jiang was not easy to mess with, he got up and turned around and rushed towards Lin Zheng. As a result, before he could get close to Lin Zheng, He was bounced several meters away from Lin Zheng's absolute space. This time he landed in front of the golden retriever. Why is this man so powerful? He got up again, looked at the golden retriever in front of him and said, I don't believe it today. If a man can't beat him, a dog can beat him. He raised the knife and slashed at the golden retriever. The golden retriever had just rested for a while, and now it had regained its strength and became steel again. The steel knife struck Jin Mao's back, making a clanging sound. The thin man suddenly felt numbness in the tiger's mouth, and the knife in his hand fell to the ground. Jin Mao, who had been chopped by a knife, was completely angry. He looked up to the sky and roared. The huge sound directly hammered the thin man into a big back. Then the golden retriever raised his paw and hit him on the neck. The next second, his head rolled to the ground. Brother Scar was shocked. This golden retriever is so fierce. The other three younger brothers rushed towards Lin Zheng. When they entered within 5 meters of Lin Zheng, 3 heads flew up. A burst of blood mist sprayed from their necks, and then their bodies fell to the ground. Brother Scar swallowed his saliva. This is even more outrageous. His first reaction now is to run. He raised his legs and turned around to run. Jiang Yidong fired 5 arrows at once, blocking all his escape routes. Finally, a sword hit him in the back. Boom. The arrow exploded and he lowered his head, only to see a blood hole penetrating his chest. And then he fell down. Lin Zheng felt a little strange. The bald man's chest was clearly penetrated, but no blood flowed out. He stepped forward and took a look, frowning slightly. Not only did the bald corpse have no blood, but there were also faint signs of physical decay, which was a characteristic of becoming a zombie. But he still retains human sanity, which makes Lin Zheng a little confused. Logically speaking, with the current concentration of fog, it is impossible for humans to have a first-order awakened person so quickly. And this bald head is indeed a first-order awakened person. But his body is very strange. The only explanation that Lin Zheng could think of was that he might have eaten some kind of mutant plant that could absorb and store fog, which allowed him to absorb high concentrations of fog in a short period of time, allowing him to awaken faster and break through to the first level. In order to confirm his idea, Lin Zheng thought, and a piece of iron next to him flew up and slashed towards the bald head's belly. His stomach was split open in an instant, and there was no blood splattering as expected. The slightly rotten flesh suddenly opened, and the moldy internal organs inside instantly flowed out. Lin Zheng saw the stomach at a glance among the pile of internal organs. It was covered with green mold and exuded a stench. Stab. The iron piece cut open the moldy stomach again, and the contents flowed out in a loud crash. You can vaguely see the pieces of incompletely digested meat. It seems that this guy has lived a very nourishing life in the past 2 days. What's left is a sticky semi-liquid paste. Suddenly, Lin Zheng saw a very unexpected object, brown, the size of a marble, and the surface seemed to be covered with fine hairs. There were more than one object, and his entire stomach was almost full. What's this? Lin Zheng controlled the iron piece and picked out the thing. I always feel like I've seen that thing somewhere, but I just can't remember it. This damn familiar strangeness. Scratch. Lin Zheng once again controlled the iron piece and cut open the strange little fruit. Suddenly, a burst of mist came out from inside. Lin Zheng nodded slightly. His guess was indeed correct. This small fruit should be the fruit of some kind of mutated plant that can absorb fog. Do you two know this fruit? Jiang Yidong and Li Jiang shook their heads at the same time. Obviously, this kind of fruit is not common. Maybe it grows in some hidden corner. Or maybe it grows on the roadside. But I just don't recognize it. Just when Lin was about to put it into the system space, he slowly identified it later. The golden retriever came up, sniffed with his nose and then called Lin Zheng twice. Lin Zheng suddenly realized, you are a dog. Your nose is so sharp, even if you don't know what it is. You can still find it with your sense of smell. The golden retriever turned his head arrogantly, with an expression that seemed to say, no, you think of me then. Under the leadership of golden retriever, The three set out to find the first mutated plant. And this plant could store mist. It allows people to absorb a large amount of mist in a short period of time, thereby awakening faster. But it also seems to have a side effect that is, it will gradually turn people into zombies. If more and more people take this fruit, then there will only be many powerful zombies in the end. Lin Zheng must stop this trend, strain. There seem to be very few zombie corpses on this road. It seems that they have been cleaned up specially. Lin Zheng looked at the scenes on the left and right sides of the road with some curiosity. Suddenly, several zombies appeared in front of them. They seemed to be dragging something slowly forward. Lin Zheng and others ran over quickly. When the zombies saw them, they immediately put down what they were holding. And that thing was none other than a zombie corpse. It seems that the zombie corpses on the ground were dragged away by zombies. What do they want with these corpses? The doubts in Lin Zheng's mind were getting bigger and bigger. At this moment, those zombies rushed over like crazy. Lin Zheng pointed at one of the female zombies and said to Li Jiang, "Jiang, this one is relatively weak, so I'll give you some practice." "Oh, a few Ks," Li Jiang made an okay gesture to Lin Zheng, and then rushed forward with confidence. Lin Zheng's purpose in doing this is to enable Li Jiang to grow up as soon as possible and have the ability to protect himself in this troubled world. There are still a dozen zombies left. The golden retriever killed 2 of them with one swoop. Jiang Yidong fired 4 arrows in unison, accurately hitting the heads of 4 zombies. Boom. The heads of the 4 zombies were instantly blown into minced meat. The remaining bodies ran forward for 2 steps, relying on inertia, and then slowly fell down. There are 10 zombies that have rushed within 5 meters of Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng thought, and 10 heads flew up directly. Their bodies first knelt down on the ground, and then slammed down. And then the heads rolled to the ground one after another. Jiang Yidong and Jin Mao were dumbfounded. This is ridiculously strong. Anyone who comes close to him will fly away if he is not careful. Of course, this is only for relatively weak zombies. If they are both first-level zombies, Lin Zheng's absolute space cannot fly directly, but it can suppress the opponent's strength to a great extent. The battle here was over in less than 10 seconds. Help. A cry for help suddenly rang out. Several people turned around and saw that Li Yang was being chased crazily by the weak-looking female zombie. "No, I can't beat this," Li Jiang suddenly tripped. And the female zombie rushed forward, opening its bloody mouth and trying to bite Li Jiang's head. Fortunately had quick eyesight and quick hands, and hurriedly raised his plastered arm to block it. The female zombie took a bite, took a mouthful of powder, took 2 sips and felt a little dazed. The plaster on Li Jiang's hand was bitten and broke into 2 pieces and slipped from his hand. The female zombie opened her mouth again and bit Li Jiang's head. "Ah!" Li Jiang shouted the next second. The female zombie's head actually flew out. Li Jiang was stunned. "Am I awake? Get up." He turned around and found that Lin Zheng and the others had stood beside him at some point. He hurriedly pushed away the female zombie pressing on him, and then got a little ashamed. "I didn't even win against a woman." Lin Zheng patted Li Jiang on the shoulder, then came to the corpse of the female zombie, looked at her a few times, and then used his mind to control a piece of iron to slit her stomach, and then slit her stomach. In addition to the scalp and brain that have not been fully digested, there is also that strange fruit inside. No wonder this female zombie is more powerful than ordinary ones. It turns out she also swallowed this mutated fruit. Logically speaking, after absorbing the mist, the strengthened Li Jiang should have no problem dealing with ordinary zombies. But he was pressed down and beaten by this female zombie. That meant that the female zombie had also been strengthened. Under this conjecture, Lin Zheng couldn't help but connect it with the bald head. So he opened her belly and cut open her stomach to see if she had also swallowed this. A mutated fruit. It seems that this kind of fruit can also strengthen zombies. In this case, Lin Zheng will destroy the mutated plant even more. And at this moment, in a tall building not far away, a man holding a telescope stared at this side. After seeing how terrifying Lin Zheng and others were, 2 drops of sweat could not help but flow out from his cheeks. And there was a piece of rotten flesh on this man's arm. Then Lin Zheng and others sold by Jin Mao continued to search for the mutated plant. This direction seems to be towards the city center. Lin Zheng initially thought that the mutated plant was in the mountains and forests outside the city. The closer you get to the city center, the more zombies you seem to have. And many of them are dragging their bodies and staggering forward. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, they try not to take the main road. The golden retriever sniffed and walked. Suddenly it stopped, raised its head and looked ahead. Lin Zheng followed its gaze and what he saw shocked him. It's that mutated plant. It is the biggest feature of Jiangtong City. The huge sycamore tree at this time. It is no longer the pleasant-looking sycamore tree covered with red leaves. Instead, the leaves are withered. The trunks are twisted like poisonous snakes. And they are covered with thorny brown vines under the tree. There were piles of zombie corpses like a hill. The cane was moving slowly, strangling the corpses one after another, and then hanging them on the branches from a distance. It looked like countless people were hanging on the tree. The scene was extremely weird. And that's exactly how that tree absorbs nutrients. Suddenly, Lin Zheng's eyes widened when he saw the fruit on the tree. It was the mysterious fruit in the bald man's belly. It turns out to be the fruit of the sycamore tree. No wonder Lin Zheng felt strange and familiar at the same time. I used to pass by this place often, and I often looked up to admire this sycamore tree. At this moment, they are hiding in an abandoned building. Just when Lin was thinking about how to destroy the tree, little did they know that several first-level zombies had already targeted them. They slowly approached Lin Zheng and others. These zombies had eaten countless sycamore fruits, and they had evolved to the first level in just a few days. Seeing them getting closer and closer, when he was 5 meters away, Lin Zheng frowned and felt the danger behind him. Careful. He shouted, and Jiang Yitong and others reacted instantly. They were also deeply attracted by the terrifying sycamore tree. It wasn't until Lin Zheng's shout that they woke up and looked back suddenly. Jiang Yitong reacted quickly and shot an arrow with his backhand at a first-level zombie. The zombie dodged nimbly, but its move had been predicted by Jiang Yitong. So after shooting the first arrow, she immediately shot the second arrow at the next place. Boom! The zombie was submerged in the explosion. And when the fire dissipated, the skin and flesh on its body were black and cracked, as if it had been burned by fire. This arrow caused a lot of damage to it. It was also enraged, roared to the sky and rushed towards Jiang Yitong. Jiang Yitong quickly bent his bow and set an arrow, retreating and shooting at the same time. Li Jiang saw immediately that he could not participate in a battle of this level. Not only would he not be able to help, but it would also cause trouble for Lin Zheng and the others. So he wisely found a place to hide after turning into steel. The golden retriever specially picked a zombie that was 2 meters tall and full of muscles and rushed forward. Bangs! A dog and a zombie collided together, making a loud bang. It was like 2 tanks crashing into each other. So terrifying, there were 3 first-level zombies left. And they naturally rushed towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng looked at the 3 zombies charging towards him and smiled slightly. Compared with me in numbers rights. Then he took out an explosive bow from the space. He shot an arrow at the 3 charging zombies, copy *6. In an instant, 1 arrow turned into 64. Lin Zheng didn't give them time to react and shot another arrow. Copy *6 another 64 arrows. The 3 zombies were dumbfounded. Is this an arrow or a machine gun? The dense rain of arrows rushed towards them like a wall. Boom, 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 a series of huge explosions sounded. After the fire dissipated, the 3 zombies were blown to pieces. But they were still able to move. They roared again and rushed towards Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng planned to deal with them at close range this time. So he also went up to them. When Lin Zheng was approaching the zombies, the 3 zombies were stunned. They felt that their strength had suddenly dropped a lot. Just when they were in a daze, Lin Zheng was already pointing his explosive bow at one of the zombies. With the arrow half a meter away from it, whoosh. Because the distance is too close. It was copied 5 times this time. One arrow turned into 32. And they were densely inserted into the zombie. Lin Zheng did not forget to kick it away. Boom. 32 arrows exploded at the same time, directly blowing the zombie into ashes in the air. The remaining 2 zombies also attacked from the left and right at this time. They bared their teeth and claws with angry expressions. Lin Zheng dodged and took a step to the right. The 2 zombies collided together, and the charred flesh immediately stuck together. They pulled hard and tore off the entire face, leaving the broken skin hanging on their faces, revealing rotten flesh and blood. Seeing this, Lin Zheng used the bow in his hand to trap one of the zombies, and then pulled it sharply. The taut string was no different than an extremely sharp knife at this moment, and it cut across the zombie's neck in an instant. Just as it was about to turn around, it suddenly stopped and its head rolled down, leaving a flat cut on its neck. Seeing this, the last zombie released poisonous gas towards Lin Zheng. But in absolute space, Lin Zheng can control everything. Under Lin Zheng's control, the poisonous gas spewed out, gathered into a ball, and flew into the zombie's mouth. Lin Zheng quickly stepped forward and slapped it on the top of its head, successfully penetrated the poisonous gas into its body. I saw its belly began to slowly expand like an inflated ball. Bangs! Finally, it exploded and turned into a pile of minced meat. On Jiang Yitong's side, he saw the right moment and nailed the zombie to the wall with 1 arrow, and then shot 4 arrows in succession to fix the zombie's limbs. Boom! The zombie was directly blown into 8 pieces. The golden retriever threw the huge zombie to the ground, then stretched out his claws and penetrated directly through its head. These first-level zombies are obviously more difficult to deal with than other zombies. Lin Zheng knew that these zombies must have eaten a lot of sycamore fruits. It seemed that this tree was bound to be destroyed. But the scene of their fight just now also attracted the zombies outside. At this time, groups of zombies surrounded the building. There are many first-level ones among them. Seeing the situation, Lin Zheng immediately took out the Land Rover from the system space, and then ordered everyone to get in the cars. Then he kicked the accelerator and smashed the glass of the building, flying out from inside. Then he took out a rocket launcher and threw it to Li Jiang. Copied dozens of rounds and said to him, "Blast at that tree." Li Jiang picked up the rocket launcher, his face full of excitement, loaded the shells and fired hard at the huge sycamore tree. His expression gradually changed. Woohoo, this feeling is so great. Li Jiang fired more than a dozen shells at the sycamore tree, blowing it in half and falling to the ground at this moment. Behind the car, countless zombies followed. Jiang Yidong kept shooting at the zombies, and Li Jiang kept firing. Explosions sounded one after another, blowing up zombies one after another. But they still chased after them crazily, as if Lin Zheng and others had a blood feud with them. Jiang, come and drive. Oh, okay. Li Jiang put down the rocket launcher with some reluctance. He hadn't had enough of blowing up yet. But he also knew clearly that in times of crisis like this, he must listen to the instructions of capable people. Otherwise, he would ruin things. Li Jiang replaced Lin Zheng and came to the driver's seat. Okay, then let me show you how good I am at catching the Ibito driver. After they turned the steering wheel fiercely, cooperated with the clutch and brakes, and made a beautiful drift, Lin Zheng was a little shocked. His driving skills were so good, so he would be made a full-time driver from now on. Li Jiang's thank you. Lin Zheng picked up the rocket launcher and fired one at the zombies behind him. Copy *6, one rocket turned into 64 in an instant. Jiang Yidong pursed his lips at the side. His hands were almost cramped before he shot 30 arrows. With just one shot, you shot 64 shells. Are you so outrageous? It's so irritating that people are so different from each other. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded behind the car, blasting into the sky with a burst of fire. Countless zombies were blown into a pile of minced meat. But they are still chasing after them, roaring and chasing madly. Some enhanced zombies are extremely fast. Compared with the speed of Land Rover, they are only slightly inferior, no. You have to find a way to get rid of these zombies quickly. Otherwise, they will only attract more zombies. And then you will be in trouble. Lin Zheng is not arrogant enough to think that he can deal with all the zombies in a city. Looking at the tall buildings on both sides of the road, he suddenly had an idea. Raise the rocket launcher and fire 2 rounds to the left. Then 2 rounds to the right. After 6 replications, there are 128 rounds on each side. Boom! The shells directly hit the high-rise buildings on both sides. The high-rise buildings were blown down instantly. Countless steel bars and concrete were smashed down and piled on the road. Forming a high roadblock, this trick really worked, directly stopping those zombies. Seeing this, Li Jiang stepped on the accelerated and left. Lin Zheng held the rocket launcher and pointed it at a 45-degree angle in the direction of the roadblock. I will give you a few more rounds for free. Bang, 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 4 rounds were fired in succession. After 6 copies, a total of 256 rounds were fired at the zombies behind the roadblock. Suddenly, it was like cannonballs falling from the sky. Countless cannonballs were shot into the zombies at a 45-degree angle. Exploding one after another, countless fires were set off, adding a touch of brilliant color to this long-dormant city. Lin Zheng and others returned to the safe house without any danger. Everyone was extremely tired from this battle. Their faces were all dirty and they were breathing heavily. Lin Zheng directly took out a full banquet for all of them and rewarded them all. Li Jiang's eyes lit up instantly when he saw it. He didn't expect that in such troubled times he could still have a full banquet. Seeing that everyone kept smacking their lips, Lin Zheng knew that they must be very thirsty at the moment. Then he took out a few bottles of Fat House Happy Water. Unexpectedly, Li Jiang just picked up a bottle of Gulu Gulu and drank it all. Don't be too happy at all after eating. Lin Zheng picked some strawberries and watermelons that he planted in the system space. These are freshly picked fruits. They are different from the ones Lin Zheng copied from the supermarket. These are all natural and pollution-free, without any technology or hard work. Wow, there are fresh fruits to eat. Li Jiang shouted excitedly after eating and drinking. Lin Zheng couldn't help but worry about the current unpredictable situation. Take this mutated sycamore tree as an example. If he hadn't discovered it early and destroyed it, there would have been many more first-level zombies. If this is the case, then it will become increasingly difficult to survive. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng still felt that he should improve his strength as soon as possible. Strong strength is the ultimate skill, so he took out hundreds of bottles of mist and said to them, "Okay. After eating and drinking we are going to start practicing." When Zhang Yitong heard Thish nodded obediently, then picked up a dozen bottles of mist and went aside to absorb it. The golden retriever was also very conscious. He took a dozen bottles of mist to his kennel and began to absorb the mist to consolidate his superpowers. The biggest problem now is Li Jiang. I don't know when he will wake up. Lin Zheng gave him 2 bottles of mist and said to him, "Jiang, you have just started to absorb the mist. It is not advisable to absorb too much. Just absorb 2 bottles first. Zhengs, who are you looking down on? Give me a little more, I'll suck 10 bottles. If you're not afraid of exploding and dying, just suck it." I'm kidding, 2 bottles are enough. In this way, everyone was immersed in their own cultivation. Lin Zheng was still as outrageous as ever, as if he drank a bottle of mist in less than 5 seconds. Soon there were piles of empty glass jars behind him. The next second his eyes suddenly opened. His expression was excited, and he slightly opened his mouth and said, "The range of absolute space has expanded by 1 meter. This distance is enough for Lin Zheng to make 1 more copy. Now shooting an arrow can be copied 7 times, which is 128 arrows at present. It is estimated that no one within the first level can withstand this level of attack." At this moment, The system reminded, a mutated item Tang Dao appeared 5 kilometers away from the host. Lin Zheng's eyes lit up. And the second mutated item appeared, he looked at Li Jiang. And he just happened to equip this guy with a weapon. I also need a melee weapon. The bursting bow is a long-range attack. Although Lin Zheng can still use the effect of a melee weapon in his hands, it is still not as useful as a real melee weapon. The knife is indeed a good choice. Lin Zheng used the monitor to check the location of the Tang Dao. It was inserted into a glass basketball board in a large gymnasium. It can be inserted into the glass plate without cracking the glass plate. It seems that this mutated Tang knife has enhanced sharpness. However, there were 2 parties confronting each other in the gymnasium at this moment. One of them, Lin Zheng, looked familiar. After taking a closer look, I discovered that it was Fang Jianhua who had purchased his luxury car. He was leading a group of people armed with live ammunition to confront another group. It seems that they have all discovered the Tang Dao. But how do they know the magic of mutated items so far? A total of 2 mutated items have appeared in Jiangtang City. One is the explosive bow in Jiang Yidang's hand, and the other is this Tang Dao, logically speaking. There is no reason for them to discover the extraordinary features of mutated items. Lin Zheng is a little confused. He will have to ask them carefully when the time comes. He slowly stood up and said to the others, "Let's go grab something, boy. If you know what's going on, take your people and get out of here. Otherwise, I will beat you into a sieve immediately." Fang Jianhua said to the people in front of him with a black pistol in his hand. The person opposite was named Wang Tian, a man who had been strengthened. He had a stern face with no expression on his angular face. He had short stubble on both sides of his cheeks. He looked like a tough guy at first glance at this moment. A girl with a bow and arrow stepped forward, aimed her bow and arrow at Fang Jianhua and said, "You can try to see which one of your bullets hits me first, or which one of my bow and arrows pierces the throat first." Hell losses. The girl's words caused Fang Jianhua and others to burst into laughter. Fang Jianhua moved the gun in his hand and said, "I heard you right. Your primitive weapon still needs to be compared with my pistol." "Are you so stupid?" The girl did not speak, but shot an arrow at a wooden board not far away. The wooden board was directly shot into 2 halves, and the arrow passed through the wooden board and penetrated deeply into the wall behind. The power of this arrow is definitely not inferior to that of a bullet. If it is shot at a person, it will definitely penetrate directly. The girl quickly set up an arrow and looked at Fang Jianhua. Now, Fang Jianhua swallowed and subconsciously touched his neck. If this arrow hit his neck, he would definitely die. But he didn't give in, after all, he had such a gun. At worst, both sides would suffer at this time. Wang Tian stepped forward and said coldly, "I will give you 10 more seconds to leave immediately, or all of you will die." After saying that, he raised his right foot and stepped down suddenly. Several tiles on the ground cracked, causing a burst of dust. Fang Jianhua was a little shocked that he turned out to be an enhanced person. The reason why he knew about enhancement was because his immediate brother, Uncle Tay, was also an enhanced person. The same person who originally sold the arms to Lin Zheng. "Have you been strengthened to be very powerful? No matter how powerful you are, can you still withstand a rocket launcher?" As he said that, Fang Jianhua waved to the younger brother behind him. A younger brother walked out carrying an RPG and pointed the muzzle at Wang Tian and others. Wang Tian frowned slightly. Fang Jianhua laughed loudly. "Come on, aren't you very awesome? Are you awesome at RPG? We are bound to get this Tang Dao today, so you should save your money." As soon as he finished speaking, a phantom suddenly flashed from behind Wang Tian and rushed towards the boy carrying the RPG. Thina sword flashed past and only a stabbing sound was heard. As if something was cut off the next second, a man holding a machete appeared in front of the young man. Fang Jianhua felt threatened and shouted to his younger brother, "Fire them and kill them." When the younger brother heard this, he wanted to pull the trigger, but found that his fingers didn't obey him. Immediately afterwards, his hands and arms were suddenly severed. and the rocket launcher fell to the ground. The little brother was rolling on the ground in pain, shouting crazily. Fang Jianhua looked at the man and couldn't help being surprised. It was another enhanced man. How many strengthened people does the other party have? Roll, the man yelled at Fang Jianhua and others, scaring them so much that they backed away. This person's name is Guo Yi, and like the previous girl named Zhao Zini, he is Wang Tian's subordinate. Fang Jianhua seemed not to give up yet. He took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and said, "Bring the car in." As soon as he finished speaking, the floor shook, and then there was a roar outside the gymnasium boom. A wall of the gymnasium was shattered, and a tank slowly drove out from the rubble. It seemed that Uncle Tai was determined to win the Tang Dao this time, and even sent out tanks, seeing the tanks coming in. Fang Jianhua's confidence instantly increased, and he gained confidence. He said angrily, "You guys are ignorant and dare to hurt me. I will let you know how to write the words death later." After that, he spoke to the walkie-talkie again, "Fire for me and kill these bastards." Suddenly, Wang Tian stood up and said loudly, "We are people in the quarantine area. Are you sure you want to go against us?" When he heard the words quarantine area, Fang Jianhua was stunned for a moment, and immediately said to the intercom, "Wait a moment." He heard Uncle Tai talk about the quarantine zone. It was said that several nearby cities were jointly established. It contained troops and various modern weapons, and was completely militarized. It should be the most powerful official organization within hundreds of miles. No wonder there are so many enhanced people on the other side. It turns out they are people from the quarantine area. It is said that scientists in the quarantine area have discovered that fog can change human tissue and thereby strengthen the body. So they use various modern instruments to collect large amounts of thin fog in the air and purify it. Most of the people in the quarantine area have been strengthened, but there is still some distance to go before they are fully awakened. Wang Tian and others were the first people to voluntarily participate in the fog experiment. Fortunately, they were all able to adapt to the fog, and their bodies were successfully strengthened. For example, Wang Tian strengthened his strength. Guo also strengthened his speed, and Zhao Zini strengthened her strength and vision. So she chose the bow and arrow as a weapon. Just when Fang Jianhua hesitated, suddenly, several people broke the glass curtain wall of the gymnasium and came in. One of them, a girl holding a bow and arrow, shot an arrow at Tang Dao. There was a string tied to the arrow. The arrow hit the edge of the handle of the Tang Dao, and then immediately changed its direction. The thin thread behind it was wrapped around the handle. Then with a sudden pull, the Tang Dao was pulled out. Lin Zheng stretched out his hand to catch the Tang Dao, immediately copied dozens of them and put them into the system space, and then gave the one in his hand to Li Jiang. Zhao Zini looked at the girl's amazing archery skills and couldn't help feeling depressed. She had always been very confident in her own archery skills, but the girl's sexy moves made her feel that she had met a master today, and her archery skills might not be as good as hers. Fang Jianhua looked at the person who came and found that he was an old acquaintance. He had made a lot of money with his luxury cars and gold jewelry. But after the apocalypse, all this money turned into waste paper. It turns out to be Boss Lin. Wang Tian was slightly surprised. Do they know each other? Fang Jianhua said loudly to Lin Zheng, "How's it going? Boss Lin, how are you doing in this zombie world?" Lin Zheng didn't want to talk to him. Now that Tang Dao was in hand, he said to Jiang Yitong and Li Jiang, "Let's go." Then several people turned around and wanted to leave. Wait a moment. When Fang Jianhua saw that several people were trying to take the Tang Dao away, he immediately yelled loudly at the same time. He patted the tank beside him and said to Lin Zheng, "Boss Lin, everything must be discussed on a first-come, first-served basis. We discovered this Tang Dao first. Yes, you took us away so casually. Don't you think so little of us?" Lin Zheng winked at Jiang Yitong. Jiang Yitong understood, raised his explosive bow and shot an arrow in front of Fang Jianhua and others. Boom! After an explosion, everyone was stunned. The arrows that woman shoots will explode. Zhao Zini's mouth twitched. and she looked at the bow and arrow in her hand. What the hell are these junk? Look at theirs. They will explode when shot, they will explode. When Wang Tian saw this arrow, he frowned and whispered to himself, another mutated item. Fang Jianhua swallowed. He didn't expect that Lin Zheng would have such a powerful person next to him. But this time Uncle Tai gave him a death order. He must bring this mutated Tang Dao back. Otherwise he would show up to see him. He angrily picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted loudly to the person inside the tank. Turn the muzzle of the gun and shoot the M******R. As the roar of the tank sounded, the tank's gun barrel slowly turned towards Lin Zheng and others. Lin Zheng took the Tang Dao in Li Jiang's hand and said, "Then let's try your power, then." He flew straight towards the tank and lightly slashed at the gun barrel. The pure steel gun barrel, which was dozens of centimeters thick, was cut off like tofu. Lin Zheng did not stop, jumped up again, moved to the top of the tank, and then swung his knife diagonally at the turret. The entire turret was cut in half and slowly slid down from the top, revealing a smooth and metallic luster section. So sharp, Lin Zheng was slightly surprised. It was indeed a mutated item with such a sharp knife. Even a steel fortress could be cut off piece by piece. Seeing that the tank's turret was cut in half, Fang Jianhua was stunned. My tank, however. Judging from Lin Zheng's performance just now, Fang Jianhua confirmed that he had been strengthened. If an ordinary person slashed with this knife, he would definitely get stuck in the barrel, because he did not have such great strength at all. When Wang Tian and others saw this scene, they were also shocked. This young man was also an enhanced person, and his strength was not low at the same time. He also secretly admired the sharpness of the mutated Tang knife. This is also the purpose of their being sent out from the quarantine area this time, to collect these mutated items and prevent them from falling into the hands of evildoers. Otherwise they will face not only zombies, but also a group of powerful villains with various terrifying and mutated weapons. In fact, they also have another purpose of doing this, which is to study the principle of item mutation and see if they can use weapons to inspire more mutated items. Boss Lin, no wonder you are so confident. It turns out that you are also an enhanced person. But I don't know if you can block bullets. Fang Jianhua said to Lin Zheng the next second. Countless black guns were pointed at Lin Zheng, ready to shoot at any time. Lin Zheng looked at Fang Jianhua and said, "It seems that you are determined to stop me today. Hey, yes, if you don't keep the Tang Dao, you guys will die." After Fang Jianhua said this, he immediately ordered his men to shoot. Suddenly, intensive gunshots rang out throughout the stadium. Wang Tian shook his head and sighed, what a pity for this talent. If he can go to the quarantine area, he will definitely achieve a lot. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock. All the bullets fired at Lin Zheng were floating around him strangely, as if time had stood still. Wang Tian was surprised and said, he is the awakened one. In fact, it has been discovered in the quarantine area that people who can be strengthened by the mist will eventually break through the limits of the human body, open the biological limiters, and awaken some unknown mysterious power as the level of strengthening continues to increase. These people who awaken the mysterious power are called awakeners. What Lin Zheng showed cannot be achieved by strengthening. Only those who have awakened the mysterious power can do it. And currently no one in the entire quarantine zone has awakened. That's why Wang Tiankai was so surprised the next second. Lin Zheng waved his fingers gently, and the bullets floating around him were shot out instantly, all rebounding directly kill all Fang Jianhua and others. Lin Zheng jumped off the tank, stood in front of Fang Jianhua and said, "You people always disobey advice." Fang Jianhua spat out a mouthful of old blood and said, "Uncle Tai won't let you go," noisy after saying that. Lin Zheng swung a knife at Fang Jianhua, who was lying on the ground, and Fang Jianhua was split into two halves. At this time, two people in the tank slowly emerged. Jiang Yidong took a look and fired two arrows. Hitting the two people's minds, there was a loud explosion, and their heads were blown into blood mist, so cruel. Wang Tian and others were frightened by Lin Zheng's style of doing things. They would draw their swords whenever they disagreed. After dealing with Fang Jia and Hua, Lin Zheng slowly looked at Wang Tian and asked, "How did you know there were mutated items?" Wang Tian swallowed his saliva and recalled the methods of the young man in front of him. He did not dare to hide it and said immediately, "Little brother, we are people in the quarantine area." The magical ability of this mutated item was discovered by researchers in the quarantine area. Lin Zheng nodded slowly, then turned around and left. It was Wang Tian who stopped him. "Little brother, wait a minute." Lin Zheng turned around. "Why do you want to stop me?" Wang Tian trembled with fright. "Na, little brother. I just want to tell you that this mutated item is very dangerous. I think it is safer to leave it to our quarantine area. There are troops and many enhanced people in the quarantine area. Only in this way can these mutated items not fall into the wrong hands. And now we survivors should unite." Lin Zheng sneered and said lightly, "I don't care." Wang Tian looked a little embarrassed, but he immediately changed the subject and said, "Little brother, why don't you come to our quarantine area? You can have food and shelter in the quarantine area. It's better than wandering outside with your brother. Be wary of zombies and eat 3 meals a day." Hearing this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel a little funny. Wandering by yourself, starving yourself 3 times a day. If he had known that Lin Zheng had a safe house and had endless supplies, he would not have said such words. Not interested. At this time, Jiang Yitong and others came to Lin Zheng. "What's wrong, brother Lin Zheng?" Lin Zheng glanced at Jiang Yitong and replied, "It's okay. Little bun, let's go." At this moment, Li Jiang didn't know when he had taken out a roast leg of lamb and started to chew it. Because every time Lin Zheng would take out a lot of food, and when he couldn't finish it, Li Jiang would pack up the rest and use it as a midnight snack or eat snacks. "Let's go, Zheng," Li Jiang chirped and said. Wang Tian and others asked about the strong fragrance, rubbed their nose in, then all looked at Li Jiang. "Damn it, it's roasted leg of lamb and it's cumin flavored." Someone in the crowd shouted, "Wang Tian Zhaozini." And Guo, you were also filled with envy and almost drooled. In the isolation area, they almost eat steamed buns with pickles every day. And they can only eat meat buns for several days. And in the past few days when they were out, all they ate were dry and tasteless compressed biscuits. Suddenly seeing this sizzling crunchy roasted leg of lamb, I was a little excited and my eyes gleamed. Lin Zheng turned around and said to Wang Tian, "Now I eat and drink every day. Will I go to some quarantine area with you and make steamed buns with pickles every day?" Wang Tian was so embarrassed that he couldn't speak for a moment. He could only watch Lin Zheng and others leave. But their mission had not been completed this time. He still had to find a way to convince Lin Zheng to hand over the Tang Dao. At this moment, Li Jiang took out a bottle of fatty happy water, took a sip, and left a small mouthful. He took a look at it and threw it away. Everyone was staring straight at the Coke bottle and licking their tongues. They haven't had a drink for a long time. And now their greed is constantly being aroused. Although some warehouses and factories still stock drinks and the like, once the production line is shut down and only consumed every day, it will not last for a few days. Besides, this kind of scarce material has long been controlled by those with money and power. It is simply more difficult for ordinary people to drink it than to reach the sky. "What are you doing? Are you going to pick up what others have thrown away and drink it?" Wang Tian scolded his team members sharply. The team members all lowered their heads in shame upon hearing this. At this moment, Wang Tian rushed over, picked up the Coke on the ground and took a sip, but did not finish it. Team members, F***K, you idiot. After 7 or 8 people had shared just a little Coke, some kept pouring it, wanting to scratch the bottle and lick the inner wall. "Captain, are we just going to watch them take away the mutated Tang Dao?" Guo stepped forward and said to Wang Tian. Wang Tian glanced at him and replied, "Can you beat them?" Guo also shook his head in embarrassment. "That's it, if you can't beat them, just shut up." Wang Tian said, "But Captain, if we can't bring back the Tang Dao, our mission will have failed." You signed a life and death certificate at the beginning. If this mission fails, the consequences will be very serious, Guoyi reminded. Wang Tian knocked on Guoyi's head and said, I know. You don't need to remind me, I'm just thinking of a solution. After Lin Zheng and others returned to the safe house, Lin Zheng took out a bag of coffee and asked Li Jiang to make coffee. It happened to be afternoon time, and it was time for afternoon tea. Li Jiang is indeed a kid from a rich family, and he can make coffee with style as time goes by. The aroma of coffee slowly overflows, and the sound of coffee bubbling can be heard. Then, Li Jiang took out 3 cups, picked up the coffee pot, slowly poured it down and stretched it into a line. After filling it up, I saw him tinkering with something with a toothpick. Here comes the coffee. He brought 3 cups of coffee on a plate. Come on, Zheng, this is yours. Lin Zheng took the coffee and found a white heart shape on the surface of the coffee. Disgusting. After saying that, Lin Zheng blew the heart shape away in one breath. Li Jiang touched his head. Zheng, if it weren't for you, I would have turned into a zombie long ago. This is my thanks to you. Lin Zhengkai ignored him and slowly drank coffee with his eyes closed. Come on, little sister Yidong, this is yours. Jiang Yidong took the coffee and found that it also had a heart shape on it. She slapped Li Jiang on the head and said, Don't give me these things in the future. Li Jiang pursed his lips. 2 people don't know how to be romantic. After saying that, he sat down on his seat with his cup of coffee and began to enjoy it slowly. After drinking for a while, Lin Zheng took out some desserts such as cakes. Li Jiang couldn't help but envy Zheng. Your space system and copying abilities are really amazing. You don't have to worry about supplies at all. And you can even live a petty bourgeois life in this end of the world. I can't stop your mouth even if you eat. Lin Zheng rolled his eyes at him and said. Suddenly Lin Zheng stopped and turned his head slightly. Someone is coming. He quickly turned on the monitor and found that the visitor was right next to the safe house. They seemed to be attracted by the aroma of coffee. It smells so good, Mom, can you smell it? Li Mengfei said with an angry nose. I smell it, it seems to be the best coffee, freshly brewed. Mother Lei replied. It's strange that someone actually wants to make coffee at this time. Li Mengfei was a little confused, Mengfei in my opinion. Since this person has coffee, has something to eat. We haven't eaten for a long time, so we can ask this person to give us some. My head is so hungry that I'm dizzy. Of course, if he doesn't give it, I have to kill him. Li Mengfei took out the pistol from his waist and said with fierce eyes. Wealthy people usually have guns, especially Li Mengfei, who is the heir to the Lei family and usually carries a gun with him. It seems to be floating out of the strange house in front. Li Mengfei pointed to the safe house. Mother Li nodded. Seeing the 2 people approaching, Lin Zheng made one wall of the safe house transparent. Li Jiang turned around and looked. His eyes widened with shock. Is it them? Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang. Do you know them? One is my cousin and the other is my eldest aunt. They forced our family to stay in the villa. Otherwise my parents. Li Jiang choked up a little and slowly put down the coffee and desserts in his hands. Pick up the coffee and desserts. Isn't it the time for your revenge? Lin Zheng said. Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng. He was right. He wanted to avenge his dead parents. The wall in front of them suddenly became transparent, frightening Li Mengfei and the 2 of them to retreat suddenly. But when they saw Li Jiang inside, they immediately breathed a long sigh of relief. It turned out to be one of their own family members. But the next second Li Mengfei became extremely angry, threw himself against the wall, beat him with his fists, and yelled at Li Jiang, you be ******D. Didn't you already know that Zijiao has nothing to do with it? There is no quarantine area. That's why you insist on staying. Why don't you tell us that it was you who killed my grandparents and my dad? And I'm going to kill you after being woken up by Lin Zheng's. Li Jiang picked up his coffee and dessert again, walked to the transparent wall, and quietly looked at the furious Li Mengfei outside. He took a leisurely sip of coffee first. and then slowly ate the dessert, which made Li Mengfei drool. "Why should I tell you?" Li Jiang said unhurriedly. When Li Mengfei heard this, he suddenly became furious and his eyes widened. As if he wanted to eat Li Jiang. "Why?" you said. "Why? We are a family, and a family should unite to help each other and live and die together." But Yaob ****D did not repay the knowledge were selfish, and watched your relatives jump into the fire pit without caring. "Are you a human being?" Li Mengfei shouted angrily. Li Jiang sneered. "Family? Do you think of us as a family? You were just thinking about escaping for your own lives and didn't care about us at all. In order for us to bring supplies, you even blocked the entrance to the tunnel. This is, you said, family. Aren't we afraid that you won't bring the supplies? We do this so that we can have a say in the quarantine area. It's all for the benefit of the Lei family. Don't you understand this little truth?" Li Mengfei was still quibbling. "So, your right to speak can be exchanged for the lives of our family. That is your family's obligation. Then why isn't it your family's obligation?" Li Jiang asked. "I am the eldest son of Lei and the future heir. I cannot be in any danger, do you understand, Humph?" Li Jiang smiled contemptuously. Li Jiang's attitude completely angered Li Mengfei. He shouted at Li Jiang, "If you are still a member of the Lei family, just open the door and let my mother and I come in to have something to eat." Li Jiang looked at the cake in his hand. "You want to eat? Right, you should have told me earlier." Yes, we haven't eaten for a long time. If we don't eat, we will starve to death. As long as you let us in, we will forgive you." Li Mengfei stared at the Keikai's eyes motionless, and said in a very urgent tone. Li Jiang ate the cake in one bite and said while eating, "Your forgiveness. Do I care? What did you say?" Li Mengfei glared at Li Jiang angrily. He thought that this kid had been frightened by him, but he didn't expect that he would say such words, which instantly ignited Li Mengfei's emotions in his mind. Li Jiang is a selfish, unwilling to take responsibility, stubborn and inhumane scum. Of course, this is just his wishful thinking. So he pulled out the pistol from his waist and shot Li Jiang several times without hesitation. Bang, bang, bangs. The gunshot rang out and hit the transparent wall, but all the bullets were bounced away. This was an armor-piercing bullet-level material. Li Mengfei's pistol bullets were like scratching an itch and had no effect at all. Kakakaka, in a fit of rage, Li Mengfei fired all the bullets, kept pulling the trigger, and finally slammed the gun against the transparent wall. The gun bounced back and hit his head, grazing a piece of skin. Finalists shouted to Li Jiang, "You are a coward. You will only hide in this turtle shell house. If you can, open the door, we will fight like men." Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng and said, "Zheng, this kid is so annoying, let me go out and deal with him." Lin Zheng nodded, then slowly opened the transparent wall. Opening the transparent wall, Li Mengfei was ecstatic. This kid finally took the bait. He clenched his fist suddenly and his bones cracked. The reason why he dared to call Li Jiang out for a duel was because he had passed through the city center before and saw many nut-like things on the ground, which were the fruits of the mutated sycamore tree. He was so hungry that he picked up some and ate it. Later, he accidentally discovered that his body had been strengthened. Now he could beat several people by himself. Li Jiang, you have the courage to come out, then prepare to die." Li Mengfei shouted, clenched his right fist and rushed towards Li Jiang, with a look of confidence on his face. Li Jiang smiled slightly. He had absorbed the high-purity mist given by Lin Zheng, and his body strengthening level was unknown to Li Mengfei. He also directly clenched his fist and faced Li Mengfei's fist. Boom, click. After the fists collided, Li Mengfei's face changed drastically, and he looked at Li Jiang in great horror. "You have also strengthened it, what do you think?" Li Jiang exerted force and forced him back directly. Li Mengfei lowered his arm and shook it in the air. His hand was directly broken. Li Jiang moved and rushed towards Li Mengfei again. Li Mengfei was stunned from the punch just now. He knew very well that he was much weaker than Li Jiang. If he continued to fight, he would be dead. So he knelt down suddenly. kowtowed to Li Jiang and said, Jiang, I deserve to die. I was wrong, please let me go. Li Jiang stopped suddenly. What the hell is going on? He is so capable of bending and stretching Jevon if he is timid. He will be timid, no, Li Jiang shook his head and said. Li Mengfei raised his head and looked at Li Jiang doubtfully. What? It's impossible for a person like you to admit your mistake. You're just afraid of death, all this. The more you fear death, the more I want you to die. After that, Li Jiang took out the mutated Tang Dao. When Li Mengfei saw the gleaming Tang Dao, he peed his pants on the spot and kept kowtowing to beg for mercy. But Li Jiang didn't care about him. He raised the knife and dropped it. The next second, Li Mengfei's head fell to the ground. Li Mengfei's mother, who was standing by, was dumbfounded. When she saw Li Jiang looking at her, she trembled and said, Li Jiang, what are you going to do? I'm your aunt, auntie. Do you have anything to do with me? Li Jiang said coldly. As soon as these words came out, Li Mengfei's mother was so frightened that she quickly knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Jiang, please let me go, I'm just a weak woman. I won't be able to threaten you in the future. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. She cried and said with a pitiful look brush. A flash of sword light flashed. Li Mengfei's mother suddenly froze and opened her mouth slightly with a frightened expression. The next second her head slowly rolled off her neck. You want to be my butt, you don't deserve it. Li Jiang slowly put away the knife. Then he returned to the safe house again. Zheng, I've solved it. Lin Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said, Jiang, you have learned the most important thing about surviving in the apocalypse. What is it? Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng curiously. Kill decisively. Just when Lin was looking for this online article to amuse himself, the system suddenly prompted. Congratulations to the host for successfully collecting 2 mutated items. The system has opened a new function. The host can copy the awakening abilities of others. Damn it. It's so awesome that you can even copy other people's abilities. Of course, as long as the host continues to upgrade, the types and upper limits of replication will continue to increase. As long as you can't imagine, there is nothing that this system cannot replicate. Then can I copy a new blue star? Can awesome. But this is not possible at the moment. Please ask the host to continuously collect mutated items and develop new functions of the system. Then how do I copy other people's abilities? Just hold the other person's hand for 10 seconds and that's it. This, Lin Zheng hissed, it's okay if the woman arrives. But if she's a man, will something happen? Lin Zheng couldn't wait to try this new copy function. So he called Jiang Yidong. Little Baozi, can I hold your hand? After Jiang Yidong heard Thishi's cheeks turned red, he lowered his head, then slowly stretched out his hand and said softly, okay. Brother Lin Zheng, Little Baozi is quite cooperative. But it's not that he doesn't know whether Li Jiang can be a demon. Lin Zheng touched his hand and instantly felt a soft and cold feeling at the same time. He also felt the little bun tremble all over. 10 seconds passed quickly and Lin Zheng let go of his hand. Jiang Yidong raised his head and glanced at Lin Zheng, with some unfinished thoughts in his eyes. Thank you, little buns. Jiang Yidong nodded, you're welcome, brother Lin Zheng. Then she walked away with a face redder than a monkey's butt. I happened to pass by Li Jiang, who was holding a cup of coffee. Sister Yidong, what's wrong with your face? Is it burned? Li Jiang asked. Jiang Yidong immediately had a frosty look on his face and slapped him on the head. Talk too much, copying is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability to predict. Then Lin Zheng saw Li Jiang coming, suddenly frowned. As if he saw something again, then turned sideways slightly. The next second, Li Jiang lost his balance and fell to the ground, spilling his coffee all over the floor. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. This prediction is interesting. Then he called the golden retriever and held the golden retriever's paw for 10 seconds. The system prompts congratulations to the host. Successfully copied the steel strengthening ability. Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. This was too outrageous. After they had barbecue for dinner, they began to absorb the mist and practice again. After absorbing hundreds of bottles of mist this time, Lin Zheng found that the range of absolute space had not expanded. It seemed that it became more difficult to expand toward the back. Because for every meter extended from the back, the enlarged area actually increases exponentially. However, Lin Zheng still felt that his powers were much more stable, and his control and perception of absolute space were becoming more and more proficient. Suddenly, a wave of air came. Lin Zheng turned around and looked. It was Jiang Yidong. He saw a cyclone surrounding her, and a faint energy could be seen the next second. Lin Zheng's eyes widened. Are you going to wake up again? This overflowing energy is exactly the same as when it was awakened. Jiang Yidong is actually a unique dual-talented awakener. Lin Zheng was looking forward to it. She didn't know what kind of powers she would awaken this time. However, no matter what powers she awakens, she can copy them herself, which is really cool. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is still mine. Bang. As a wave of air struck again, Jiang Yidong slowly levitated and stopped in midair. The next second, a pair of snow-white wings slowly stretched out from her back until they were fully extended. The wings were fully expanded and were 2 meters long. Like an angel descending, awakening the superpower angel wings, in addition to gaining the ability to fly. As the superpower continues to strengthen, the feathers on the wings can be shot out, and people can be decapitated thousands of miles away. Jiang Yidong slowly fell down and happily ran to Lin Zheng with a pair of snow-white wings. Brother Lin Zheng, I seem to have awakened again. What's going on, Little Baozi? You are the one and only person with 2 abilities awakened. This is your second ability. Dual power awakeners, that's great, with 1 more power. I won't be a drag on Brother Lin Zheng in the future. Come on, Little Baozi, shake hands to celebrate. Lin Zheng took the opportunity to say, shake hands. To celebrate, Little Baozi muttered in a low voice, but still stretched out his hand. 10 seconds later, Lin Zheng smiled knowingly. Superpower copied successfully, angel wings. The next second, with a bang, a pair of identical wings sprouted from Lin Zheng's back. Jiang Yidong was a little surprised. Brother Lin Zheng, you have also awakened this power. Lin Zheng smiled and nodded, yes, yes. Li Jiang watched the 2 of them constantly awakening their powers, and felt a sense of desolation in his heart. Why have they all awakened 2 abilities? But I haven't awakened 1 yet. He glanced at the golden retriever and felt a little comforted. Fortunately, you didn't awaken the second power. As soon as he finished speaking, golden retriever, who had his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes, and the same wave of energy spread out. Li Jiang's mouth twisted. No, you have to wake up too. I'm really worse than a dog. Lin Zheng and Jiang Yidong also noticed the movement of the golden retriever. Golden retriever is also a person with awakened powers. Lin Zheng said in shock. Yes, yes, the more you awaken, the better. I will copy them all for you. Golden retriever's awakening power shape control. This power can change the body shape at will. Lin Zheng was a little surprised when he heard this. This superpower is a perfect match for the golden retriever's steel enhancement, as long as it controls a certain part of its body to become a weapon. Its entire body will be a killing weapon. Lin Zheng walked up to Jin Mao, stretched out his hand, and said, That's right, Jin Mao. You have also awakened your second power. Come and shake hands to celebrate. The golden retriever obediently stretched out its paw. It glanced at Lin Zheng's hand. The next second, its paw was wrapped in a white light. After the white light dissipated, its paw turned into a hand. F***K, Lin Zheng looked at golden retriever. Can you turn into human form? After hearing this, Jin Mao glanced at Lin Zheng. The next second, its whole body was wrapped in a ball of white light. The white light dissipated, and a person who looked exactly like Lin Zheng appeared in front of him. Damn it, it's really good, Lin Zheng exclaimed. Woof, woof, woofs. The golden retriever who turned into Lin Zheng couldn't speak human words, so he barked twice. Lin Zheng looked at the dog barking and felt strange. Then the golden retriever was restored to its original state. The golden retriever who returned to his original state was obviously a little tired. It seemed that using this ability was very tiring. Otherwise, Lin Zheng would still have planned to let it become. 10 seconds after shaking hands with the golden retriever, Lin Zheng successfully copied its special ability. Brush a white light flashed, and Lin Zheng's right hand turned into a silver-white spike, shining with a cold light looking extremely sharp. Jiang Yidong and Jin Mao stared at him like a monster. How many powers has he awakened? Looking at Li Jiang, who was a little disappointed, Lin Zheng patted him on the shoulder and said it's okay. Jiang, Little Baozi also didn't wake up like this at the beginning. Maybe you are also a dual power awakener, so you are slower. Li Jiang smiled and said, okay, thank you, Zheng. In a park in Jiangtang City, there is an underground water pond, as the name suggests. The water in this pond comes up from the ground, like the huge phoenix tree. This is also a major landscape of Jiangtang City in winter. The pond will not freeze, but the entire water surface will be filled with a layer of white gas, as if it is about to boil in summer. You will feel a faint, cool air when you are close to the pond. It is known as Jiangtang City's natural air conditioner. But at this moment, the entire surface of the pond was bubbling, as if it was boiling the next second. The originally clear water suddenly became foggy, like a puff of white smoke. The fish in the water jumped up to the surface with all their strength, as if there was something scary under the water. After a while, the fish calmed down and stopped jumping. They have mutated. I saw that each of them had fangs and was rotten. Just like zombies, some fish even fuse together. Some have their tails fused together. Some have their heads fused together. Some are fused up and down side by side. And some are weirdly fused into a cross shape. The next moment, a huge brown palm suddenly stretched out from the water then. A zombie that was more than 10 meters tall slowly walked out of the water. It was still biting many mutated fish, but it didn't care at all. He tore off more than a dozen mutated fish from his body and threw them into his mouth. He chewed them and ate them with gusto. It sniffed around as if looking for prey. Suddenly it locked on a direction and walked in that direction. Every time I take a step, the ground seems to tremble. If you take a closer look, you will find that the huge zombie is made of the corpses of countless people. These should be the bodies of those people who were dumped at the bottom of the lake. I never thought they would see the light of day again in this way one day. Brother Long, the sycamore tree has been destroyed. The person who spoke was the person who secretly observed Lin Zheng and others from the high building before. When the man named Brother Long heard this, he was instantly furious. An ice thorn formed in his palm and pierced the wall next to him. What? I saw it with my own eyes. They used rocket launchers to blow up the sycamore tree in half. We will no longer be able to eat sycamore fruits that can strengthen our bodies. The flesh on Brother Long's face kept beating. Do you know where they are, damn monkeys? I know, Brother Long, I have figured out their location. They are in a broken warehouse in the suburbs, damn it. You be asterisk, if you blow up my parasol tree I want you to die. Damahu reminded Brother Longs. Those people seem to have been strengthened and are difficult to deal with. Whoosh, an ice spike flew past the monkey's ear, scaring him so much that he peed his pants on the spot. No matter how powerful you are, how can I be as powerful as me? I can shoot them to death with just a few ice spikes, let's go. Soon under the leadership of Damahu, they arrived outside the safe house. Brother Long, this is it. Damahu pointed to the broken warehouse not far away. Damn it, brothers, let's eat meat tonight. Brother Long said with a fierce look on his face. Eat meat, eat meat. These people had not eaten meat for who knows how many days. When they heard that they could eat meat, their faces were extremely crazy. Lin Zheng and others in the safe house heard the noise outside and immediately became vigilant. Someone's coming again. I just went out to try out my newly awakened skills. Therefore, Lin Zheng led everyone out of the safe house. When he came outside, he looked at the people outside and said, "Where did the wild dog come from? What are you barking at?" As soon as Lin Zheng and others came out, Damahu recognized them immediately, pointed at them and said, "Brother Longits them. I saw them blow up the sycamore tree with my own eyes." After hearing Damahu's words, Lin Zheng knew that the group of people in front of him should also have discovered the strengthening effect of wudang fruit. They should have all eaten sycamore fruits and strengthened them. And maybe there are some who have awakened their powers. Thinking of this, Lin Zheng couldn't help but feel happy. There are new abilities that can be copied. And they came to him probably because he blew up their sycamore tree, causing them to lose the way to practice quickly. "You be **** day thing, blow up my sycamore tree, go to hell." Without saying a word, Brother Long shot an ice spike directly at Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng was overjoyed that it was an ice attribute power. Before, he was worried that the people on the opposite side would awaken the same power as them and would be unable to copy the new power. Looking at the incoming ice spikes, Lin Zheng raised his palm slightly and faced it. And then the steel in his palm instantly strengthened. Snap! The ice spike's shot instantly shattered into a pile of ice slag. Damahu was startled and immediately said, "Brother Long. I just said they are very powerful, look." Brother Long directly threw his big D***K on the big horse monkey's face. "Damn it, I saw it, you don't need to tell me. I only used one power, yes, I's Brother Long is mighty. But Brother Long is disgusting. Boy, you can't catch this big ice spike." Brother Long roared and he clasped his hands together. An ice spike 1 meter thick and more than 10 meters long slowly condensed from his embrace. Become after the condensation was completed. He held the big ice thorn and stabbed it at Lin Zheng and others. "Go to hell, be ****D. Lin Zheng glanced at the others and said, "You go deal with the others, leave this big ice pillar to me." After saying that, Jiang Yitong, Li Jiang and Jin Mao immediately dispersed and rushed out. Looking at the big icicle that was stabbing him, Lin Zheng transformed his steel-strengthened palm into a sharp knife and struck at the icicle. Lin Zheng slashed into the icicle with his hand knife. Lin Zheng suddenly exerted force and slashed down like a broken bamboo. Ice shards kept falling from the knife. Brother Long felt the resistance roared and pushed the icicle forward. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. The icicles seemed to have become lighter. He turned his head and saw that the opponent was already close to him. He quickly put down the icicles in his hands, waved his hands upwards, and pulled out several huge ice thorns. He rose from the ground and directly blocked Lin Zheng's path. Lin Zheng was a little surprised. This person was obviously much stronger than the previous fire-type awakener. It seemed that he had eaten a lot of sycamore fruits, and his first-level strength abilities were already relatively stable. Lin Zhenggang was stunned for a moment, and saw ice spikes rising from the other 3 sides, directly surrounding Lin Zheng immediately afterwards. Brother Long dropped from the sky with a big ice spike in his arms and thrust it into Lin Zheng. Brother Long's expression was ferocious. "You be ****D. Let's see where you hide this time." Lin Zheng smiled slightly, and instantly the steel in his body strengthened, and his whole body turned silver-white the next second. The ice spike pierced his head, followed by a clear sound of metal impact, and the ice spike gradually turned into a pile of powder. As the ice spikes continued to shorten, Brother Long thought he had penetrated the opponent, and a look of pride appeared on his face. "Damn it, blow up my sycamore tree, I'll cut you to pieces." But immediately his eyes widened in horror, and he saw a huge silver-white fist hitting him. He couldn't dodge and was punched in the chest. He flew backwards, he finally stood still, and a large mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. This is when Lin Zheng transformed his huge fist into a giant knife and slashed across the ice spike in front of him. 4 huge ice spikes were split into 2 pieces. Lin Zheng jumped out and slashed at Brother Long. Brother Long was shocked, damn, such a big knife. The knife that Lin Zheng transformed was fully 40 meters long. Brother Long was so frightened that his bladder shook and he hurriedly dodged to the side. But Lin Zheng's prejudgment had already seen his move, and he instantly swung the knife horizontally towards him. Brother Long couldn't dodge. so he could only condense icicles in front of him and keep retreating. But those icicles were cut off one by Lin Zheng's hand knife. Like tofu, Brother Long's face changed drastically. "Damn it, why are you so strong? I knew I wouldn't come here." "Stop, I was wrong, brother," at the last second. When the knife was about to hit Brother Long's neck, he suddenly jumped up and knelt on the ground and began to beg for mercy. Lin Zheng also suddenly thought that if this man died, he would not be able to copy his superpowers. So he put away his sword in time. Just half an inch away, Brother Long's head is about to move. Lin Zheng walked up to Brother Long and said, "Stretch out your hand." Brother Long was stunned. "Ah." "Hands out." Brother Long stretched out his hand with confusion on his face. A little confused. The next second, Lin Zheng grabbed his hand. Brother Long swallowed, his lips twitched, and said, "As long as you don't kill me, I am willing to obey you." 10 seconds later, Ice ability copied successfully. Lin Zheng violently twisted his arm and said, "What did you say, you damn F********, you die." The next second, his palm turned into a sharp thorn again and stabbed directly into Brother Long's chest. "No one who offends me will survive." After killing Brother Long's, Lin Zheng looked back at Jiang Yitong and others. With the current strength of Jiang Yitong and Jin Mao, beating those little karami is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Li Jiang is also extremely ferocious with the blessing of the Tang Dao. Ordinary weapons are like mud in front of the Tang Dao and can be broken with a single cut. Suddenly Lin Zheng felt a tremor on the ground, as if something huge was coming towards this side. Jiang Yitong and others who were fighting also felt this terrible vibration, and they all stopped and looked in the same direction. Damahu and the younger brothers who survived took the opportunity to distance themselves from them. Looking at them with fear, how can they fight? Their strength is so different. Jiang Yitong, who frowned, suddenly transformed into angel wings and flew into the air with waving wings. When Damahu and others saw it, their eyes widened. "No way. It has wings and can fly." Jiang Yitong, who was in the air, looked to the west with a solemn expression and said to Lin Zheng, "Brother Lin Zheng, a group of zombies are coming from the west, and there are several giant zombies tens of meters tall. They will be here soon." Those giant zombies are the fusion zombies that came out of the bottom of the lake. Hearing Jiang Yitong's words, Lin Zheng's expression changed and he immediately said to her, "Little Baozi, come down quickly and pick up Golden Retriever." Jiang Yitong nodded, immediately flew down, hugged the 70 or 80-pound Golden Retriever, and then flew into the air. Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang. Li Jiang looked at Lin Zheng in confusion. Lin Zheng shouted loudly, "What are you looking at? Come here quickly." "Comings." Li Jiang ran wildly and ran to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng also transformed into angel wings and flew into the air with Li Jiang in his arms. Not far away, the zombie wave and those giant zombies have arrived. Damahu and others looked at the dense zombies and the giant zombies not far away. Their legs tightened in fear and their lips trembled. They looked at Lin Zheng and others in the sky, and then looked at each other. "What should we do? Run." They turned around and ran, but it was too late. The zombie wave had already arrived. When they saw the living people, they immediately rushed forward like crazy. Soon, Damahu and others were knocked down by several zombies, and then the zombies from behind swarmed in. In less than a while, they piled up into a hill. A giant zombie looked down, then stretched out his big hand, grabbed the hill, then opened his big mouth, threw the hill into his mouth hand, then started chewing it. "So cruel, eat the same kind." Lin Zheng was a little shocked when he saw this scene. These giant zombies were actually the second level. After feeling the aura emanating from them, Lin Zheng was even more shocked. Could it be that another mutated plant appears? It shouldn't be. The system didn't remind me either. At this moment, a giant zombie saw Lin Zheng and others flying in the air and wanted to reach out to catch it. Lin Zheng grabbed Li Jiang with one hand. The steel in his other hand was strengthened and turned into a giant knife. He slashed at the giant hand made of countless corpses. "I'm going to let you catch me." The hand knife cut into the zombie's palm. but did not cut it off, it was stuck inside. It turned out that the corpses that made up the arms were not dead and could also move. Lin Zheng took a closer look and saw countless pairs of arms hugging each other tightly. Holding his own knife, seeing that the prey was caught, the giant zombie slowly turned its head to look at Lin Zheng, and actually smiled. Then he slowly pulled Lin Zheng and Li Jiang over. At this critical moment, Lin Zheng said seriously to Li Jiang, "Jiang, please pay attention, I will take out the explosive bow later." "You can pick it up," Li Jiang nodded seriously, "now." The next second the explosive bow appeared out of thin air. Li Jiang saw the opportunity and grabbed the explosive bow. At the same time there was an arrow. "Lin Zheng, see *M that be ***D for me." Li Jiang fully drew his bow and pointed it at the head of the giant zombie. Whoosh, the moment the arrow flew out. Lin Zheng's mind flashed rapidly and he kept copying the arrow. Copy *7 suddenly an arrow turned into 128 arrows, flying densely towards the head of the giant zombie. Boom, 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 there was a violent explosion. And the violent fire directly submerged the zombie's head. "Cool," Li Jiang exclaimed. "This way of archery is simply wonderful." Lin Zheng moved the knife, but it still couldn't be moved. "Are these corpses not one body, brush?" Another arrow appeared in Li Jiang's hand. "Jiang, shoot that arm for me, good." This time Li Jiang aimed at the zombie's arm. Whoosh. Arrow shot out. Copy *7 this time. Lin Zheng lined up all the copied arrows in a line and concentrated them on one point on the zombie's arm. Like a firecracker, arrows kept exploding on the zombie's shoulders. In the end, his arm was blown off alive. Lin Zheng shortened his knife. "Jiang, use your Tang Dao to cut off the zombies wrapped around my hands." After Lin Zheng withdrew the explosive bow, Li Jiang took out the Tang Dao and kept slashing back and forth until all the zombies wrapped around Lin Zheng's hands were cut off, and the huge arm fell to the ground with a crash. At this time, the fire light also dissipated. The head of the giant zombie was half blown apart, and a purple crystal could be seen faintly among the rotten flesh. Shining brightly, zombie crystal core. The essence condensed by mist can be used to practice and evolve mutated items. Lin Zheng nodded. This thing should be better than his own mist bottle. Once he finds a way to get one, he will have countless of them. Just when Lin Zheng was thinking this, the head of the giant zombie was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the broken arm was slowly growing back. At this time, the crystal core was flashing with light. Lin Zheng nodded. It seems that the crystal core must be taken out before this zombie will die completely. In order not to be caught again, Lin Zheng flew much higher this time and shouted to Jiang Yidong, "Little Baozi, fly higher, don't let those giant zombies catch you." Jiang Yitong nodded, holding the golden retriever and flying dozens of meters higher. Suddenly, a zombie fell to the ground suddenly, as if it had been tripped by something. "It's Lin Zheng's safe house." The zombie got up, glanced at the safety head underneath, stepped on it, and directly stepped the safe house into the soil. But there was no dent at all. "I have to say, the quality of this safe house is really good." "My safe house." Lin Zheng took a distressed look at the safe house that was submerged in the ground. It seemed that they had to find a new shelter. Lin Zheng stared at the zombie. "Damn it. You stepped on my safe house into the ground and tried to leave. Can you leave?" Then he also took out a tang knife, pointed the knife horizontally at the zombie, and rushed over. "Anyone who destroys my house will be killed without mercy." Lin Zheng's thought flashed, and the Tang Dao was instantly copied 7 times, becoming 128. 128 extremely sharp mutated Tang knives were suspended in front of Lin Zheng. And then Lin Zheng used absolute space to control the Tang knives. All the Tang knives began to change positions in an orderly manner, passing back and forth between the gaps. The whole process was as smooth as dove. After a few breaths, all the Tang knives formed a spiral shape and were still spinning rapidly. It was simply a moving meat grinder. "Jiang, when you see a purple crystal ladder, pull it out for me," Lin said to Li Jiang while flying towards the giant zombie. Li Jiang nodded, Zhang, don't worry and leave it to me. When the giant zombie saw Lin Zheng and Li Jiang flying towards it, it immediately opened its big hands and rushed towards them. Trying to catch them, I'm going to let you catch me. Lin Zheng controlled the spiral combination Tang Dao and accelerated towards the huge palm. When it came into contact with the palms, there was a sound of grinding meat immediately. Countless pieces of rotten flesh flew out, and the painful roars of the zombies on the palm could be heard. When they passed through the palms, they could see densely packed zombies squeezing inside and still squirming slightly. They looked like they were in pain and howled slightly. The entire inner space of the palm is filled with horror. Depression, Stenqian depression, which makes people feel panic and palpitations. But when they saw Lin Zheng and Li Jiang, they immediately became extremely excited and stretched out their twisted hands to catch them. Li Jiang swallowed, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This was the first time he had seen such a horrific and anti-human scene, and he couldn't help but feel nauseated, but soon. They passed through the palms and flew towards the zombie's head. Lin Zheng noticed something unusual about Li Jiang and said to him sternly, Jiang, this is the zombie apocalypse, does this scare you? Open your eyes and watch carefully. The best way to overcome fear is to face it head-on. If you can't bear this, you won't be able to survive in this doomsday. When Li Jiang heard this, his expression was a little solemn the next second. He roared and said, I'm not afraid, Zheng, you are right. I can't bear this, and I don't deserve to live in this doomsday. I charged him with some rubbish giant zombie. Seeing Li Jiang's reaction, Lin Zheng nodded with satisfaction. Okay, let's get rid of this B****ch, then. Lin Zheng controlled the spiral tang knife and twisted it into the head of the giant zombie. Suddenly a nauseating and greasy feeling hit my whole body. And the air became fishy, Li Jiang almost spit it out. But as soon as it reached his mouth, he swallowed it alive. He kept cheering himself up, what's this? It's just a pile of smelly meat at this moment. Lin Zheng's voice suddenly sounded, Jiang, hurry up. Pull out that purple crystal core for me. Only then did Li Jiang realize that there was a crystal shining with purple light next to him. This is the zombie crystal core. Li Jiang grabbed the egg-sized crystal core and let the zombie's hands touch his face. Leaving behind a greasy liquid, he wanted to tear it off, but found that the crystal core seemed to be solidified by cement and could not move at all. At this moment, zombies in the brain began to howl in pain, as if they felt that the crystal core was threatened. Sharp and terrifying sounds kept echoing in Li Jiang's ears. I call you moms. He shouted and tried his best, but to no avail. Zheng, this crystal core cannot be pulled out. Lin Zheng frowned, sure enough. These second-level zombies are not that easy to deal with. Just when he was in a daze, several red tentacles suddenly emerged from the pile of zombies and attacked Li Jiang, who was pulling out the crystal core. Lin Zheng took over and cut off all the tentacles with his sword. But then more and more tentacles came out from all directions, almost surrounding the two of them without any blind spots. At the same time, the zombies inside the head were slowly squirming towards Lin Zheng and the others. The space in the brain was getting less and less, and it was becoming more and more crowded. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Lin Zheng directly strengthened the steel, and then used form control to transform himself into a metal ball and wrap Li Jiang. Then Lin Zheng felt countless tentacles hitting him crazily. As expected of a second-level zombie, Lin Zheng felt that he could not hold on for long before he would be breached. Jiang, what's going on? Can you do it? Li Jiang looked anxious. Zheng, give me a little more time, and I will definitely take down this crystal core. Then he yelled with all his strength and tried desperately to pull out the crystal core. He didn't want to give up. He wanted to prove to Lin Zheng that he was not a waste. Jin Mao and Jiang Yidong have awakened twice, but he has not yet awakened his powers. This makes Li Jiang feel very guilty and depressed. He always feels that he is a drag on the team, and this time, an opportunity was placed in front of him, and he tried his best to prove that he was useful and not a waste. Come out. He gritted his teeth and shouted over and over again. The veins on his neck popped out, his cheeks were red. His face was covered with sweat. And he kept breathing heavily. Lin Zheng's expression changed. It was obvious that the reinforced steel could no longer hold it any longer. "Jiang, let's go," Lin Zheng said. Li Jiang almost cried. Come on, Zhengs. I will definitely be able to pull out this crystal core." Lin Zheng noticed his emotional change and said, "Jiang, it's enough for you to have this fighting spirit. Strength must be tempered step by step. If you can't pull it out, you can still pull it out no matter how strong your fighting spirit is." In fact, Lin Zheng touched the crystal core very early and had already copied countless copies in the system space. The reason why he asked Li Jiang to pull out the crystal core was to stimulate his fighting spirit. Lin Zheng had long seen that Li Jiang was depressed because he had not awakened his powers. This move allowed him to regain his confidence. However, the strength is obviously not enough. Hearing Lin Zheng's words, Li Jiang was slightly startled. With a hint of disappointment on his face, "Really? Are you really going to give up like this? I don't know if there will be such a good opportunity the second time. There must be some. When our strength reaches another level, these giant zombies will be nothing more than a pile of rotten meat in our eyes," Lin Zheng said after hearing this. Li Jiang thought for a while and said, "But at that time, didn't this matter become very easy?" "Its meaning has changed a lot," Lin Zheng was shocked. He didn't expect Li Jiang to be so enlightened. He was very pleased. Lin Zheng's face became more and more ugly, and the tentacle attacks became faster and stronger. And Lin Zheng was about to lose his strength. "Jiang, let's go, I can't hold on any longer." Li Jiang glanced at Lin Zheng worriedly, then let go of his hand and said reluctantly, "Okay, Zheng. Let's go," but the next second, he seemed to have thought of something. His face was resolute, and he rushed towards the crystal core desperately. "Jiang, what are you doing?" Lin Zheng shouted. The next second, Li Jiang opened his mouth, put the crystal core into his mouth, and then moved his body to force the crystal core to pass through his esophagus and reach his stomach. His expression was a little painful, but he gritted his teeth and said, "Since I can't take you away, I'll eat you on the spot." Lin Zheng was shocked when he saw Li Jiang's operation. He didn't expect him to be so cruel. Immediately afterwards, Li Jiang began to absorb the energy of the crystal core, according to the method of absorbing mist taught by Lin Zheng. Suddenly, Li Jiang's belly flashed with purple light. It actually started to absorb the energy of the crystal nucleus. At this moment, Lin Zheng heard the angry roar of the zombie, and it felt that its crystal core was being absorbed. But because it was inside his own brain, he could only slap his brain with his big hands. After finding that it was of no avail, he drilled his hand into the hole that Lin Zheng had drilled with a tang knife. Lin Zheng saw the big hand stretched out and immediately chopped it into several pieces with tang dao. At this moment, Li Jiang roared and opened his eyes suddenly. The next second, a huge black shadow slowly condensed behind him. Awakening, seeing the growing black shadow, Lin Zheng quickly changed his form and returned to his original state. Slow-lithe zombie's brain was exploded, and the huge body fell to the ground. At this time, Li Jiang was dragged by a black shadow's hand and suspended in the air. The black shadow was dozens of meters high. The next second, Li Jiang took off and jumped on top of the black figure. Then he clenched his fist and punched downwards. At the same time, the black figure was almost synchronized with his movements. He also clenched his fist and punched the ground violently. This punch instantly turned dozens of zombies into a pile of flesh. Countless zombies were blown away, and the ground seemed to be shaking slightly. After absorbing the crystal core of a second-level zombie, Li Jiang's first-level superpower was directly stabilized. Seeing how brave he was, Li Jiang controlled the giant black shadow and rushed towards a giant zombie. The giant zombie noticed the approaching black figure and punched out violently. Li Jiang stood with his feet slightly apart and punched fiercely. Boom! The giant black shadow was directly pushed back dozens of meters. Sure enough, his current strength is still far from the real second level. Jiang don't fight hard. Your current strength can't resist the second level. Lin Zheng said to Li Jiang. Li Jiang nodded and stopped taking action. Then, the group of zombies continued to rush towards the center of the city. What is it that attracts them after the zombie wave passed? Lin Zheng and others slowly landed on the ground at this time. Some slow runners saw Lin Zheng and others and rushed over with shouts. Li Jiang hurriedly shouted, "Let me come." Then he punched the zombicide at the same time. A huge black fist also punched out of the air, hitting the zombies. Snap. In just an instant, those zombies were turned into pulp. Li Jiang then slowly closed his fist. He came to Lin Zheng excitedly. "Zheng, I finally woke up." Lin Zheng nodded and then said, "Let's shake hands and celebrate." Li Jiang stretched out his hand and Lin Zheng grabbed it. "After a long time, I still haven't let go." Li Jiang had a strange expression on his face. "Zheng, is it necessary to hold it for so long?" "Oh, I'm so happy for you. I was so excited that I forgot to let go for a moment." Lin Zheng said a few words to stop him at this time. The system prompts successfully copied the Black Devil Giant Shadow. Lin Zheng smiled with satisfaction. Adding another superpower. Jiang Yitang and Jin Mao stepped forward. Brother Lin Zhengwei, did so many zombies suddenly appear? Jiang Yitang asked with some confusion. They all seem to be heading towards the city center. I guess there should be something in the city center that attracts zombies. Something that attracts zombies. It could be a large number of living people. Or it could be some kind of treasures. Are zombies also interested in treasures? Jiang Yitang asked in confusion. Lin Zheng replied, zombies also need to improve their abilities. And as their abilities improve, they will slowly evolve their IQ. And then the treasures will be very attractive to them. Jiang Yitang nodded in understanding and then asked, "Then where did these zombies come from? If they are all mutated from living people, the number of zombies we have encountered so far has far exceeded the total population of Jiangtang City." Lin Zheng had noticed this problem before. And the only explanation was that somewhere there was some mysterious force that was continuously providing zombies. As for what it is, Lin Zheng still has no way of knowing. He looked back at the safe house that had been trampled into the ground. And his face was a little solemn. The shelter was buried. Where will he live in the future? There is no place more suitable than this safe house. Lin was thinking about his next new residence. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of Li Jiang. He was overjoyed and thought of a way. Aren't the two giant black shadows very powerful? Couldn't they just use the black shadow to dig out the safe house? Jiang, summon your black demon giant shadow, and we will get the safe house out. Li Jiang nodded. Then roared, and a huge black shadow more than 10 meters high appeared behind him. Then, Lin Zheng followed suit and summoned a huge black shadow. After seeing this, Li Jiang's face twitched. When did you awaken this power? Jiang Yitang and Jin Mao also widened their eyes. How many powers have you awakened, then? Li Jiang and Lin Zheng stood opposite each other on both sides of the safe house, controlling the black demon's giant shadow with their hands inserted into the soil. Lin Zheng looked at Li Jiang and shouted, Jiang, I'll count 1 to 3, and let's work together to lift the safe house out. Okay, Zheng, 3, 2, 1, lift. Hey, get up. With the two people's efforts, the safe house was slowly lifted out. After a while, the entire safe house was exposed from the ground. The two placed it on the flat ground next to it, leaving a deep hole next to it. Lin Zheng looked around and realized that this place must be fenced off and a defense and attack system established. Otherwise, very time there is a wave of zombies. The safe house will be buried. So he took out many iron fences and barbed wire from the system space, and surrounded the open space around the safe house and a surrounding house. With the blessing of the Black Devil's giant shadow, Lin Zheng and Li Jiang completed the work quickly. In addition, Lin Zheng also has many generators and batteries to power up the barbed wire fence. The generators are powered by no 98 diesel or solar panels, ensuring that the barbed wire fence can be powered around the clock. On call around the clock. After doing all this, Lin Zheng looked at the big pothole and felt a little strange. He thought for a moment, how about turning it into a swimming pool? As soon as he said it, Lin Zheng took out the tiles and cement from the system space and piled them aside. With the help of Li Jiang and Zhang Yitang, they quickly cleaned up the area around the swimming pool and put up ceramic tiles. After doing all this, Li Jiang wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked, "Aojing, where did we get the water?" After saying that, Lin Zheng took out several thousand bottles of Kona salt brine from the system space and said, "Use this." When Li Jiang saw it, his jaw almost dropped. How could he not recognize this thing? A bottle of mineral water costs nearly 3,000 yuan. A kid from a rich family like him has never drunk it. It's not that he can't afford it, but it's not necessary. They are just rich, not stupid. Then they opened the bottles and poured bottle after bottle of Kona salt brine into the pool. Li Jiang sighed as he fell, worry. It was heartbreaking, but he was also inexplicably happy. Soon thousands of bottles of Kona salt brine were poured out. Just enough to fill the entire swimming pool. Li Jiang looked at the water worth millions in this pool and couldn't help but sigh. Even the richest man in the world does not have such luxury. Unexpectedly, they actually enjoyed it in this troubled time. This feeling is really amazing. Just when they were about to jump out of the swimming pool and enjoy themselves, the system's voice prompts, "The larvae of the zombie king are being gestated. Please go kill the host. You will be richly rewarded for completing the task." Lin Zheng was stunned. There was actually a reward for this mission. There was nothing like that before. The copy of the superpower obtained last time was obtained by Lin Zheng after he collected a certain number of mutated items. Anyway, no matter what the system tells you to do is correct. Li Jiang had already stripped down to only a pair of flowery underwear. He was about to jump off when he was grabbed by Lin Zheng. "I have something to do. Come back and wash it after you're done." Li Jiang was stunned. "I have taken off my pants." Following the system's instructions, Lin Zheng and others soon arrived at the place where the zombie king was conceived. Nowhere else but at the mutated sycamore tree that was blown into two halves. The previous wave of zombies was also gathering around the sycamore tree, standing quietly and looking in the direction of the sycamore tree, as if they were worshipping the emperor. Extremely respectful. It seems that they are indeed the larvae of the zombie king. Otherwise, these zombies would not be so respectful. Especially those dozen second-level giant zombies actually knelt down on one knee. It seemed that the larvae of this zombie king was at least above the second level. Once it is conceived, it will be a huge disaster for mankind. But Lin was following the gazes of the zombies and did not see the larvae of the zombie king. He only saw the sycamore tree that had been blown into two halves, shaped like two open dry palms. Since it was blown down last time, the sycamore tree has begun to dry up slowly at this moment. It is almost completely dry, with bare branches and a trunk with peeling bark. Logically speaking, it shouldn't dry up so quickly. With this question emerging in his mind, Lin Zheng looked at the sycamore tree again. Suddenly he frowned as if he had seen a clue sure enough. In the middle of the sycamore tree, there was something like carrion growing. You can still faintly see it squirming slightly. And the dark black meridians. Could it be that that is the embryo used to cultivate the zombie king's larvae? Carrion Tai Sui, the placenta that gave birth to the larvae of the zombie king, was born from a high-level female zombie. It developed independently and absorbed a large amount of fog. Now it only needs the flesh and blood of 100 living people to break out of the body. Sure enough, it seems that the larvae of the zombie king is among the carrion Tai Sui. But now there are so many zombies surrounding it. It's hard to start. What's more, there are so many second-level giant zombies. Lin Zheng had a doubt in his mind. With the help of the copy system, he absorbed so much mist to reach the first level. But now there are so many second-level zombies. How much fog do they absorb? Even crystal nuclei were condensed. Just when Lin was thinking, the originally peaceful zombies began to stir first. The zombies standing on the periphery roared and began to show their teeth and claws. They slowly became crazy and even began to bite the same kind next to them. Some zombies had a piece of carrion in their mouths and a severed limb in their hands. As if dancing, then came the giant zombies. They stood up in unison and looked at the carrion Tai sway. Then he raised his arms and shouted, "Ho ho ho ho." Other zombies responded one after another then. Almost half of the zombies surrounded a tall building nearby, while the other half tightly surrounded the carrion Tai sway. "Zheng, what are they doing?" Li Jiang asked doubtfully. Lin Zheng recalled what the system had said before. The zombie king larvae needed the flesh and blood of 100 living people to break out. Half of the zombies surrounded the tall building. They look like they are huntings. There must be survivors in that tall building. They're huntings. Did you see that mass of carrion? It's the placenta that gave birth to the zombie king larvae. These zombies must have sensed that the zombie king larvae was about to be born. So they all rushed over. There is one condition for the zombie king larvae to be born. Sacrifice the flesh and blood of 100 living people. Lin Zheng said, "Zombie king." Li Jiang was surprised and confused. Why did a zombie king appear? It has only been less than 20 days since the zombie crisis occurred. These zombies must have evolved too fast, yes. Once this zombie king larvae is born, it will be dangerous. So we must kill it in the placenta, Lin Zheng said. Li Jiang swallowed. This zombie is so perverted. It expelled the placenta from the body to develop. But when he heard Lin Zheng's words, he felt so excited that he killed it in the placenta. Those zombies are surrounding that building. It seems that there are still living people inside. They should be catching those living people to sacrifice. Lin Zheng said, pointing to the tall building surrounded by zombies. Then are we going to rescue them? Li Jiang asked. Save? Why should you save, Jiang? I want to tell you the second lesson of the end of the world now. You must not be a holy mother. In the end of the world, there is no virtue. The person you save today may be the person who kills you tomorrow. Do you know? Lin Zheng said extremely seriously. Li Jiang nodded, wondering what he was thinking about, and replied, I understand, Zheng. Then he looked at the mass of carrion zombies and said, Then what should we do now? Lin Zhengqiu looked around, then frowned slightly and thought. After a while, his eyes widened and he thought of a good idea. I thought of it, then Lin Zheng asked Li Jiang. Jiang Yidong and Jin Mao to gather around and start discussing. After hearing Lin Zheng's plan, Li Jiang frowned, looked at Lin Zheng and said, It's not good to do this. Isn't it too dangerous if you don't enter the tiger's den? You won't get the tiger's cubs. It will be even more dangerous when the zombie king larvae is born. Li Jiang nodded, feeling that Lin Zheng was right. Then Lin Zheng took out a rocket launcher and fired a shot into the distance. Just when the attention of all the zombies was attracted, Lin Zheng and others transformed into angel wings and quietly flew into the building surrounded by zombies. They entered the building through a window and appeared in a dim corridor. The light bulbs above their heads were still flickering on and off. It seemed that the power system was not completely paralyzed. Most of the rooms on the left and right are half open, and there are obvious messy footprints on the dust on the ground. Lin Zheng nodded. It seemed that his guess was indeed correct. There were still survivors in this building, Zheng. Why don't we just let the zombies outside catch us instead of going to this building with all the trouble? Well, I'm afraid they won't be able to wait any longer and will sacrifice us directly. Li Jiang nodded as if he suddenly understood and said, Oh, I understand. With more people, we have a chance to take action. But how do these zombies know there are living people in this building? Just when Lin Zheng was thinking, suddenly, a dark shadow flashed across the end of the corridor. Everyone immediately became alert. Lin Zhengdao, let's go and see if there are any survivors. Then several people came to a room at the end of the corridor. The door of the room was still shaking slightly. It seemed that something had indeed run in. Lin Zheng gently opened the door. Inside was an office with scattered documents everywhere. The chandelier flickered on and off, and from time to time there would be a hissing sound of electricity. At this moment, there was a sound of mice gnawing and rustling from a corner not far away. There's something moving over there, go take a look. Several people quickly came to the source of the sound and saw a woman in a red dress squatting in the corner with her back to them. She was still shaking slightly and looked like she was crying. Zheng, it seems he is a survivor, Li Jiang said. Lin Zheng frowned slightly and stared at the woman in front of him. The next second, the woman heard the movement behind her and turned around slowly. Her mouth was full of blood, half of her face had been cut off, exposing the rotten flesh inside. And she was holding a half-eaten bright red heart in her hand. Hee, the woman smiled very strangely, and then held out her hearts, as if she wanted to give it to Lin Zheng and the others. However, soon stopped laughing, bared her teeth, threw away the heart in her hand, and rushed towards Lin Zheng and the others. Lin Zheng directly grabbed her head. The female zombie could not move forward and could only keep beating herself. Hands and feet snapped. Lin Zheng yanked hard, tore off her head and then threw it to the ground. The female zombie's body also fell violently. Damn it, it turned out to be a zombie and it almost hit her. Li Jiang patted his chest and said, Lin Zhengdao, so we must always be vigilant in the last days. Even humans cannot take it lightly. Sometimes humans are more terrifying than zombies. Li Jiang nodded slightly. Lin Zheng glanced at the half-eaten heart on the ground and said, the blood in this heart has not yet solidified, and is even steaming. The person must have died not long ago. Suddenly, he also noticed the blood stains on the ground. His heart was bleeding all the way, and the blood stains extended to the outside of the house. Let's go follow the blood stains and have a look, then. The group of people walked slowly along the blood stain. The blood stain came to the stairs and went up the steps. It seemed that they were upstairs. Just when they were about to step onto the steps, 4 or 5 zombies suddenly rushed down from the top. Lin Zheng smashed the head of one of them with one punch. But this time Li Jiang had a better mentality and was not afraid at all. He pulled out his Tang Dao and split one of them in half. Jiang Yidong used the explosive bow to cover the zombie's head, and then pulled hard. The zombie's head was cut open, and the yellow liquid inside flowed all over the floor. The golden retriever was even more fierce, stretching out his claws and tearing the zombie in front of him into strips of flesh. Everyone be careful. There are a lot of zombies in this building. Everyone nodded. Then he continued to walk upstairs along the blood stain. And when he came upstairs, the layout was similar. The blood stain extended into a room with a frosted glass door, and there was a sign hanging on the door. President's office. They pushed open the glass door and entered slowly. As soon as I opened the door, I saw an indescribable scene. I saw 2 zombisone male and 1 female completely naked. After they heard the sound of the door opening, they suddenly turned their heads and saw that there was a living person. They immediately stopped what they were doing and rushed over with claws and teeth, while the 2 big white rabbits were swinging back and forth. Very dazzling. Jiang Yidong showed disgust on his face and shot the female zombie to the ground with an arrow. Then he stepped forward and kicked the male zombie away, sticking it against the wall. Then he shot an arrow suddenly, directly out of the chest of the male zombie, and pinned him to the wall. What was shot this time was just an ordinary arrow, and there was no explosion then. Jiang Yidong came to the female zombie, stepped on one of its hands, and then shot 4 more arrows at its limbs, pinning it to the ground. The female zombie screamed and struggled wildly, with an unconvinced look on her face, seeing its appearance. Jiang Yidong became more and more angry and shot dozens of arrows at its head. She didn't stop until her head was smashed to pieces, and there was no gap left for arrows to insert. ****ch, Jiang Yidong cursed at the female zombie. Lin Zheng and Li Jiang looked on in shock. This woman is a bit too cruel, maybe. Then she slowly looked at the male zombie nailed to the wall, then took out an arrow again and shot it out. Bang. This arrow hits its big treasure. Suddenly chickens fly and eggs fly. Seeing this scene, Lin Zheng and Li Jiang covered their crotches at the same time. Swallowed and then looked at each other understanding. I saw her shoot another arrow, hitting the male zombie's head. The arrow penetrated through the eyeball and splashed out a burst of juice. Garbage. Jiang Yitang cursed at the male zombie before putting away the explosive bow. Lin Zheng and Li Jiang came to the female zombie and took a look. It looked like a person with a bunch of arrows growing on her head. They noticed a sign hanging on the chest of the female zombie, which should be a work badge. It says Secretary to the President. Oh. It turns out to be the CEO's secretary. And that male zombie should be the CEO. It's not surprising that this scene happened. Because if you have something to do as a secretary, why not be a secretary if you have nothing to do? Lin Zheng looked at Little Baozi and said, Little Baozi, why are you so cruel all of a sudden? Jiang Yitang replied, I hate people who mess around the most. Lin Zheng gave her a thumbs up. She was simply the nemesis of adulterers and adulterers. The devil in the eyes of mistresses. Judging from the behavior of this pair of zombies, zombies will maintain their behavior in life to a certain extent. At this moment, there was a sudden sound from a low cabinet next to it. Besides, Lin Zheng looked sharply. Then everyone quickly came to the short cabinet. I saw a female corpse lying next to her. Her head had been opened and the inside was smashed to pieces. There was also a huge incision on her belly. And there were obvious stretch marks on her belly. She seemed to be a pregnant woman. There was nothing in the stomach. All the internal organs were leaking out. And there was a shockingly large blood hole in the chest, which was exactly where the heart was. The heart in the hands of the female zombie downstairs should belong to this woman. In order to prevent her from mutating into a zombie, Lin Zheng cut off her head with a tang knife, then pulled off a piece of curtain cloth and covered her up. Because in Lin Zheng's heart, mother is always worthy of respect. Then several people looked at the low cabinet again. Be careful if there are zombies inside. They will be killed in one hit. Li Jiang and Jiang Yitang nodded. Then Lin Zheng suddenly opened the door of the low cabinet. Suddenly a 7- or 8-year-old boy appeared in the cabinet. He curled up with a frightened expression and was completely naked. After seeing Lin Zheng and others, he made a babbling sound and kept squeezing into the cabinet. Could this also be the child of this pregnant woman? Zheng, it seems to be a child, what should I do? Li Jiang looked down and then said to Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng thought for a while, then gently closed the cabinet door, turned around and left, saying, let's go. Li Jiang glanced at the cabinet, nodded and followed. Lin Zheng suddenly stopped and said, he will definitely not survive if he follows us. It will be safer to stay here. Li Jiang nodded and replied, I know, Zheng. The most important thing now is to prevent the zombie king larvae from being born. Bang, bang, bangs. Suddenly there was a burst of clapping at the door. Several figures appeared at the door. A man with a long knife on his back slowly walked forward and said, you are really capable. Even a child will die without saving you. Your mother is really a beast. I didn't expect it to be 3 living people. It seems that they have all been strengthened, but their abilities have not been awakened yet. Li Jiang came out with a long knife in his hand. Who the hell are you talking about? If you have the ability, save me. If you can't save me, don't force me. Why, it's great to have a knife in your hand. It's as if no one has a knife, as he said that. The man pulled out the long knife behind him and counted, save. Of course we will save or are not beasts, as he spoke. He said to a boy behind him, Zhu Xiaming, go and take the child out. A little boy with his whole body loaded with supplies ran all the way to the cabinet. I wanted to take the child out, but the child was very resistant. Zhu Xiaming took out a candy from his pocket. The child was really attracted by the candy. He looked at Zhu Xiaming and found that the other person was smiling and didn't seem to be a zombie. Then he slowly crawled out of the cabinet. Zhu Xiaming handed the candy in his hand to the child. The child took the candy, put it in his mouth and ate it. Zhu Xiaming picked up the child and covered his naked body with a piece of cloth. Then he said back behind the man with the long knife, you guys are not worthy of entering our base. Just wait here to die slowly. But we can consider that little beauty. Su Qiang looked at Jiang Yitang and said with a smile base, Sure enough, there are a large number of survivors here. And they have even established a small base. Jiang Yidong suddenly looked at Su Qiang, seeking death. Su Qiang immediately laughed, "Hey little beauty. You have a pretty hot temper. Are you interested in coming to our base? It's on the roof of this building after joining our base. You can eat and drink. And you don't have to worry about zombies attack." "Get lost," Jiang Yidong replied directly. When Su Qiang heard this, was immediately angry. But he did not get angry because he also saw that these people were not ordinary people. If you fight hard, you will never achieve anything good. You guys are awesome. Then you can continue to stay here and wait to die. We will go to the base to eat bread and mineral water. Let's go, he waved to the two people behind him and said. At this time, Zhu Xiaming said to Su Qiang, "Brother Qiang, if the base doesn't accept them, Thai won't survive long. Let's take them with us." Lin Zheng was shocked. He didn't expect that there are such people in these troubled times. They are really rare. Su Qiang said to Zhu Xiaming with a gloomy face, "Zhu Xiaming, are you mentally ill? If you bring such a wide-eyed wolf to the base, we still have to take care of their food and accommodation. What do you think about Brother Qiang's? They won't survive long if they stay here. We have searched through the entire building." Zhu Xiaming wanted to continue talking, but was interrupted by Su Qiang and said, "Zhu Xiaming, if you are so reluctant to let them go, then you can stay here with them." That's not what I meant, Brother Qiang." Zhu Xiaming hesitated. Su Qiang kicked Zhu Xiaming and said loudly, "Then why don't you leave quickly?" Obviously, Su Qiang vented his anger on Zhu Xiaming. After saying that, several people turned and left. Su Qiang turned around and left a sinister look. Lin Zheng said to the others, "Let's go, let's follow." Su Qiang and others came to the stairs and suddenly stopped. Su Qiang pointed at the child in Zhu Xiaming's arms and said to Zhu Xiaming, "Throw him down from here." Zhu Xiaming's expression changed drastically. "Why? Brother Qiang, why don't you know what's going on in our base now? We've searched almost all the supplies in the entire building. How can there be food to feed such a child who can't work?" Su Qiang came up and said, "Then why did we save him just now? Why don't we let him wait there to die?" Zhu Xiaming asked. "I'm just unhappy with those people just now, can't I? Are you going to throw them away or not?" Su Qiang's tone became more and more sinister. Zhu Xiaming held the child tightly and said firmly, "Don't throw it away." Hearing this, Su Qiang's face darkened and became extremely ugly. And then said slowly, "Zhu Xiaming, you are so capable. Aren't you? Now you dare to disobey my orders. I am now the deputy captain of the base. I order you to throw him down." As he spoke, he slowly pulled out the long knife behind him and put it on Zhu Xiaming's neck. Zhu Xiaming, who was originally submissive, glanced at the long knife on his neck and was not afraid at all. Instead, I said to Su Qiang, "Su Qiang, the captain clearly said that every time you go out to collect supplies, you will definitely encounter a living person. If you want to bring it back, you are disobeying the captain's order, HMPH." Su Qiang sneered, looked at Zhu Xiaming, and said with a smile, "But do you know what the captain told me? He said that except for women, no one else is allowed into the base. If you insist on coming, you can cut him with a knife." Hearing these words, Zhu Xiaming's head seemed to have a thunderbolt, and the image of the kind and righteous captain completely collapsed in his heart. This made him unable to accept it for a while. He kept recalling in his mind the way the captain used his kindness to appease the people in the base, and how he smiled every time he talked to him. "Liars, all liars. You lied to me, the captain is not that kind of person." Zhu Xiaming shouted crazily. "Do you know why the captain did this?" Su Qiang said mockingly. Zhu Xiaming looked at Su Qiang blankly without saying a word. "You don't know, let me tell you. Some people just want to be a B***ch and want to build a memorial arch. Li Hai is such a hypocrite. On the one hand, he likes to do evil, but on the other hand, he likes to feel respected by thousands of people. What do you think of this person? Are you sick?" There was a trace of disgust in Su Qiang's eyes. Su Qiang looked at Zhu Xiaming and continued, "Do you know why Li Hai suddenly asked you to come out to collect supplies this time?" Zhu Xiaming looked at Su Qiang with some confusion, with a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Because you are useless, you can go and die." After saying that, Su Qiang raised the long knife in his hand and chopped off Zhu Xiaming's head. At this critical moment, an arrow suddenly shot out and penetrated the long knife directly. Su Qiang suddenly felt numbness in the tiger's mouth, and the long knife in his hand fell off. Following the arrow, it was nailed to the wall. He turned around suddenly and saw that it was Lin Zheng and the others. Suddenly, a suffocating fire rose in his chest. Lin Zheng slowly put down the explosive bow in his hand and gave it back to Jiang Yitong. Then he slowly walked towards Su Qiang and others. "Is this what you call saving people?" Su Qiang had a sullen face and said in a deep voice, "Boy, don't meddle in other people's business. This is an internal matter within our base. You, an outsider, don't force me to do anything. What if I have to take care of it?" Lin Zheng said word by word. Su Qiang tilted his lips, snorted coldly, stared at Lin Zheng and said, "Then I don't mind killing you, oh really?" As soon as Lin Zheng finished speaking, he flashed out of the way very quickly, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Su Qiang. Face to face with him, Su Qiang instantly felt a huge sense of oppression, crushing him from all directions, making him feel breathless. This feeling made him crazy. He roared angrily and said to Lin Zheng, "Boy, you are looking for death, then?" He quickly pulled out 2 short knives from his waist and pulled out 2 arc-shaped knife shadows. Then he turned the tip of the knife and pierced Lin Zheng's eyes. At this time, the absolute space has been opened. For someone like Su Qiang who has not strengthened much, in absolute space is Lin Zheng's plaything. Just like a puppet on strings. Seeing that the 2 knives were about to stab Lin Zheng in the eyes, Su Qiang's eyes became smug. "I thought you were so awesome. But it turns out you only bluffed. It seems I was too cautious before." Bang! Suddenly, an invisible force pressed on him, making him stunned for an instant, as if he was poured with cement. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. The tips of the 2 knives stopped half an inch in front of Lin Zheng's eyes. "What's going on?" He looked at Lin Zheng with a horrified expression. At this time, his heart suddenly panicked. Could it be that this kid was pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? He glanced at Xiao Wei and Zhu Xiaming next to him and said loudly, "Why are you 2 still standing? Why don't you do something quickly?" Xiao Wei reacted immediately, pulled out the Tang Dao hanging on his waist, and rushed towards Lin Zheng. But Zhu Xiaming hugged the child and slowly stepped aside without making a move. "People are going to kill you. Except for fools and licking dogs. Normal people should not do it." Seeing Xiao Wei rushing toward Lin Zheng with a Tang Dao, Li Jiang also pulled out the mutated Tang Dao and quickly stood in front of Xiao Wei. "Your opponent is me." Xiao Wei suddenly stopped, glanced at Li Jiang and sneered. "Your weapon is also a Tang Dao. What level are you? You actually use the same weapon as me. I will let you know who is the most suitable person for this kind of weapon." After hearing this, Li Jiang just smiled slightly and didn't want to say more. He would be shown what a real Tang Dao was later. Xiao Wei raised his sword and slashed at Li Jiang. He was also a strengthened person. This sword struck with a roar of wind and was quite powerful. Li Jiang also suddenly exerted his strength and raised his knife to chop. Chinese letter, the 2 knives collided, making a crisp metal collision sound. The next second, the knife in Xiao Wei's hand was cut in half like tofu. His eyes were frightened and his face was full of disbelief. Coincidence? It must be a coincidence. It must have been caused by using my knife too much and causing cracks in the blade. He roared and slashed at Li Jiang several times with the half-knife in his hand. Li Jiang also quickly waved the mutated Tang Dao in his hand and struck forward with one blow after another. Each knife will cut off a section of the opponent's knife. Until the end, there was only the handle of the knife left. Xiao Wei was holding the handle of the knife and still waving it back and forth crazily. Li Jiang looked at him as if he were watching a monkey playing. and said nothing, waiting to see when he would react. After a few seconds, he finally felt the change in the knife in his hand. "Stop and take a look." His eyes suddenly opened wide. "Worry, where is my knife? Why is there only one handle left?" "Impossible, this is absolutely impossible." While he was still dazed, Li Jiang stabbed forward with the knife, piercing his chest easily. The handle of the knife in Xiao Wei's hand also fell to the ground. He looked at Li Jiang in disbelief and asked, "What kind of Tang knife is this?" Li Jiang replied, "I am the overlord of Tang Dao." "The overlord of Tang Dao, it's still Tang Dao." Puff. Xiao Wei spit out a mouthful of old blood, and Li Jiang kicked him away. His body suddenly fell into the gap in the stairs. After a few seconds, heard a bang, like a watermelon falling to the ground. At this time, Lin Zheng looked at Su Qiang, who was full of horror, and said, "It's your turn now." After hearing this, Su Qiang felt numb all over his body, like a poisonous snake swimming around his body. Lin Zheng just frowned, and Su Qiang suddenly felt his hand being pulled by an invisible external force. He slowly turned the tip of the knife and aimed it at his eyes. He tried his best to resist, but it had no effect. The tip of the knife was still slowly approaching his eyes. He let go of the knife in his hand, but found that he couldn't open his fingers. Now he was very sure that the man in front of him was someone he could not afford to offend. Just one look made him unable to resist. How powerful he must be! Seeing that the tip of the knife was about to penetrate Su Qiang's eyes, he tried with all his strength to turn his head to one side. But he did not move at all. The expression on his face was extremely distorted, and all his facial features were turned to one side. Finally he gave up. "Forgive me, brother, I was wrong." Lin Zheng looked at him playfully and said, "You are not wrong. You are just afraid." No, brother, I was really wrong." Su Qiang begged bitterly. Lin Zhengkai ignored him and directly increased his thoughts. Two sharp knives were thrust into Su Qiang's eyes, and the water in his eyeballs burst out. And then 2 streams of bright red blood flowed out of his eye sockets. Then he howled in pain. Lin Zheng kicked him downstairs, and he rolled down the stairs. "Let's go quickly, his scream will attract many zombies," Lin Zheng said hurriedly. Just like that, the group of people quickly ran upstairs. On the way, he also encountered a few zombies that were attracted by Su Qiang's screams. Lin Zheng did not hesitate at all, and directly used the absolute space to make their heads fly away from their bodies in an instant. Zhu Xiaming looked on stunned. This is the strongest person he has seen since they discovered that humans can be strengthened. He is even many times stronger than the hypocrite at the base. Fortunately, I didn't become his enemy at that time. Otherwise, he would be the only one whose head flies away from his body right now. After running for a while, they found that it was safer here and stopped. Zhu Xiaming immediately thanked Lin Zheng and others. "Thank you for saving my little brother, you're welcome. I have a requirement to save you, take me to your base." Lin Zheng said bluntly, "Go to our base." Zhu Xiaming was a little confused. "Little brother, you are so powerful that there is no need to go to our base. Besides, that place is not worth your while, obviously." Zhu Xiaming is still worried about the fact that the captain is a hypocrite. "You don't have to worry about this, just take us there. Whether you stay or leave is none of my business." Lin Zheng said, "My wife is still at the base, I have to go find her." Zhu Xiaming thought of his wife Liu Xiaoma, and suddenly he seemed to understand something. Recently, she has been crying and in a very bad mood, and often said to himself in secret or overtly, "The captain is not a good person." Zhu Xiaming didn't believe it at first, and even argued with Liu Xiaoma about it. Recalling what Su Qiang said just now, Zhu Xiaming was startled. Could it be that his wife was bullied by Lei Hai? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. If this was the case, then his wife Liu Xiaoma's recent behavior could be easily explained. Thinking of this, Zhu Xiaming gritted his teeth and said, "Li Hai, let's go, I'll take you to the base." In this way, under the leadership of Zhu Xiaming, they went all the way up. Suddenly, an iron gate blocked the way. Zhu Xiaming stepped forward and fiddled with it twice. And the iron gate opened. After entering, he closed the iron gate again. Walking a little further up, the stairs were filled with debris, completely blocking the way forward. So they entered the building and started walking through it. It was a mess, with all kinds of things piled up in a haphazard manner. From time to time, they could see a few rotting zombie corpses and broken limbs. It seems that there was also a fierce battle here. But Zhu Xiaming can always find a path through this pile of debris. In this way he sometimes went up, sometimes through the debris, and finally came to a thick iron door. Zhu Xiaming came to the iron door and knocked slowly 3 times. After a few seconds he knocked twice quickly. Good guy. The secret codes for knocking on the door are actually 3 long and 2 short. Are you afraid that nothing will happen to you? Immediately afterwards, a small window opened on the iron doors, and a human face appeared inside. He looked around first and saw many strangers, and immediately became wary. Then he looked at Zhu Xiaming and said, Zhu Xiaming, what are you doing? Where are Su Qiang and Xiao Wei? Who are they? Why are you still holding a child? Zhu Xiaming replied calmly, Su Qiang and Xiao Wei were eaten by zombies. They are the survivors of this building. The captain said that if you encounter survivors, you will bring them back, so I brought them back. The person inside hesitated for a moment, and then said, you wait for a while, I will call the captain. After a while a small window was opened again, revealing another face. It is Lei Hai, the captain of this base. He has a shiny face and smiles whenever he sees people. In these troubled times he still eats like this. It seems that he eats well. At least he eats meat every day, so he eats so shiny. Xiao Ming, I heard that Su Qiang and Xiao Wei died. How many new people did you bring back? Li Hai said with a sad tone. Zhu Xiaming nodded yes. Captain Thi were bitten to death by zombies. These people are the survivors in the building. Oh, I understand, Xiao Ming. Then Li Hai showed an embarrassed expression and said, Xiao Ming, there is a shortage of food in the base recently, and we may not be able to feed ourselves. Hey, I am really sorry for you. Then he looked at Lin Zheng and others and said, little brother, it's not that our base doesn't want you. It's actually that we are also in difficulty. Even if you Kamayu won't have enough to eat or warm clothes. It's better to be outside and be free. You're right, little brothers. The implication is that you are not welcome here. You can go back to where you came from originally. Lin Zheng planned to stay somewhere in the building, waiting for the zombies to come and catch him. But he was worried that if he was caught, he would just drag him away to be sacrificed. It would be hard to do anything with just a few of them then. The best way is to mix in the crowd and fish in troubled waters. Once they succeed, they can just use the angel wings to escape from the scene. There is no need to get too entangled with those giant zombies. And you, Xiao Ming, you can live your life freely. The base will no longer restrict you with your ability. You will definitely be able to live a more comfortable life outside. Li Hai said to Zhu Xiaming. Obviously, he was not allowed to enter the base. Zhu Xiaming now knows clearly that Li Hai is really a villain. Captain, then you can call my wife out, and I will take her with me to reduce the burden on the base. Zhu Xiaming suppressed his anger. He was afraid that Li Hai would not let him go, so he could only say in a good voice, oh, what about my little sister? I can take care of her for you first, and then pick her up after you settle down, Li Hai said. Lin Zheng smiled after leaving. Trying to get someone back is nothing more than a dream. However, Lin Zheng already had a countermeasure in mind to deal with such people. I saw him smiling slightly immediately. Lin Zheng took out a large bag of supplies that he had prepared in advance, then opened the zipper and deliberately let the contents fall out. Wow, sudden! A large amount of supplies slipped out of Lin Zheng's backpack. There are instant noodles, chicken legs, roast duck, ham and other things. Li Hai's eyes widened when he saw these things. The things they usually collected were dry things like bread and biscuits without any oil or water. and many of them had been bitten by someone. So these things are no different from delicacies to them. Lin Zheng squatted down and slowly put the supplies on the ground into his bag. As he put them away, he said, "Well, there is no other way. We have to find another place to live." The tone is called a regret. Li Hai's eyes rolled rapidly. Seeing that Lin Zheng and others were about to leave, and the supplies were about to fly away, he hurriedly stopped Lin Zheng and said, "But little brother, if you don't dislike our base being poor, we are still very poor, you are welcome." Lin Zheng smiled slightly. "You just stick to the pattern, and you won't be able to eat 4 dishes in your life." In this way, Lin Zheng and others entered the base. It's said to be a base, but it's actually just a larger room. It was originally supposed to be a large conference room. It's not a big place, but it houses more than 100 people. The ground was covered with mattresses and quilts, and they slept in rows on the ground. There were several tents at the end of the room, which must have been where leaders like Li Hai lived. Lin Zheng also noticed that most of the people here were young people, and the elderly and children were almost invisible. And there is an irresistible stench in the air. Zhu Xiaming said that this was due to the problem of excrement. They opened a sloping hole in the outer wall, which was their toilet. The excrement followed the hole and fell from the 45th floor to the road below. Many zombies were hit by shit falling from the sky, however. Since water is extremely precious, it can only be flushed with urine every time. Over time, this unspeakable odor brewed here. But people here seemed to be used to it. All of them had numb expressions and indifferent expressions. When they saw a stranger coming, they all looked over, because they haven't seen anything new for a long time. Apart from eating some dry bread and drinking 2 little water every day, they just sit on the bedboard and dazed. There are only a few people who often go out to collect supplies and seem to be in good spirits. At this moment, several strong-looking men came up from the opposite side. "Captain," shouted one of the strong men. His name is Su De. He is Su Qiang's brother and the deputy captain of the base. After seeing Su De, Li Hai immediately said with a smile, "Su Da, come here. Call all the brothers to my room. There are a few new people in our base. We must welcome them properly." When he said this, Li Hai gave Ambassador Su a wink. It passed quickly, but it was still caught by Lin Zheng. It seems that this old boy wants to play dirty. They passed through the tents, but they didn't expect that there was a small room at the back. That was where Li Hai lived. Once inside, it was completely different from the outside. It was clean and tidy, with all the basic living facilities. There were drinks on the table and a bowl of unfinished instant noodles. As soon as Lin Zheng and the others entered the house, Su De, who was walking at the end, immediately locked the door. Lin Zheng looked back and asked knowingly, "Captain, what do you mean?" Li Hai still smiled and said, "Little brother, don't get me wrong, we won't do anything to you. We just discuss it with you, what to discuss. Leave your supplies and that woman, and then take your brother and your dog and get out." Li Hai no longer hid and directly expressed his true thoughts, but still maintained a smiling face at this moment. Su De and others had drawn out their daggers and pointed them at Lin Zheng and others. "Boy, if you don't want to put your bag down for me, or I will cut your throat with a knife," Su De said viciously. Lin Zheng stood there and checked the zombies outside. They had already begun to rush upstairs. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Now that he has blended into the crowds, there is nothing to worry about at this moment. Lin Zheng noticed that there seemed to be a person lying on the bed, naked to the waist with his back to them, as if dead. Lin Zheng didn't panic at all and said to Li Hai, "Captain, I heard Zhu Xiaming say you are a good person." Li Hai laughed loudly when he heard this. "Ha ha ha. Good person, of course I am a good person. You see how dangerous it is for you to run outside with this big bag of supplies on your back. I will help you keep it. I am not a good person. I will also help you feed me. As a woman, am I not a good person?" Hearing this, Jiang Yidong became angry. Without saying anything, raised his hand and shot an arrow. Hitting Li Hai's fat belly, the arrow was very powerful. After it shot through his belly, It was suddenly nailed to the wall behind him. Rubbish. Li Hai covered his stomach, looked at Jiang Yitong in disbelief, and then roared at Su De and others to kill them and throw them downstairs to feed the zombies. Su De licked the long knife and raised it to slash at Lin Zheng and others. At this moment, someone was knocking on the door frantically outside. Open the door, it was Zhu Xiaming. He looked around outside but couldn't find his wife Liu Xiaomai. He immediately guessed that it was Li Hai the B***D, who was bullying her again. So he knocked on the door frantically. Su De looked at Li Hai. Li Hai thought for a while and asked Su De to open the door and pull the person in. As soon as Zhu Xiaming came in, he pointed at Li Hai and cursed, Li Hai you B***D. Where is my wife? Where did you hide my wife? Li Hai glanced at the bed, then slowly walked to the bed, blocked the people behind him, and said sternly, Zhu Xiaoming, what are you doing? Is this the only way you talk to me, the captain? As Li Hai said this, he glanced at Ambassador Su. Su De recalled that he quietly pulled out a dagger and touched it behind Zhu Xiaming. Just when he was about to stab the knife in, Lin Zheng opened the absolute space. Su De's hand immediately froze in midair. Zhu Xiaming heard the movement behind him and immediately looked back. He found that Su De Zheng was pointing a dagger at him. He immediately became furious. Okay. It turns out you have always wanted me to die. I will fight with you today. I saw him also pulling out a dagger and stabbing Su Dalian more than a dozen times. Su De was immobilized by Lin Zheng's absolute space and could not move. He just watched Zhu Xiaming stabbing him with a knife again and again until he was reduced to a honeycomb. Finally, he died and he was too stunned to say a word. He is really depressed and suffers all the time, then. With red eyes, Zhu Xiaming pointed a dagger at Li Hai and shouted, Li Hai, where is my wife? Lin Zheng reminded from the side, there is someone on the bed. When Zhu Xiaming heard this, he immediately rushed over. Li Hai was so frightened that he immediately moved aside. Zhu Xiaming turned the person over on the bed and found that it was Liu Xiaomai who had a scarred face. A pale complexion and had expired. Zhu Xiaming hugged Liu Xiaomai and cried loudly, Little sister. It turned out that Li Hai once again violated Liu Xiaomai while Zhu Xiaming was out. He also warned Liu Xiaomai that if he told Liu Xiaomai that he would drive Zhu Xiaming out of the base. The simple-minded Liu Xiaomai believed his lies and never told Zhu Xiaming about it. Little did they know, Li Hai had secretly arranged for Su Qiang to kill Zhu Xiaming during this outing. This time the more Li Hai played, the more perverted and violent he became. He didn't regard Liu Xiaomai as a human being at all. He treated her like a plaything, he tortured her wantonly. Finally, with a sudden force, he killed Liu Xiaomai. But Li Hai didn't panic at all. Zhu Xiaming was about to be killed by Su Qiang anyway. But what he didn't expect was that Su Qiang and Xiao Wei actually died. And Zhu Xiaming actually came back therefore. It was for this reason that he wanted to drive Zhu Xiaming away together with him. Zhu Xiaming's eyes were red, glanced at Li Hai suddenly, and roared, Li Hai, I want to draw up my ancestors. After saying that, he rushed towards him like a ferocious beast. Li Hai quickly took out a gun and fired several shots at Zhu Xiaming. Zhu Xiaming's face changed drastically. He is not afraid of death, but he is afraid that if he dies, he will not be able to avenge his little sister. But the next second, those bullets that were coming at high speed stopped in midair as if they were enchanted. Li Hai was completely stunned when he saw this scene. But Zhu Xiaming reacted first because his heart was full of hatred. He avoided the bullets and quickly rushed towards Li Hai with his knife. Unexpectedly, Li Hai blocked him and knocked his knife to the ground with his backhand. Li Hai proudly said to Zhu Xiaming, you think the captain is so easy to do. But how can he control you if he has no skills? Zhu Xiaming roared angrily, punching and kicking Li Hai like he was crazy. But all of them were resolved by the opponent one by one. And he was even kicked away, you loser. It doesn't matter if I kill your wife, what can you do to me? Li Hai mocked Zhu Xiaming, who was lying on the ground. You should be grateful to mate was me who took you in. So you were not its only right to eat the zombies and play with your wife. What Jiang Yidong hated most was this kind of scumbag who played with women. She couldn't bear it anymore. She was about to raise her hand and shoot Li Hai's head with an arrow. But Lin Zheng stopped him. Wait a minute. Jiang Yidong looked at Lin Zheng with some confusion. But she slowly put down the explosive bow in her hand. Zhu Xiaming was lying on the ground. His body was shaking constantly, and his teeth were almost broken. It's still close, it's almost. Lin Zheng said softly from the side, bang. A wave of air spread out. Zhu Xiaming looked up to the sky and roared. Surrounded by this cyclone, his eyes became firm and terrifying. Jiang Yidong was stunned. This is the awakening of supernatural powers. Lin Zheng chuckled lightly, the wait is finally here. I have another superpower in my arsenal of superpowers. It turned out that Lin Zheng had long known through the system that Zhu Xiaming was an awakened person. But he was an invisible awakened person and needed an opportunity to release his awakened powers. Some invisible awakened people did not know that they had awakened their powers and thought they belonged to the old humanity as a result. They were unable to release their powers until they died. Lin Zheng originally thought that when zombies attacked, Zhu Xiaming would release his superpower at this critical moment of life and death. Unexpectedly, the hidden superpower was stimulated in this way in the end. This is his great luck and great misfortune. Lin Zheng was really looking forward to what kind of power he had awakened. This feeling is like opening a blind box. Very exciting and exciting. Li Hai seemed to see the change in Zhu Xiaming and shouted to the younger brothers, "Why the hell are you just standing there stupidly? Go ahead and kill him." Only then did the younger brothers react and rush towards Zhu Xiaming immediately. Zhu Xiaming looked at them suddenly, stretched out his palms towards them, bang. A blasting beam of light with a diameter of about 10 centimeters shot out suddenly, directly blasting a person to pieces. Hidden power. Explosion. Shoots a blasting beam of light from the user's palm. It is very powerful, but the range is limited. In the later stages of practice, a mountain can be reduced to the ground with one palm call. This superpower is so powerful. When the other people saw that Zhu Xiaming suddenly became so fierce, they were instantly frightened and just wanted to run away. He was blown into pieces by several blasting beams of light fired by Zhu Xiaming one after another. Then he turned around and walked towards Li Hai step by step. Xiaoming brother Xiaoming, I was wrong. Isn't it just a woman? There are so many out there, you can just pick one. Don't worry as long as I say a word. They will never dare to resist. Li Hai was so frightened that he begged for mercy again and again. Lin Zheng couldn't help but sigh. These villains are really flexible and flexible. If they can't win, they will immediately give in and beg for mercy. Zhu Xiaming didn't give him a chance to speak and grabbed his face directly. He said in a deep voice, "Go and see the King of Hell," boom. An explosion at such a close range caused Li Hai's head to vaporize in just an instant, leaving only a body covered in oil that fell to the ground. After doing all this, Zhu Xiaming gasped for air. It is not only the huge physical consumption caused by using the superpower for the first time, but also the feeling of loss after revenge. After a while, he finally realized what he was doing. He immediately thanked Lin Zheng, little brother. You were the one who saved me just now, thank you. Zhu Xiaming had seen Lin Zheng's terrifying methods before. He knew immediately that the strange scene that happened just now was done by Lin Zheng. Lin Zheng nodded slightly. Zhu Xiaming looked back at Liu Xiaomai, who was lying on the bed, walked forward, wrapped her tightly in a quilt, then picked her up, came to Lin Zheng and said, "Little brother, if it weren't for you today, I would have died outside. Now I can't avenge my little sister. You decide how I should repay you. I'm willing to do anything for you, including death. Anyway, there's nothing in this world worth my nostalgia. Are you really willing to do anything for me?" Lin Zheng said. Zhu Xiaming nodded extremely seriously. It's absolutely true. Lin Zheng deliberately pretended to be in a dilemma. Zhu Xiaming quietly waited for his request, hiss. Lin Zheng said in a confused tone, "Well, Let me hold your hand, Zhu Xiaming's lips twitched. As if he didn't understand and he said after a long time, ah. Well,
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.